He wakes up in a room he doesn't recognize and can't believe his eyes. When he looks in the mirror, he sees a prince, straight out of a novel he once read. At first, he's shocked and slaps himself just to make sure it's not a dream, and when he feels the very real pain, he isn't scared at all. Instead, he can't contain his sheer happiness. Just then, a system message pops up. He receives the HP system, which allows him to gain HP by treating his internal organs. By investing the HP he acquires, he can unlock various skills or even summon creatures. There's just one problem. His current HP is stuck at 0. Still, he doesn't quite grasp what this all means for him yet. Back in the real world, he had opened his own clinic, but things didn't go so well. During COVID-19, many of his patients got infected and blamed his clinic for it. Before he knew it, he was bankrupt and drowning in debt. One night, after having too much to drink, he jumped off a bridge. That's how he ended up in a new world with a new body. Now he's finally free from all his debts, but the moment he jumps out of bed in excitement, he collapses right back down. Something is seriously wrong with this body. His personal physician, Gordon, rushes in and tells him to relax and avoid any sudden movements. Looking down at his hand, he realizes that this body is much weaker than a normal 40-year-old's, even though he's a young man. To his horror, he realizes the character he's become is always bedridden and only appears briefly in the novel. Not only that, but he also dies at the age of 22. With a sense of dread, he asks Gordon his age, and Gordon replies that he's 21. He bites his lip as soon as he hears this. Before realizing the character had such serious health issues, he was just relieved to have escaped his debt-ridden life to enjoy a new one as the Crown Prince. But now, he's filled with dread, realizing he only has 1 year left to live. He remembers from the novel that the Crown Prince died despite receiving the best treatment in the world, and even a cleric's blessing. Yet nothing worked and he still met his end. While looking in the mirror, he concludes that all of this points to only one solution. With that thought in mind, he turns to Gordon and asks him to bring as many needles as possible in every size. He's decided to treat himself. He checks his pulse, trying to understand the nature of his illness. He tries to concentrate on 10 strange pulses where the illness might be originating. If one of them shows symptoms, there's a chance he's dealing with an internal injury. At that moment, Gordon interrupts him as he brings the needles he had ordered, laying them down before him. After inspecting them, he picks one up. Seeing him warming up the needle, Gordon asks what he plans to do with it. He bluntly replies that he's going to poke his body with it, leaving poor Gordon horrified, who thinks his master is about to harm himself. He desperately pleads with him not to do it. Our hero tries to calm Gordon down, saying that he's doing this for a good reason, and asks him to trust him on this, to which Gordon reluctantly agrees. With that, he takes off his shirt and lies down on the bed. He knows that he needs to place the first needle into a vital point related to his lungs. To do this, he must first calm his breathing. Near his shoulder is the point called tie-in, which is part of the lung meridian of the hand. He carefully pokes the spot, feeling a slight sting due to the needle's thickness. Now he focuses on the acupoints, starting with the lung meridian, then moving to cloud gate and finally upper arm assembly. After completing the first set, he opens his eyes. It seems like he's been granted the accurate acupuncture skill. By applying this technique to himself, he's able to recover his lungs a little. With that, a ridiculous scene appears, a pair of happily dancing lungs. Give him 2 thumbs up, resulting in a gain of 100 HP, which is equal to 100 power. Our guy is pretty baffled by the screen in front of him as he takes in all this new information. Our boy is super curious to see the status window that's popped up in front of him. Seeing his master's state poor Garden, thinks he's gone crazy and starts to cry again. Our prince just tells him not to overreact. Ignoring his emotional doctor, he decides to target another acupoint near his shoulder blade. This acupoint is called the young man acupoint, which he hits perfectly, resulting in some relief in his chest. He then targets several acupoints in his arms. It hurts more than before, but he endures the pain. Seeing him like this, Garden starts praying to God for the health of his master's body and mind. Meanwhile, our guy takes the next step and pokes the Yunji acupoint as well. With this, he stimulates various acupressure points, and his lungs feel like they're getting a deep tissue massage in a fancy massage chair. He's irritated by the ridiculous images on his screen, wishing it would just give him some HP instead. Next, he focuses on the cheesy acupoint, which is located on his palm. With that final touch, he successfully completes the acupoint treatment for the left lung meridian. As a result, he gets 100 HP, and both of his lungs give him 200 HP each. This means he now has 600 HP. With this increase in his HP, he is now able to activate his skill. His screen asks if he would like to shop for some skills. Seeing this, he's reminded of all those fantasy novels where the protagonist gets a cool warrior or mage skill, So he decides to check it out. But contrary to his expectations, all the skills shown are related to medicine and treatment. He figures it's because of all the work he did in his past life. Looking at the list, he decides to choose pulse reading, which helps him diagnose illnesses, the very foundation of all treatment and prescription if done right. For 500 HP, he purchases the first stage of this skill. By acquiring this skill, he's able to roughly diagnose a patient's health condition. He then gets a basic overall health check report. To test it out, he decides to read his own pulse and checks the report. The system then informs him that his body is in the worst possible condition, and he has a maximum of 3 months to live. He thinks to himself that's even shorter than a cell phone contract, so he immediately gets back to concentrating on his treatment using acupressure points. He wonders if inserting a needle in a clockwise direction while twirling it using the reinforcing and reducing method will work. He can breathe out during this process, extracting the needles with the respiratory supplementation and draining method. So he performs the technique and is amazed to see that his lifespan has been extended by 1 day. He's so excited that he starts to perform it on his other hand too, which only results in him bleeding. Unlike last time, his system warns him that he has overdone the acupuncture and recommends that he should only do it once every 3 days. A diagram of his organs appears and they look completely trashed. He realizes that a patient's body needs to be stable to endure continuous acupuncture treatments, but his own body is far too weak to tolerate that kind of therapy. He then analyzes his situation and concludes that even though the acupuncture is working with his body's weakened state, it will only extend his life for 1 month before he eventually dies. After thinking it over for a while, he decides that he needs actual medicine to treat his body. For this, he turns to Garden, who is a doctor in this world. He asks for a rather potent ingredient, which makes Garden a little hesitant. He inquires if they have any wolfsbane root, but Garden explains that since they are in his personal palace, they need to request it from the main palace. He says he will do it, but he wants to know what the plan is. Our guy deadpans that he's going to eat it. Upon hearing this, the poor doctor begs him not to do it. He explains to the doctor that it's for his own treatment. However, Garden isn't reassured in the slightest, so our boy starts to break it down for him. He asks if Garden is aware that wolf's bane root is toxic, which Garden confirms, noting that it's used in poison. He clarifies that he needs the daughter root of the wolf's bane, which is much smaller than the normal kind. To that, Garden deadpans that it could stop his heart. In response, our boy admits that's true, but insists he knows a method to turn this poison into medicine. This sounds completely bizarre to Garden. Our hero continues explaining that the process is called detoxification, and it will help him turn this poison into a cure. He asks if Garden understands now. Garden honestly replies that he doesn't understand a single thing, but he decides to give it a try if it might improve his master's health. As he heads to the pharmacy to get the root, he thinks about how nothing has been able to stop his master's declining health. Now he's willing to place all his hope in this new treatment. However, he resolves to try it first himself to ensure it's safe for his master to take. After getting the root, our boy successfully makes a tonic out of it. But Garden seems pretty skeptical upon seeing this strange-looking liquid and points out that it's made from a poisonous substance. He then starts begging him not to drink it. Seeing Garden's pitiful display, our boy decides to tease him a little, so he offers Garden the first sip. This statement actually brightens Garden's face because he had wanted to test it himself anyway, so he happily agrees to be the guinea pig. Seeing his eagerness to risk his life for him, our hero is struck by the realization that in the novel, Garden was incredibly loyal to the Crown Prince. In the beginning, he wasn't even his official doctor, just an assistant. As time passed, every doctor who claimed they could provide a cure eventually left, but Garden alone remained unwavering. However, he paid a high price for his devotion because in the novel, he was executed after the Crown Prince's death, having been accused of causing it. Looking at him, our boy thinks that he's someone who deserves a good life. But sharing his precious tonic with him is another matter entirely, and he's not quite ready to do that. After a bit, he finally finishes brewing the tonic in ephedra innite asarum decoction. Garden is about to chug it, but our hero stops him, explaining it needs to be consumed cold. That's when Garden suddenly voices his concern about how the Crown Prince of all people knows the recipe for this medicine. Our boy thinks fast, claiming a mage gave him the recipe in a dream. Even though Garden says he believes him, his face tells a completely different story. He glances at the time and in a hurry gulps down the entire concoction, leaving the poor doctor absolutely horrified. He looks up at his doctor with innocent eyes, proclaiming that he drank it all. All of a sudden, his heart starts racing and he gets the feeling that something big is about to happen. Right on cue, his system alerts him that consuming The perfectly brewed ephedra, a night a serum decoction, has resulted in a reduction in his body's soreness and coldness, plus a nice boost to his metabolism. But that's not all. He's also awakened the Azrahan core energy. That last part really catches his attention. The Azrahan core energy is a technique developed by the Grandmaster Javier Azrahan and his loyal subordinate Lloyd. This technique is a symbol of the imperial family, passed down exclusively to direct descendants of the royal line. Since he's currently in the Crown Prince's body, he must have been taught this technique from a very young age. He's now unlocked the first level of this technique, which allows his mana circle to rotate around his heart, helping him build and absorb mana. His mana is now at 120%, and he needs 1000 HP to level up. He can actually feel the mana circle around his heart and the energy flowing through his body with every single breath. He's beyond excited to be experiencing such an incredible sensation. But suddenly a sharp pain shoots through his heart, and it feels like it's about to burst right out of his chest. Seeing him clutch his chest in pain, Garden becomes extremely worried. Meanwhile, a system warning pops up. There's a chance his heart could stop at any moment due to the pressure from the mana circle. When he realizes his mana circle and his heart's development are out of sync, he figures the size of the mana circle must be the problem since it's wrapped around his heart. He remembers Raquel's condition, whose illness prevented him from training his mana circle when he was young. As a result, the mana circle is now constricting his heart, which could have disastrous consequences. So he decides to take matters into his own hands. He has to increase the size of his mana circle. With that resolution, he travels to the realm of his own heart, standing before the very organ and the mana circle that's strangling it. He rushes toward his heart and grabs hold of the circle, determined to force it to rotate even faster. The pain and pressure from this are almost too much for him to handle. But then he remembers the failures of his past life, how his clinic was shut down. He didn't just lose his patients. He was so stressed from the debt that he started losing his hair. Every kind of loan imaginable piled up until he was on the verge of selling his beautiful home. Fueled by that memory, he pushes through and finally does it. With that, he opens his eyes to see his doctor looking incredibly worried about him. His system informs him that the positive stimulation was just what he needed to awaken his heart. Afterwards, our guy's heart, the king of all organs, makes a very flashy entrance, welcomed by the large intestine while the lungs call him shabby. Seeing them bicker is annoying, but his irritation vanishes when his system informs him he's the first person in history to get something called a monocircle slot. He has no idea what this feature is, but figures it must be something like an empty inventory slot in a game. Meanwhile, Garden is still worried and asks if he's okay, since he looked like he was in agonizing pain. He raises the question of whether it's a side effect from the medicine. Our boy makes up an excuse about choking on some phlegm, but Garden isn't buying it. He insists our boy was in agony, complaining that he was supposed to be the one to drink it first. To that, our boy shoots back that he'll give him poison next time if he's that eager. This prompts a protest from his doctor, who insists that's not what he meant at all. He nonchalantly tells him to just clean up the mess on the floor if his doctor doesn't want it. But before leaving, he turns and thanks his doctor, leaving the man completely stunned. He wonders if our hero went crazy from drinking that poison. Meanwhile, as he walks, our guy is ecstatic about having something as awesome as mana slots. These slots are basically storage spaces where he can keep any material mixed with mana up to 10 liters. He just has to consume the material in order to store it. After meditating, he decides to experiment with this new skill, but at first he isn't sure what to store. Then he spots a jug of water and decides to give it a try. Looking at the water reminds him of a term called the median lethal dose, which is used to measure a substance's toxicity. Consuming 50% of the median lethal dose could either kill a person or cause agonizing pain. He does the math and concludes that there is about a 5.4 liter median lethal dose in 60 kilograms of water. Based on his own size and weight, his limit should be around 3.9 liters. So he picks up the jug to drink, but it's too heavy for his weak body to lift. Regardless, he starts drinking, figuring he has a good reason for storing this water in his mana slots. He's surprised that he doesn't feel full even after drinking about 1 liter of water, so he decides to fill his entire 10-liter slot to see what happens. After filling his slot with 10 liters of water, he discharges just 0.1 liters and feels quite full afterward. He figures this basically makes him a human camel, able to store water inside himself. Now that the water experiment is done, he wants to try using the slot for the tonic soup. However, he still has 9.9 liters of water stored, and his body obviously can't handle releasing all of that at once. Then he gets an idea. He'll use the Azrahan core technique, which helps absorb, amplify, and discharge mana. Using the amplification and discharge functions of the technique, he aims to release the water outside his body instead of inside. He concentrates solely on discharging the water from his body, and to his complete surprise, it actually starts to work. The next step is to pour the water back into the jug, but when he tries, he loses control of the technique and the jug shatters. The moment the guards hear the shattering sound, they barge into his room. Meanwhile, he's mulling over his experiment with the Azran core technique. He had assumed it would trickle out like tap water, but instead it blasted out like a water cannon. Garden rushes in with the other guards, asking if there was some kind of terrorist attack. Scrambling for an excuse, he claims that he smashed a jug in a fit of anger. It seems the guards buy his story, and one of them even asks if he's hurt. He nervously answers that he just got a little scratch on his foot. The guard asks Garden to escort him to room 2, and Garden agrees after tending to the wound, while getting a piggyback ride. On Garden's back, he realizes that no matter how terrible his excuse was, they still believed it. He chalks it up to being the crown prince. Garden places him on the bed and excuses himself. In return, the prince tells Garden to get some rest as well. Once Garden leaves, he starts contemplating what went wrong when he was practicing the Azran technique. He was trying to amplify the mana and discharge it through his hand, but it resulted in an outburst like a fire hose. For now, he decides to get some sleep and be more careful next time so he doesn't make anyone suspicious. Meanwhile, the Emperor gets wind of his son hurting himself with needles and enthusiastically drinking poison, which infuriates him because he has no idea what his son is up to. The next morning, he successfully brews 10 liters of his medicine, ready to down it all. But Garden is standing right beside him, and he doesn't want to drink it in front of him, knowing the guard would probably faint at the sight. So he asks Garden to wait outside for a moment. Garden deadpans that he's just going to drink it again, pointing out how much pain he was in last time. He even reminds the prince of his previous excuse about choking on phlegm. Garden expresses his concern, noting how large a batch of the tonic he's made this time. Our boy makes up an excuse saying that he's just experimenting and that he only plans to take a small sip since it's impossible for him to drink the whole thing. At that, Garden laughs it off, agreeing that there's no way he could. But our hero is impatient with all the unnecessary concern and basically throws him out of the kitchen. Afterwards, he closes the door and gulps down all 10 liters of the tonic at once, storing it in his mana slots. Now all he has to do is discharge it. He slowly begins to discharge the tonic while going about his day. His organs seem to be improving as he releases the medicine into his body, which grants him some HP. He now has 500 horsepower. He's a bit on edge, but eager to increase his lifespan. For this reason, he releases the medicine into his system quite frequently. Meanwhile, in the organ dimension, the heart asks the large intestine for the menu of the day. The large intestine replies that they're having ephedra aconite and asarum. Not only that, it's the same menu for the entire day and for the next day as well. At that, his system warns him that his organs are sick of having the ephedra aconite asarum combo again and again. He annoyedly replies that they'll have whatever he gives them. While he's having a meal, his system informs him that he has extended his lifespan by 50 days. He now has 133 days left to live. He jumps up in excitement, startling the maid. She immediately begins apologizing profusely. He's confused, wondering why she's begging for forgiveness over something as simple as a broken cup. He gets his answer when she pleads with him not to whip her like he did last time. This makes him go rigid, realizing the original crown prince had actually been whipping this poor girl. Hoping he's wrong, he asks if he really did that to her. She says no much to his relief, but then clarifies that he didn't do it himself. He then has to ask what she could have possibly done to deserve that kind of punishment. Her crime daring to spill a single drop of water on his sleeve. He can only conclude that the original crown prince was a seriously cruel piece of work. Disturbed by this whole situation, he sits on his bed and just tells her to clean up and leave, which makes her face light up with relief. Once she leaves, he turns to Garden and asks how he's been acting toward him and the other servants since he can't remember much about himself. Garden tries to sugarcoat things, but our guy bluntly warns him that if he lies, he'll down all the poison right then and there. That gets the truth out of him. Garden spills the beans about his cruel and rude behavior towards all the servants. Hearing all this leaves him incredibly frustrated. Now it all makes sense why the guards so easily bought his ridiculous excuse about the broken bottle. But this raises another question. Why is someone like Garden so loyal to such a monster? He asks Garden, directly pointing out that he doesn't seem to be afraid of him. Garden softly explains that it's because he knows the kind of person the prince is capable of being and trusts that he'll return to his true self. A flashback reveals a young Raquel completely drenched shielding a tiny chick from the rain. Remembering this moment, Garden adds that he trusts Prince Raquel will return to his kinder self as his health improves. And after Raquel just thanked him, Garden feels like it's already starting to happen. Our guy offers Garden a pastry, which the servant accepts with a little hesitation. Right then he makes a vow he will never let Garden be framed for his death. To do that, he has to survive. Just then, the door bangs open as someone rushes in. Calling his name, the servant frantically announces that the emperor has summoned him. The scene shifts to the main royal palace, where Raquel approaches his father's court. The moment he greets his father, the emperor immediately notices his awakened Azrahan technique. He also senses our hero's nervousness. Meanwhile, our protagonist is getting tired of bowing and just wishes his father would get on with it so he can stand up. The emperor asks how he's finding life in the side palace and if it's satisfactory, to which he answers yes. All the while he's getting pretty irritated about having to remain bowed while they talk. The emperor then brings up the rumors he's heard about him piercing himself with needles and consuming poison at home. Raquel immediately tries to deny it, but the emperor launches into a tirade about how he's losing his dignity as crown prince and that if he feels he can't handle the burden of being the successor, he can just pass the title to his younger brother. Caught off guard, our guy politely refuses the offer. His refusal clearly angers the emperor. Our hero, however, pauses for a second, realizing the emperor has every right to just strip him of his title as the successor, and yet he chose not to do it. He suddenly understands the emperor is asking him rather than ordering him because he wants to make it look to the world like his own son willingly stepped down to acknowledge his younger brother. So he sees right through this devious political maneuver, but he doesn't plan to go down without a fight no matter how weak he might be. The emperor, on the other hand, is so furious that he shoots up from his throne and accuses him of bringing shame upon the imperial family just to keep the title of crown prince. Our guy scoffs at this since he couldn't care less about the title. In reality, he's read the novel, and according to it, the second prince isn't capable enough to handle the age of chaos that's coming soon. As a result, he will cause the downfall of both the imperial family and the empire. So he turns to the emperor and explains that he doesn't care about the title, but about the prosperity of their family. He then proposes a chance to prove that he's more capable than the second prince. The scene then shifts to the side palace, where Garden is eager to know why the emperor summoned our hero. He explains everything to him, dropping the bomb that he is going to have a sword duel with the second prince, which makes the stunned doctor pack his bags ready to leave after his master is defeated. Meanwhile, the emperor mulls over Raquel's words, intrigued by this new side of his son. That's why he accepts his proposal. The next day, everyone in the empire gathers to witness the sword duel between the brothers. The girls are all fawning over the second prince, Theodore. Up on the stage, our guy is seen warming up for the duel. When Theodore approaches him, he tells him there's no need for that. He says with concern that he doesn't want him to risk his health because he just wants to legitimize his brother's claim, since everyone already knows the outcome of the duel. He adds that he doesn't want his brother to sacrifice himself just for this. At that, our guy is fired up and ready to fight, and he haughtily informs Theodore that both he and their father have misunderstood because he has zero intention of losing. Before the duel begins, there are murmurs from the crowd about how bizarre it is for the crown prince to challenge the second prince. After all, the second prince has the upper hand with his single circle Azran core. They don't think he stands a chance against the second prince. In a flashback, we see our guy warming up with Garden standing beside him, who thinks this whole duel is just a joke. Our guy replies that no one expects him to win, which is great because it takes all the pressure off. However, Garden says with uncertainty that he believes he can win. Our guy notices his expression and knows he's totally lying. He then tells him that he just needs to block 3 of his brother's attacks to win the match. Back in the present, Garden prays for his master's safety. The match starts and the emperor announces the rules. If our guy can defeat his brother or just withstand his attacks for 5 minutes, he will be the winner. Otherwise, the second prince will win the match. Now, the 2 brothers stand facing each other, but Theodore intends to get this match over with as quickly as possible. As soon as the match starts, everyone is stunned to see the crown prince toss his sword away. They wonder if he's giving up already. Seeing this, Theodore first feels relieved that he won't have to fight his sick brother, but then he remembers that this act will bring disgrace to him and his family. So he contemplates whether he should encourage his brother to at least put up a little bit of a fight, model but as our hero plants his shield firmly in front of him. Theodore realizes the Crown Prince's strategy is just to endure his attacks for 5 minutes, not to fight back. He scoffs at the defensive tactic, confident he can end this fight in a flash. Fueled by this thought, he channels his mana and lunges straight for his brother. The Emperor, watching intently, analyzes his second son's charge and concludes his firstborn won't be able to handle the blow. The second prince even angles his attack from above, a supposedly merciful gesture to prevent his brother from an embarrassing fall, but to the shock of the entire crowd, our hero gracefully sidesteps the attack. A spectator remarks that the second prince must be going easy on him, striking so weakly that even his brother could dodge it. Theodore attacks again, this time with full force, sending our MC flying, but he manages to land on his feet. Our hero's condition is deteriorating and his body is weakening, but his resolve is unshaken. All those years dodging trouble as a cop are finally paying off. He now takes cover behind his shield as the second prince charges forward, absorbing the impact's mana far more effectively than our hero anticipated. Yet a confident grin spreads across our MC's face, hinting that this is all part of his plan. On the other side, the second prince is completely fired up. He powers up a massive attack, leaps high into the air, and comes crashing down right on top of our hero. But our MC easily absorbs the impact, having specifically trained his lower body for this exact moment. Not only did he have the blacksmith customize his shield, but he also secretly stored a special concoction in his mana slots just for his dear little brother. His system window prompts him for the discharge amount, and he coolly replies, 0.2 liters. Instantly, his brother's mana-filled body is flooded with the mystery liquid. Theodore's face flushes a deep red, as if he'd been binge drinking, and he lets out a sudden hiccup. Theodore is completely bewildered, having no idea what's happening to his body. Meanwhile, Raquel recalls a crucial detail from the novel. Theodore has absolutely zero alcohol tolerance. That's why he loaded his mana slots with a potent cocktail and just injected it directly into his brother's system. Theodore desperately tries to regain his composure and fight back, but he's completely baffled by the strange substance that has invaded his body. He's fighting for his father's recognition, the citizens' cheers, and the title of Crown Prince. In his mind, his victory is the best outcome for everyone if he becomes the Crown Prince. For that future to happen, he absolutely has to win. With this renewed determination, he charges at his brother, who's actually surprised he withstood the cocktail bomb. So he unleashes another 0.1 liter cocktail bomb right into his brother. The scene suddenly shifts, and the second prince finds himself in a surreal internal landscape surrounded by his own organs, where he is served a drink by his own heart, who tells him it was a gift from that person. He turns to see that person is none other than his brother, who raises a glass in a toast. Staring at this bizarre sight, Theodore is utterly baffled, realizing he must be hallucinating. Seeing his brother completely drunk and dazed, the Crown Prince decides to help him end his suffering. He prepares to discharge the rest of the liquid stored in his mana slots into his brother. He channels this boozy mana into one final powerful blow, sending his brother crashing to the floor. Everyone in attendance is completely stunned by the shocking and unexpected turn of events they just witnessed. Witnessing the duel between his sons, the Emperor instantly recognizes that Raquel is using the Azrahan core, which he'd previously dismissed as a mistake. He can clearly sense the Azrahan core's energy radiating from him, even in a crowd of hundreds. Meanwhile, when Theodore opens his eyes, he finds his brother standing over him. His brother casually explains that he has just purified Theodore's impure mana. Theodore immediately identifies it as the Azrahan core and questions how his frail brother could possibly wield it. The supposedly sick brother nonchalantly replies that he was just a bit of a late bloomer. Glancing at his dropped sword, Theodore mutters that he's lost, prompting his brother to tease that he probably still can't believe it. That's when Theodore notices the blood on his brother's forehead. Our guy explains that he got the cut while blocking his brother's attack. Hearing this, Theodore has a moment of clarity, realizing how overconfident he'd been assuming victory without ever acknowledging his brother's efforts. Our boy then gets to his feet and asks if his brother's all right, but Theodore misunderstands and admits he feels deeply ashamed. However, Raquel clarifies that he was actually asking about Theodore's physical condition. At that, Theodore bows deeply before his brother, acknowledging his skill and his right as the Crown Prince in front of everyone. In that moment, a system window pops up in front of our hero, making him internally cheer that he's finally done it. Misunderstanding this as a gesture of victory over his brother, his aide Gordon gets all emotional. Our guy's system congratulates him for treating someone other than himself, revealing he's acquired a skill called requested medical treatment fees. This Skill allows him to gain a small amount of life expectancy each time he heals another person. However, his mood sours when he sees that this method only extends his lifespan by a single day at a time, which is a painfully slow process. Still, he'll take what he can get, seeing it as a much more reliable way to extend his life than just using acupoint techniques or tonics. His train of thought is interrupted by his father, who asks if he used the Azrahan core in the fight, which he confirms. The Emperor then asks how he managed to acquire it. He gives a half-truth, saying he doesn't really know since he can't exactly tell his dad he got it as a reward skill for healing his own body. His father, however, seems to believe him, adding that he had engraved the core into his body at birth, but due to his illness, he was never able to use it. The Emperor continues, saying that our boy somehow managed to overcome his body's limitations and wield it anyway. Thinking he's being praised, he thanks his father. However, his father cuts him off, stating that this completely ruins his original plan, leaving our hero utterly confused. The Emperor turns his back on him, but assures his son that despite this little snag, he will honor his promise and acknowledge his position as the crown prince. Then he pauses, warning him that he will be keeping a close eye on him to see if he is truly worthy of succeeding the throne. This whole exchange really starts to tick our guy off, but the Emperor is also frustrated by the silence and yells at him to show some kind of reaction. Instead of answering, the Crown Prince starts giving his father fitness advice, telling him he should keep practicing with his sword so his muscles don't get stiff. He adds that he needs to eat more vegetables and kick his smoking habit. The Emperor demands to know what gives his son the right to lecture him like this, but our guy sincerely replies that he's just saying it out of concern for his father. A little later, the Emperor is riding in his carriage, scoffing as he thinks about his son's sudden change in behavior. It seems he's also worried about his son, using the Azran core technique so recklessly which could endanger his own health. He reflects on the high expectations he's always had for him, even with his illness. But now, after today's events, he finds himself holding on to a glimmer of hope for his son's future. Meanwhile, on his way home, our protagonist is thinking about his own father from his previous life, who died of a heart attack. He had skipped studying to go play when he got the call with the terrible news. He still regrets it, but it's far too late. Thinking about the Emperor, who still has a chance, he decides he'll protect his new father too, using a skill that will also help extend his own life. At that moment, Gordon appears again, his face looking emotional as he requests his master to ask him why he's crying. Feeling awkward, he asks him anyway. Gordon tearfully expresses how proud he is of his master for winning the fight no matter how tough it was. He brushes off Gordon's concern, adding that he's going to rest since he has a lot to do tomorrow. Sensing his confusion, he explains that he has to meet someone the next day. Later, the prince is with Gordon at Sorrentino, one of the top 10 restaurants in the capital. The prince asks if he knows about this restaurant. Gordon replies that he's a regular. It turns out the prince is in disguise. When the waiter comes to take their order, the prince gives a strange request, asking for grape wine without grapes, and saying he'd like to eat until sunrise. It seems like this is some kind of secret code because as soon as he gives the order, the waiter instructs them to follow him. Both of them get up from their seats while Gordon looks completely bewildered by what's happening. Our prince tells Gordon to just follow the waiter, assuring him he'll understand soon enough. After a moment, the waiter leads them to a staircase. Gordon is still confused about how the Crown Prince could possibly know about this place. He, of course, only knows about it because he read about it in a novel. Gordon asks why they're here. He cryptically replies that he's here to collect some treatment fees, leaving Gordon puzzled. Changing the subject, he asks Gordon if he knows someone named Damien, but Gordon says no. Instead of explaining further to his loyal doctor, he opens the door at the end of the stairs. There they find a battle arena where two fighters are duking it out. As the crowd cheers, Gordon again asks what this place is. He happily replies that it's a secret location. Then looking around, he spots a tough-looking guy in the ring. Gordon asks if this is the Damien he mentioned before, but the prince says no. Just then, a door on the far side opens, revealing the true protagonist of the novel from his past life. This person is Damien Cayenne. The entire crowd cheers for Damien the moment he enters the Colosseum. The announcer tells the other fighter to clear out, then introduces Damien, who is fighting in the main match of the night. He is only 17 years old when he dives into the underworld, dominating everyone for the next 3 months and earning the title of Sword Genius. Then they let Damien's opponent enter the arena, a massive roaring troll that comes charging right at him. Our guy, who's been watching the spectacle, is understandably freaked out to see a real-life troll. Garden also objects, thinking they're about to serve a human appetizer to the troll. Meanwhile, down in the arena, the Berserk Troll is absolutely furious, but Damien gracefully dodges every single one of its attacks. Damien, who is sizing up the monster, unsheathes his sword, and in one swift motion, slices it clean in two. The crowd goes wild, completely in awe of his incredible feat. Meanwhile, our hero realizes this Damien guy is even more of a big deal than he expected. Then again, he remembers that's what you'd expect from the main character of the novel, the sword genius destined to be the rival of the legendary Grandmaster Swordsman. With that, he tells Garden to follow him and heads on his way. A little later, a burly guard stops them in their tracks, warning them not to go any further. But the moment our crown prince places a solid gold brick in the guard's palm, they're waved right on through. They finally sit down with the man himself, and our guy's trying his absolute best not to look terrified. Damien confidently holds up his bottle of painkillers and asks if our hero is really suggesting he take these cheap-looking pills. Damien then demands to know why he's there, cynically asking if he's just another snake oil salesman. Our hero just gives a vague answer saying something like that. Damien, on the other hand, tries to brush him off saying he's had enough of peddlers, but our boy confidently declares that those cheap pills are useless for the constant throbbing pain in the back of his head. Now that gets his attention. Our hero then starts describing the very specific type of pain Damien has, where the symptoms start at the base of his skull, making his neck and head feel all stiff and itchy. He even asks, "And do your shoulders and neck ever feel numb?" Our guy immediately clocks the suspicious look in Damien's eyes, wondering how he could possibly know all this. He presses on, adding that Damien also feels intense pain on the sides of his head and right between his eyes. Not only that, but he probably gets goosebumps all over, and it feels like his eyes are about to pop out of his head. And to top it off, our guy is dramatically acting out every single symptom as he describes them. As Damien stares at him intently, our hero keeps the melodrama going, trying to convince him that he's just relying on painkillers instead of treating the root cause, which isn't a real solution. Damien is clearly getting annoyed by this performance and seriously considers just killing him on the spot. Finally, our hero tells Damien to actually say something, which only annoys him more since he's the one who hasn't been able to get a word in edgewise. Anyway, Damien finally asks about the identity of our hero, who jokingly tells him the actual truth that he's the crown prince. This, of course, just irritates Damien. To salvage the situation, he quickly lies, saying he was sent there by Kuzman, who's basically Damien's sponsor. He adds that Kuzman is worried about him and that lately they've been short on ingredients because of the season. Damien has no idea what he's talking about. He asks our babbling hero to please explain what any of that means. Our hero explains that he's found a new way to relieve the pain. Damien asks if it's some new kind of medicine. Our hero replies that this kind of problem can't be treated with that medicine, so they need to get to the root of his pain. He tells him to take off his shirt and lie down so he can explain the treatment process. Damien does as he's told, revealing a back covered in scars. Our boy playfully asks if he's scared, but he gets an irritated no in response. He adds that as a warrior, he's given as good as he's gotten, which shuts our hero up. He then scoops up a chunk of moxibustion and asks if it's his first time seeing such a thing. Our guy places the moxibustion on his back. Then he sets the substance on fire, while Damien nonchalantly remarks that a little treatment like this won't scare a warrior. However, after just a moment, he is trembling from the pain, and our boy can't help but crack a joke. In all seriousness, he hopes Damien can bear it, thinking about the curse mark on his back that keeps him trapped in the underworld. Whenever he goes into a fight, he feels excruciating pain, forcing him to rely on loads of painkillers to cope. He has to borrow money, which means he has to fight again just to pay off his debt. This is the vicious cycle the protagonist is trapped in. He curses Kuzman for forcing this cruel life on Damien, hoping this process will burn the mark right off his back. He thinks to himself that if he can successfully cure Damien, he won't just extend his lifespan, he'll also gain a powerful ally. He decides he'll treat the other gladiators after this. Once the treatment is done, he tells him to get up and intently inspects the mark, which he has successfully cauterized. He then asks how he's feeling right now. With a look of utter disbelief, Damien expresses that he feels completely refreshed, something he hasn't felt in a very long time. Our boy explains that he'll need several more sessions. In the meantime, he must avoid touching the blisters, eating oily food, and overexerting himself. That last demand catches him off guard. Our hero clarifies that this means no fighting, which Damien protests, saying Kuzman will never allow it. To that, he reassures him, saying that he'll handle that matter personally. Damien now realizes our guy isn't who he claimed to be, and with a baffled expression asks for his real identity. Our boy proudly tells him that he is the crown prince. but Damien doesn't buy it, remarking that he must have a reason for hiding who he is. Our boy decides to drop the subject and just instructs Damien to follow his orders. He also strictly warns him to stay away from the Colosseum no matter what, explaining it's for his own safety. In the end, he adds that from now on, this is the only way they can meet. Hearing this, Damien's face turns beet red as he eagerly agrees. On the way back, Garden is bursting with questions, but our hero just asks for his help finding someone. When asked who, he describes a man with black hair, a ponytail, and slitted eyes. After checking a few spots, they finally find their man in a bar. He sits down in front of him and gets right to the point, saying he wants to buy out Damien's contract and asking for the total, including his debt and the cancellation fee. At that, Kuzman demands a staggering 9 trillion minen, an amount only someone as ridiculously wealthy as a crown prince could afford. Our boy explains that, as a matter of fact, he is the crown prince. The man starts laughing in his face, saying that if Raquel is a crown prince, then he's the pope of selling medicine. He then tells him to scram if he's not going to buy anything. As our boy leaves, the man calls over a subordinate and tells him to investigate the kid and find out who he is. He even gives him permission to use torture to get the information. About 1 hour later, the very same man he sent is thrown at his feet, bloody and beaten. He is completely baffled to see his subordinate in this state and demands to know who did this to him. Just then, he spots the royal guards who announce the arrival of the secret royal inspector. Our hero then dramatically pulls off his wig and flashes the royal badge. Flashing back to 1 hour ago, we see Gordon and our boy walking, fully aware that one of Kuzman's men is tailing them. He tells Gordon to act natural so their follower doesn't realize he's been made. He knew it was inevitable, that Kuzman would send someone after him, which was precisely why he approached him in the first place. The next moment, the stalker turns a corner and runs smack into the secret royal inspector. The royal guards immediately accuse the stalker of attempting to assassinate the crown prince. And that brings us back to the present, as they all stand before Kuzman. Our boy hands the badge back to the inspector while Kuzman is still trying to process what's happening. But before he can react, our hero orders the royal guards to raid the entire place and capture Kuzman. At his command, the guards immediately rush in to secure the area. Watching the scene unfold, Gordon thinks to himself that the crown prince really has changed. He's now genuinely concerned about national security, which explains why he's cracking down on underground organizations. The crown prince, on the other hand, looks absolutely delighted to see the brawl break out. After all, if his allies get injured, he'll have a chance to heal them. It's a golden opportunity to extend his lifespan. Meanwhile, Kuzman scurries into a corner, trying to figure out a plan. As he tries to find an escape route, he can't help but wonder about the crown prince's strange interest in buying Damien. He makes a break for a gate, planning to lie low until the heat dies down. But the moment he yanks the door open, he finds himself staring down the points of several swords. On the other side of the door, our guy is collecting on a bet he made with his doctor that Kuzman would come through this exact gate. He cheerfully demands 500 Megan from the poor doctor. He then steps forward and starts rambling about the importance of paying for one's medical bills. When Kuzman screams at him, asking what kind of nonsense he's spouting, he clarifies that he came with good intentions to settle Damien's bill and even offered a good deal, but Kuzman was the one who threw it all away. Hearing this, Kuzman becomes enraged and lunges at him, only for his face to meet the iron fist of a royal guard. The next moment, he's on the ground, being warned not to move. With no escape route, he decides to use his last resort, a poison capsule bomb hidden in his mouth. His plan is to spit the capsule out, and 5 seconds later, the poison gas will paralyze everyone nearby. With everyone incapacitated, he'll be able to escape and kill the crown prince. He's quite pleased with his brilliant plan. He's about to spit the capsule, counting down from 5 to 1. But just before he can, Raquel clamps a hand over his mouth. Kuzman realizes with horror that the prince knew his every move. At that exact moment, the bomb goes off inside his mouth. The paralysis starts to set in, and he knows he needs to take the antidote immediately. With trembling hands, he fumbles in his pocket for it. But our hero, who knows everything from the novel, snatches the antidote from his hand and teases him about whether he wants to know his source. To the goon's absolute horror, our protagonist chugs the antidote right in front of him while giving him a little poke, as he emphasizes that he has no intention of telling him. To taunt him even more, he complains about the antidote's bitter taste. While Kuzman is desperate to get the antidote, our boy casually tosses it over his shoulder. He implies that he's not going to give him the antidote, especially since Rocky was the one who poisoned him in the first place. His real plan is to use his medical treatment skills to extend his own lifespan now that he has the antidote stored in his mana slots. Now targeting the area under the 5th Thoracic vertebra, he presses about 1.5 inches deep on both sides, stimulating the heart transporter points. With that, Kuzmin spits up the poison. He then administers the antidote into his system and waits for it to take effect. After a few seconds, Kuzmin loses consciousness, a sign that our guy has successfully treated him. As a reward, his lifespan is extended by 118 days. He then orders his guards to arrest them. Now he can move on to his main reason for coming here. The scene shifts to the gladiators led by Damien, who are fighting the guards and managing to injure several of them. At this moment, Raquel makes an appearance before him, and he's recognized instantly. The scene changes to a dream, showing a young Damien standing before his deceased mother. He knows he's dreaming of the day he was left all alone. Just then, a voice tells him to wake up, and as he opens his eyes, he finds himself in front of Garden, who introduces himself. Damen shares his name as well as they shake hands. Our crown prince cuts their introduction short and tells them both to follow him, saying they have a lot to do. Afterwards, they arrive at a Moxibustion clinic. They find the other gladiators there too. Damen asks where on earth they are. He answers that it's a treatment clinic. Another gladiator wonders aloud why he's being so nice to them, noting that he didn't just shelter them in his palace after rescuing them from the underworld, but is also planning to treat them. Looking at them, he thinks to himself that his main reason for treating these gladiators is to free them from their curse marks. By doing this, he can extend his own lifespan, as treating young people gives him a significant boost. He starts by saying he isn't doing this out of goodwill, because everyone knows he's quite a sick person himself. One of them chimes in that everyone in the kingdom knows it, and our guy mentally promises that this man will receive the most painful treatment. Anyway, he continues, saying that since doctors failed to find a cure for him, he's taking matters into his own hands. He then turns to Damien and asks if he understands what he's getting at. Damien answers that they're here to be his test subjects, which he confirms. Everyone is clearly worried to hear this, but our guy counters by asking Damen how he felt after the last treatment. Damon replies that he felt relief from his nerve pain. Upon hearing this, everyone visibly relaxes, reassured by Damien's positive testimony in the Crown Prince's favor. He then asks all the gladiators if they're feeling hesitant about his proposed treatment. When met with silence, he tells them to take off their shirts and get on the beds. 6 days later, every single gladiator looks like they've been through the ringer. They're all suffering from intense withdrawal, constantly throwing up and breaking out in cold sweats from the lack of painkillers. Our MC is pretty anxious to see how his treatment is panning out. He turns to Damien asking if he's feeling dizzy or nauseous. Damien admits that he is, but says he's managing to hold on. It clicks for him, then Damien is the exception, which makes sense since he's the novel's protagonist for a reason. He dismisses everyone back to their quarters, but tells Sergio to stay behind. He points out how rough Sergio looks due to withdrawal, but Sergio just tries to brush it off, insisting he's fine. Our boy then reveals a needle, telling him this will help. Internally, however, he's not so sure if the acupressure treatment will even work on Sergio, who's been on the painkillers longer than anyone else. That makes him the perfect, if unwilling, test subject. He considers targeting an acupuncture point near his stomach. But while he's lost in thought, Sergio suddenly gets to his feet, looking dangerously powerful. He lunges at our MC, grabbing him by the throat with both hands. Just as Raquel starts struggling to breathe, Damien swoops in at the last second and knocks Sergio away. Damien then offers a hand to help him up. He asks if Raquel's okay, and our guy says he is. Looking at the now unconscious Sergio, he figures that the severe withdrawal has made him hypersensitive to any kind of stimulation. That must be why even a tiny needle would feel like a sword stabbing him. To solve this, he's going to need much thinner needles. A little while later, we see him in his study reading a letter from a blacksmith. The gist of the letter is that the blacksmith is apologizing because he can't produce needles as thin as a thread. The blacksmith adds that only a master dwarf artisan could pull off a feat like that. Just then, a system notification pops up warning him that his stress levels are so high he's at risk of a nervous breakdown. It seems his own body is trying to calm him down while also giving him a little nudge. Noticing he's stuck, the system helpfully reminds him that he can use his HP to either summon a monster or unlock a new skill. He immediately goes for the Summon Gacha option, which costs 300 HP. As he confirms the purchase, he crosses his fingers for a good roll. The system then prompts him to state the qualities he wants in his summon. He asks for a creature that can provide him with a large supply of uniformly thin needles. After his request is logged, the system presents 3 options with some truly bizarre names: a happy summon that oinks, iron that discharges, and a cactus that discharges. His system then informs him that one of the summons has a 100% chance of meeting his needs. Another has a 50% chance, and the last one has a 0% chance. He quickly realizes this whole thing is a gamble. So naturally, he starts overthinking which one to pick. After agonizing over the choice, his own heart practically yells at him to just pick the cactus, so he does. As the system prepares his summon, he sends a quick prayer to the gacha gods. A moment later, an adorable little porcupine appears in his palm. The system then begins to detail the stats and abilities of his new summon. He can change its size by feeding it red sunflower seeds, which make it enormous, or blue seeds, which shrink it back to its original tiny size. Its name is Ghost You, and it has the ability to produce an infinite number of thorns to attack its enemies. He politely asks his summon for 3 different colored thorns, and it happily provides them. He examines the white and brown ones first. The white thorn has a mild pain effect, so he figures it'll be perfect for the gladiators. However, he's a little wary of the black one as it has a much higher pain level. Deciding not to even test it, he saves it for a special someone later, before heading to his clinic to warm up the needle. Seeing him, Gordon asks about his new summon, so he makes the introduction. He quickly concocts a story, and tells Gordon to get the rest of the details from the summon itself, then makes a swift exit. Gordon is completely baffled, since he recognizes the creature as a summoned monster. According to legend, a legendary builder from about 300 years ago used summoned monsters to help him. They're known to be incredibly rare and mysterious creatures, so Gordon has no idea how his master got one. He's now realizing there's more to his master than meets the eye. Inside the clinic, Sergio apologizes to our hero for what happened yesterday. He waves off the apology, telling him that he won't feel a thing, since he's already inserted a bunch of needles into his body. Our protagonist is surprised to hear this because Sergio genuinely doesn't seem to feel anything. Sergio then shows him his arm right where he performed the acupuncture treatment. After that success, he starts performing this treatment on everyone. As a reward for treating Damien and the other gladiators, his life expectancy increases by 171 days. And that's not all. He also levels up his skill for having used it on so many people. He's clearly thrilled by this news, and his body language gives it all away. Seeing him so overjoyed, Damien can't quite figure out his true motives, wondering why the Crown Prince is so ecstatic about their recovery. Now that Raquel is finished with their treatment, he decides it's time to come up with another plan for them. The scene shifts to the Emperor, who is receiving a report about his son. He's informed that the Crown Prince has taken on 14 gladiators as bodyguards who are now officially recognized as royal guards. The prince is even providing them with salaries and other benefits for their service. At this, the Emperor starts laughing at his son's expense. The boy is supposed to be on bed rest, but instead he's building his own private army. However, the next bit of information makes him tense up. He's told that the Crown Prince has a new hobby, inviting every servant and guard over to poke them with needles. We then see the Crown Prince playing doctor with a whole line of servants. He asks one of them if the needles he's sticking into his body hurt, and gets a no for an answer, even though the guard's pained expression says otherwise. Then he cheerfully calls out for the next patient. A few days later, Damien is with our Crown Prince, who asks how the moxibustion treatments have been feeling. Damien replies that it still hurts a little. The Crown Prince then shares the good news that he's fully cured and no longer needs treatment, which leaves Damien utterly confused. He then thanks the Crown Prince, but his gratitude is met with a protest. Raquel asks him to just hear him out first. The Crown Prince has a proposal for him, wanting Damien's sword skills on his side so they don't go to waste. He then offers him a position as his personal bodyguard with an attractive salary and other benefits, rather than relying on emotional appeals like loyalty and friendship. He knows that Damien will continue to advance his sword skills and will soon reach the swordmaster stage, where his senses will become extremely sensitive, causing him to endure even more pain than he experienced with the curse seal. That's why he wants Damien to stay close by when that happens, so the job offer is really just an excuse to keep him by his side, and he even adds a ton of other perks to the contract. But when Damien doesn't respond, he offers a 4-day work week, which earns a loud cheer from everyone behind Damien. Upon hearing about the job's amazing perks, everyone else offers to work for him too, pretending it's their way of repaying their debt by protecting him. He dryly comments that they just want to do it for the salary and benefits, and they all sincerely agree that's exactly the case. He's actually glad they're so honest, thinking that people who make a big deal about loyalty are often the ones who hold grudges. So he mulls it over and decides to hire them, since the original royal guards were all loyal to his father anyway. It would be much better to have his own private squad. He then gives them the name SRG, and they are all pretty happy about it. He turns away from them and sighs, thinking that his own lifespan is still critically short, with only 18 days left on top of having a body too weak to search for more patients. A little while later, he's in his study, telling Damien and Garden that he's going to set up a clinic in his palace. Hearing this, Garden startles him by praising his noble cause, assuming he just wants to help sick people. The prince plays along, agreeing that he wants to treat the people living within the side palace, since commoners from outside probably wouldn't feel comfortable visiting. Garden also agrees with this reasoning, so the prince explains that this will help spread the word and serve as advertising for his clinic. That way people will eventually come to his side palace's traditional medicine clinic to get treated. Back in the present, he's frustrated to find that everyone is remarkably healthy. After treating 500 people, he's only gained a 2-day life extension. In his frustration, he exclaims that he needs someone who is seriously ill. Suddenly, he stops as an idea hits him. He orders Garden to gather data on the families of all the servants working in his palace. He's sure there must be at least one sick person among them. He gets more and more frustrated, seeing how healthy they all are, with only 10 pages of files left to review. He's losing hope, but he keeps checking through the documents anyway. He's interrupted by Damien, who expresses his disappointment with the Crown Prince. The prince is baffled. Damien asks him if he just views patients as tools. Damien adds that he understands needing patients for research, but this, he says, looks more like he's actively searching for someone on their deathbed. At that, Garden tries to defend his master, insisting that he must have a plan. However, the Crown Prince corrects his doctor, stating that Damien is absolutely right in his assumption. Damien protests that the prince was being rude to Garden, while Garden argues back that Damien is the one being rude to the prince. Seeing this, the Crown Prince watches them argue. The prince shoos both of them out of his room and gets back to reviewing the last 10 pages. Just then, one particular page catches his eye. It's a questionnaire detailing the case of an 8-year-old boy who suffers from strange fits, trembling and foaming at the mouth once or twice a week. Both doctors and clerics have examined him, but none could figure out what was wrong. Reading this, the prince can't help but smile. This is exactly the kind of case he was hoping to find. The very next day, he arranges a meeting with the young boy, who seems understandably intimidated by royalty. To put him at ease, the prince warmly introduces himself, telling the boy to just call him Raquel. He can tell it's George's first time visiting the palace, let alone meeting the Crown Prince. So his top priority is making the little guy feel comfortable. He offers him a piece of candy, which makes the boy's face light up for a moment, but his expression quickly turns sour. The boy explains that he's not allowed to touch the Crown Prince. When Raquel asks why, George quietly admits it's because he's been cursed. He adds that because of this curse, the other kids bully him and call him weird. Hearing this, Raquel quickly tries to reassure the boy, telling him that's not true at all. But George explains that just yesterday some kids were teasing him, and when he tried to stand up for himself, he lost the fight. After that, everything went dark and he suddenly started trembling, feeling as if someone had thrown him hard onto the ground. He felt completely drained when he finally came to. Hearing his story, the Crown Prince pulls the boy into a sudden hug, telling him how brave he is for enduring all this. With tears welling up in his eyes, George insists that Raquel shouldn't touch him because of the evil spirit living inside him. At that very moment, the Crown Prince begins his own unique diagnosis. His system interface informs him that the boy is completely healthy, aside from seizure-like symptoms caused by irregular brainwaves. He quickly diagnoses George with a condition he knows as epilepsy. The real problem, however, is figuring out what's causing those irregular brainwaves in the first place. He looks at George and tells him firmly that there's nothing strange about him. Sensing the boy's disbelief, Raquel puffs out his chest and cheerfully declares that, as the Crown Prince, he's basically always right. That said, he's now stumped on what to do next. He can't pinpoint the cause of the irregular brainwaves without modern tools like an MRI machine, which obviously don't exist here. Suddenly, George cries out and Raquel tenses up as he realizes the boy's having a seizure right in front of him. He immediately lays the boy down, ignoring Gordon's frantic protests to stay away from him. Seeing the commotion, Daman draws his sword ready to keep everyone else at a distance. Raquel shouts at his guards, reminding them that George is just a sick child who is in pain and needs care, not suspicion. He then orders them to quickly bring him a pillow. After carefully placing George's head on the pillow, he notices everyone is just staring at him, unsure of what to do. When Gordon offers to wipe the foam from the boy's mouth, Raquel stops him, explaining that George could accidentally swallow the hand towel. For now, there's nothing they can do but wait for the seizure to pass. But then Raquel notices something strange, a faint flow of mana coming from George. He realizes his Azrahan core technique, which is highly sensitive to mana, is what's allowing him to see this. An idea strikes him. He can use this very technique to trace the mana and find the true cause of the epilepsy. Focusing his senses, he dives into the boy's internal mana flow, searching for the source of the problem. He meticulously checks the nerves, but finds nothing, and the effort is quickly starting to drain him. His consciousness follows the mana flow until it leads him right to George's heart, and he rushes toward it. And there, finally, he finds it. The source of the irregular brain waves is a blockage in the vagus nerve. Once the seizure subsides, he orders his subordinates to bring a blanket to cover George. He also gives them strict instructions to let the boy rest and not to wake him under any circumstances. In the process, he overexerts himself during the diagnosis and collapses. Everyone around him is worried, but he's just relieved that he figured out the cause of George's illness before passing out. A few hours later, he wakes up with a heavy head. He figures his Azrahan core must have been working overtime while he was asleep. Just then, he's startled by Damien's presence, who informs him that he's been sleeping for half a day. He asks about George and learns that he has woken up but is now feeling exhausted. As he gets out of bed, he reflects on how his Azrahan core made the diagnosis a success. Now he can start George's treatment by stimulating the vagus nerve. As he's putting on his coat, a surprised Damien asks where he's going in the middle of the night. With a crazed look on his face, he announces that he's going to get struck by lightning. A little later, he and Damien show up in front of the main palace. The guards are shocked to see him there. He asks the guards to escort them to Sirenet's room. They proceed to the room of Sirenet, the palace mage. He is astonished to see them so late at night and asks why they're there. The crown prince then playfully asks the mage to strike his back with lightning magic, leaving the poor mage completely baffled. The mage remembers yesterday when he visited the emperor, who was telling him how the crown prince has been acting so strangely lately. The emperor said with a smile that he was worried about what his son might do next. Seeing his expression, the mage thinks with annoyance that the emperor is just as much of a doting fool when it comes to his son. Back in the present, the boy is furiously shaking the annoyed mage while demanding to be hit with lightning. The mage can't help but think the crown prince has gone completely mad. He protests that he can't do it as it might kill him, which would make the mage responsible for his death. The crown prince explains that it doesn't need to be that powerful. He just needs a bit of electrical stimulation for 3 hours. The mage is just as annoyed by this new request. Lightning magic is destructive, but the prince wants him to tone it down and control it for 3 hours, which requires incredible precision. He asks the prince if he has any idea how difficult that request is. The crown prince says he understands completely, which is why he came to him. No one else could possibly pull off such a feat. Hearing the compliment, the mage is already half convinced to go along with it, but he's still hesitant, worried that he might accidentally hurt him. The crown prince reassures him, guaranteeing that if anything goes wrong, the mage won't be held accountable. While pointing to the guards, who will serve as witnesses, he adds that he's doing this to save someone. The mage finally agrees to his demand and asks when they should start. The crown prince replies that they need to do it now. He then sits in front of the mage, who asks if he's ready. He nods secretly, thinking that he can't just test such a dangerous treatment on a child, so it's better to experiment on himself first. When the mage starts to hit him with a precise amount of electricity, the crown prince is going to convert the electrical currents into magical electrodes. Then he intends to transform them into precise electrical signals, to use them to correct the irregular signals in George's vagus nerve. In the end, he will control those signals. While analyzing his plan, he's in awe of the Azrahan core technique, which makes it possible for him to succeed in one try. He asks the mage to stop, who teasingly tells him that he could do this all day. The next day, a crowd of known gossips is seen in front of his room. One of them opens the door, and now everyone is standing before George and his doctor, the crown prince. Raquel shows George a needle, and frankly tells him that it's going to hurt a little as it is a medical procedure. He then reassures him that it won't hurt much, since he already stuck one needle in his neck and George didn't even realize it. He adds that what's coming next, however, will definitely hurt. Then the mage zaps Raquel with electric magic, and he gathers the electricity in his heart. Garden feels like he's about to faint just from seeing his master's condition. But our dude's focus remains on the gossips in the room, as he's hoping they will spread the word about his treatment method everywhere. After Receiving the electric current, it's now time to transfer it to George. However, he tenses up when he detects that George's mana flow is becoming erratic. With dread, he realizes that George is about to have a seizure, so he must correct the nerve before it happens. George asks how much longer he has to stay like this. He answers that he has only 3 minutes, or if things go south, just 1 minute. But overall, the procedure will take 30 minutes. For a moment, he thinks about pausing the treatment, but decides against it for several reasons. Because of the gossips present who could fuel strange rumors and the uncertainty of how much longer the mage will continue to help him. He finally resolves to proceed and turns to the mage, asking him to triple the power level of the magic. The mage warns him that it will hurt more, but he brushes off the concern. However, this time he is struck by lightning. Yet he focuses on the task at hand. He needs to absorb the mana in order to complete the procedure as quickly as possible. He searches for the carotid artery to place the electrode, knowing that only 5 seconds remain before the seizure starts. Finally, just when it seems like George is about to have a seizure, he instead returns to normal and looks at the Crown Prince. Everyone, especially George's sister, is amazed to see that the seizure doesn't happen. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is quietly exhausted from the constant electric stimulation. However, his system congratulates him for successfully performing the vagus nerve operation. He receives a 3-day life bonus as a reward. Not only that, his Azrahan core technique levels up by surpassing his body's limit, now reaching level 2 in a single circle, which also increases his mana circle. He then gets a notification that his lungs and large intestine have absorbed metal energy and gained immunity to wood magic. To use this wood energy, his new organ, the liver, awakens. At that moment, a very angry and arrogant liver enters the organ realm, making the large intestine happy that he's no longer the newbie. But instead of being friendly, the liver delivers a slap to the large intestine and deadpans that he better not call him a newbie if he doesn't have a death wish. The next moment, he grants our boy 300 HP. Our boy's other organs also grant 500 HP after welcoming their new counterpart. Not only that, but it seems like his organs are quite happy, as he has also received an additional 300 HP because they're throwing a birthday party for the liver. He's quite pleased to snag all of these achievements and extra HP in one day. He wonders if there's anything else, but his system gives him a negative. Just then, George addresses him, asking if he's some kind of weirdo. The little kid explains that normally, when he feels strange, he loses control, but it didn't happen this time. At that, Raquel explains that it won't happen from now on, as he will no longer suffer from any kind of fit. He even stakes his claim to the Crown Prince title on it. Listening to all of this, George's sister, standing in the crowd, becomes quite emotional. George turns to her and gives her a loving hug. Raquel tells everyone it was a successful operation, which makes them emotional too. He hopes that these people will spread the news of George's treatment far and wide. That way, he'll soon face a swarm of patients, which will result in bonus life. Suddenly, his vision blurs, and he loses consciousness due to the stress his body has gone through. He regains consciousness that night and sees the Garden Palace mage and Damien standing in front of him. He jokingly asks if they don't have anything better to do than watch him sleep. Garden states with a sad expression that this is pretty much the case because Raquel has been asleep for 2 days, which leaves him baffled. The mage also chimes in, accusing him of intending to have him executed. He then asks with a horrified expression how he's going. To explain the Crown Prince's condition to the Emperor, which happened because of the lightning magic he used on him. Our dude nervously apologizes to all of them. He then asks about George, and at that moment, George appears in his room. He explains that he nagged Garden to allow him in, then gives him a handmade wooden locket. Seeing his effort, our guy feels a little ashamed, because he didn't help George out of goodwill, but to extend his own life. He tries to say something, but George interrupts, claiming that he wants to help others, just like Raquel. This statement leaves him completely stunned. He then compliments his necklace and states that seeing George healthy is the greatest reward for him. Then he dismisses everyone, saying that he wants to rest a little longer. So everyone leaves the room while George bids him farewell. Once everyone leaves, he looks at the necklace with annoyance, wondering who would want to wear something so plain. However, as if mocking his own statement, he finds himself wearing it as he sleeps. The scene shifts to a commoner's house, where a mother asks her son why he's there when he should be at work. The boy enters while greeting his parents, and tells them that he's on special leave from the Crown Prince. It seems he's part of a group of town gossips, and the Crown Prince has given him leave to spread the news about his strange treatment methods. Afterwards, the boy informs his parents about how he and the others were given a special 5-day leave. He also mentions that the Crown Prince is doing strange things like wanting to treat people. Then he shows them the paper. It's a pamphlet in which the Crown Prince announces the opening of his medical clinic in his side palace and offers all kinds of treatment for free. Meanwhile, back at the palace, our guy is stoked to see the fruits of his rumor spreading, but Gordon pops in, reminding him it's time to go. On the way, Gordon remarks that he's up bright and early. Raquel replies that it's just because it's his first day at the clinic. Gordon informs him that he's stocked up on all the medicine, including the hard-to-get licorice. Hearing this, our guy praises him, adding that he needs licorice for a ton of things. So he tells him to stock up on as much of it as possible. Gordon nods, wondering aloud where the Crown Prince could have possibly learned about potion making and acupressure treatments. He adds that he's dying to know, especially since he's a doctor himself. He admits he's lost countless nights of sleep trying to research the prince's methods, but he's come up with nothing, which is super frustrating. As a fellow, Dr. Raquel totally gets Gordon's frustration over being in the dark about these new techniques. He then drops the bomb. He's actually from another world where he ran a traditional medicine clinic, which explains everything. But Gordon doesn't buy it for a second and demands the real story. Raquel insists he's being 100% truthful and asks why Gordon is so hung up on it. Gordon answers with fiery determination that he wants the satisfaction of becoming an amazing doctor, just like Raquel. In response, our boy tells him he's already on that path and gently orders him to go on ahead. As Gordon walks away, Raquel reflects that his loyal aide is a huge reason he's even made it this far. His thoughts then turn to the new clinic and he silently prays for a full house. He's worried all the stress is going to give him some serious PTSD. He swings open the door, ready to greet his patients with a cheerful welcome. But his face falls when he sees the waiting room is completely empty. But then Gordon tells him to look down, and he's floored to see a massive crowd outside all trying to get in. A little while later, he's in the middle of diagnosing a patient when his servant checks in on him. He tells him to go check on the other patients and see if they need anything. Next, he spots a maid preparing the medicine incorrectly. He knows the nursing system isn't quite up to snuff yet and that it'll take time to smooth things out. After seeing a bunch of patients, he finally gains enough experience to level up his pulse reading skill. Now, not only can he assess a patient's overall health, but he can also detect specific symptoms related to their internal organs. Basically, his own internal organs are going to help him diagnose patients by having a little chat with their organs. The scene then shifts to his organ realm, where everyone is getting ready for a blind date with the patient's organs. The heart declares he's not interested in anyone more than 4 years younger or older. However, the liver points out that they're about to meet an old man's organs, and suddenly everyone's enthusiasm for the consultation plummets. Despite their grumbling, they report their findings. They didn't find any major issues aside from a mild case of constipation. But the liver chimes in that the patient is showing signs of hepatitis and really needs to lay off the booze. The liver adds that at this rate, the old man's liver only has about 5 years left. Raquel is amazed to hear this. Detailed diagnosis, realizing it's the key to planning any effective treatment. Fired up, he decides it's time to awaken his other organs too. He turns to his patient, explains what's going on with his liver, and prescribes medicine for 10 days. To top it off, he deadpans that the man needs to quit drinking, otherwise he'll probably be dead in 5 years. Then, pulling rank as the Crown Prince, he orders the patient to quit alcohol or face being thrown in jail. Hearing this, the man is absolutely terrified. After that, he dismisses all the non-critical patients and sends them home. Then the servants approach him, showering him with praise and apologizing for their past mistakes. A bit flustered, he encourages them and acknowledges their hard work. Meanwhile, he's thinking about establishing a proper nursing system, since it'll be necessary if they start taking in more patients. He wishes his nurses from the modern world were here to help. At that moment, Garden bursts through the door, urgently telling him there's a patient who needs immediate care. The woman's son begs him to save his mother. After getting her settled on the bed, he asks the son about her condition. The son replies that she's had a fever since the afternoon, and her condition has only gotten worse. After checking her veins, he is horrified as he realizes she might be suffering from the same illness that wiped out 40,000 of Napoleon's soldiers. With dread, he recognizes her condition as epidemic. Typhus fever, an acute febrile illness caused by a Rickettsia bacteria infection. He hesitates to accept it, but the liver informs him that it has in fact detected Rickettsia bacteria in her blood. He gulps upon hearing this and asks the patient's son when she last took a bath. The son replies that she bathed just yesterday. He then asks about the condition of her bedding. The son answers that she's a very tidy and clean person. Finding no clues, he asks if she's been anywhere recently where she might have come into contact with lice or fleas. The son then answers that she had slept on a farmer couple's bed when her carriage broke down on her way home about 15 days ago. Putting it all together, he concludes that it must be epidemic typhus fever. He then informs the son about his mother's condition, explaining that she was infected by lice. Considering her age and high temperature, he concludes that she's at risk for pneumonia, central nervous system damage, or even developing necrosis. He then instructs the maids to give the patient a sponge bath with warm water and change her into a clean gown. He orders them to burn all of her clothes and bedding, bathe themselves thoroughly, and then burn the clothes they're wearing too. He even threatens to fire and punish anyone who disobeys. He then orders the son to inform the rest of the family about her condition. Later, we find him in the kitchen, having prepared a kudzu root tonic soup, a type of fever reducer and pain reliever for his patient. He then gives her the first dose of the soup. 3 days pass, and despite their round-the-clock care, her condition doesn't improve due to the persistent high fever. He now understands that the soup alone isn't enough to treat her condition. She needs a balance of yin and yang, as her yin energy has been completely drained. He realizes he must find a medicine with strong yin energy to restore her body's balance. He racks his brain trying to think of where he could find such a medicine. Realizing it might be in his father's secret treasure vault, he orders Garden to prepare a carriage. He isn't sure he'll find it there or not, but he plans to use his crown prince privilege, hoping his father might help him out. A short while later, he greets his father, who asks why he's visiting so late at night. He asks for permission to enter the secret palace vault. Sensing his father's confusion, he reveals the condition of his current patient, who is critically ill. His father asks what this has to do with his request to visit the vault. He explains that he's searching for a cure for her and thinks he might find something useful there. In response, his father expresses his disbelief, suspecting he's just making an excuse to access the vault for his own personal gain. Meanwhile, his father seems to be enjoying his son's predicament, which our crown prince notices and finds incredibly annoying given his father's usual antics. He tries to reason with his father, insisting that he doesn't have time to waste on this. However, his father remains unconvinced, arguing that since he never received a proper education, he has no business suddenly treating people. His father then asks him to prove his diagnosis is correct. At this, our boy asks if he's being tested, which the emperor confirms. He then orders our boy to diagnose the condition of Royal Knight Captain Roberto, who has recently fallen ill. If his diagnosis is correct, he will be granted access to the vault. He checks the captain's pulse, while his arrogant father smugly assumes that he won't be able to determine the condition, as only he, the captain, and the captain's wife know about it. After just a few seconds, our boy announces that the captain is suffering from partial baldness, which shocks both the captain and the emperor. The emperor scoffs, pointing out the captain's full head of shiny hair. In response, our hero simply yanks off the captain's wig. This leaves the captain looking utterly devastated, as if he's about to have a breakdown. Having proven his point, our hero turns to Damen and tells him it's time to go. On their way to the vault, Damen remarks on how harsh it was to just snatch the captain's wig. He casually replies that he'll just treat the baldness next time. As they're talking, they finally arrive at the vault. The guards hand him the secret pass to enter. He curiously asks what happens to someone who tries to get in without one. The guard explains that it triggers the attack magic inside the vault and also tracks his time. If he exceeds the allowed time limit, he will be killed. Finally, the guard informs him that he is only allowed inside the vault until dawn. Shocked to hear this, he realizes they only have a few hours to search. So he rushes toward the vault, only to be stopped by the guard, who informs him that he's heading toward the intermediate area. Annoyed that his little ploy didn't work, he remembers that his father only granted him access to the basic area where he can only take one item. Frustrated, he complains that his father tricked him by not mentioning the area restrictions when he set up the test. Still annoyed with his scheming father, he resolves to avoid asking for his help in the future. Once inside, they are both stunned by the vault's enormous size. He sets a timer for their deadline and turns to Damen for help. Damen asks how they're supposed to find what they need in such a huge place. He replies that they're looking for anything with ice-based properties. Once Damen finds anything that fits the description, he should write down its location so he can check it out later. They then split up to cover more ground. However, our protagonist comes up empty-handed and pins his hopes on Damen finding something. His bodyguard approaches, and the prince asks about the list. Damen hands it over, but our hero quickly realizes he can't read it. So Damen leads him to the location of the shield he discovered. This is the only item in the vault with ice properties. He examines the shield's description, noting that it's just a basic item. When infused with mana, it can manifest an ice shield. It looks more like a coffee shop pager, but his eyes are glued to the description detailing how it manifests an ice shield when infused with mana. With that, he begins to infuse his mana into the device to test it out. The item starts buzzing as he channels his mana, and he's careful not to overdo it, knowing it has a limit on how much mana it can handle to deploy the shield. Then he infuses his mana into it again, this time more, carefully as if he were dialing in the perfect shower temperature back in his previous life. He starts to feel a chill, and then success. An ice shield materializes in front of him. He happily turns to his bodyguard, letting him know he'll need his help with something later. Now it's time to head to his bonus HP, in other words, his patient. A moment later, the guards see him and his bodyguard emerging from the vault, and they can't help but notice the sword at Damon's belt. One guard asks if they chose that sword, but they're interrupted by the Crown Prince, who is draped in countless jewels and a velvet cape worthy of an emperor. The newcomer gives our hero an annoyed look and informs our dude that he's supposed to be stripped of all his finery. Later, inside a side palace, Garden is woken up by a noise and sees that Damon and the Crown Prince have returned. Seeing them together, he feels pleased, believing that Damon is more than capable enough to protect Raquel, and that Raquel has also found a true friend in him. With this heartwarming thought, he makes some tea and brings it downstairs for them. However, he drops the tea in shock the moment he sees Raquel activate the shield while Damon attacks him with a sword. He immediately exclaims that this is an act of treason. Let's rewind a few minutes to when the Crown Prince told Damon he needed his help with something. Damon, who was genuinely impressed by the Crown Prince's passion for treating people, was prepared to follow any of his orders. But the second the Crown Prince asks him to strike Raquel with his sword until the ice shield breaks, his expression instantly sours. This was the same argument Garden had overheard from his room without catching all the details. Damon protests, asking if the Crown Prince really wants to brand him as a traitor, but the Crown Prince explains that he needs to be struck with the sword to break the shield so that he can use the residue left behind from the impact in the medicine for his patient. Hearing this, Damon suggests just putting the shield on the ground so he can strike it more easily. The Crown Prince explains that's impossible, as he has to constantly infuse it with mana to maintain the shield. Damon then concludes that the Crown Prince needs him to break the shield without actually harming him. Being the smart guy he is, Damon demands a bonus for every strike he lands. He explains that what the Crown Prince is asking could get him branded a traitor, so he can't do it without proper compensation. Raquel snobbishly asks if Damon seriously wants to be paid for hitting him. Damon politely responds that while he deeply respects the Crown Prince for helping people, this is a separate matter, and he expects to be paid. Our guy really gets it. His demands make sense, since he knows Damien has faced a ton of financial trouble that made his life miserable. So it makes perfect sense that he'd ask for something in return. Raquel then gives Damon a hug, happily exclaiming that he's just like the story said, which makes Damon's expression totally sour. With that, he puts up the shield and tells him that Damien will get a full day's salary for every single strike. Damon says he hopes he'll get paid on time as he starts wailing on him with his sword. Meanwhile, witnessing the scene unfold, our poor guard has completely passed out. After the first hit, Damon tells him that he is going to ramp up the power of his attacks since his current strength might not be enough to break the shield. Damon pauses his attack when he sees the Crown Prince, who looks like he's in serious pain. Damon reminds him that he hasn't even attacked for real yet, and the shield still hasn't broken from his strike. Damon asks if he should power up even more, but our boy accuses him of trying to rack up his bonus by landing a bunch of weak hits. This really fires up the bodyguard, and this time he finally shatters the shield. The moment he sees that our hero starts dancing like a maniac, thrilled about getting more bonus life, when he turns to go into the palace, he spots the passed out guard and wonders why he's sleeping there. A little later, he's seen whipping up a classic kudu root tonic soup, to which he's also added fragments of the ice shield. Then he decides to store some of it in his mana slots. His system notifies him that he's acquired a new skill called Tonic Concoction. With this skill, not only will the tonics he creates be 10% more effective, but he can also analyze their effectiveness, toxicity, and any other side effects. When he stores the tonic, his system asks if he wants to use his skill to analyze it, and he agrees. The system then displays the description, informing him that the tonic can restore water energy and reduce fever, along with some warnings about its use. He's pretty happy to see this, since it means he no longer has to test the medicine on himself. Realizing it can restore water energy, he's certain it will help Madame Dinrior recover. Filled with determination, he takes the soup to her room. He asks her son how she's doing, and the son replies disappointedly that she hasn't improved at all. Seeing that her energy has been further depleted, he really hopes this soup will do the trick. He coaxes her into drinking the tonic even though she complains that it's bitter. He explains that bitter taste often comes with good medicine, and then proceeds to take care of her for the next 10 days. Everyone is shocked to see him personally feeding the patient and looking after her all by himself, which earns him a great deal of respect from his subordinates. Meanwhile, he's fighting through his own exhaustion, desperate to hang on just a little longer to earn that bonus life since he's so close. And with that, his system congratulates him, informing him that he has finally cured his patient's epidemic typhus fever. Thanks to his incredible effort and the respect he earned from his subordinates, his medical treatment skill levels up now, increasing its effectiveness by 1.5 times. Along with his patient's recovery, he also gains a life expectancy of 146 days and 8 days of bonus life. Realizing he can earn rewards like this, our boy gets a mischievous idea, creating a benevolent persona for himself, one that would earn him praise and respect from everyone around him. And that in turn would net him even more bonus life. The scene cuts to a carriage rolling through the woods with our hero inside. He's thinking about hiring professional nurses since he's been managing on his own so far, but he knows he can't keep it up for much longer without their help. After a bit, Madame Denrior and her son step out of the carriage. The Madame thanks him for the ride and for curing her, admitting she's not sure how she could ever repay him. He just smiles, thinking about the bonus life he's gained, and politely replies that seeing her healthy again is more than enough reward. His noble words get her all choked up. Moved by his kindness, they exchange goodbyes and begin to leave. It seems our guy isn't quite finished yet, though, as he stops her son and invites him back into the carriage for a private chat. Madame Denrior's son is a little hesitant, questioning if they should even be talking like this, while his back is to the crown prince, but the prince just waves it off. The son waited for him to state his business, but Raquel remained silent for a while. Then all of a sudden our dude starts complaining about how sore his whole body is and how much sleep he's lost while taking care of the young man's mother. Hearing all this, Denrior offers to compensate him for treating his mother. Our sly hero, however, tells him he couldn't possibly accept anything from a patient, as it would ruin his reputation. But the son insists, saying he truly wants to do something in return. Upon hearing this, our hero is more than happy to agree, pointing out that since the son technically isn't his patient, he can accept help from him. He then asks for assistance with a certain matter, revealing that Denrier is an artist. A few days later in Fonda Plaza, a landlord suggests to a young man that he should go get a job with the crown prince, who is currently hiring. The young man, however, isn't having it and just taunts the landlord, pointing out that he's not behind on rent even though he's unemployed. The landlord immediately counters that he's actually 2 months late on rent. The young man panics at this and immediately rushes off to find the money. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl in a hood listens in on their conversation, contemplating something. The scene shifts to an art gallery where a large crowd has gathered around one painting in particular. Our prince Raquel is there, along with Denrier. Raquel congratulates him on his debut as a professional artist. Denrier, however, doesn't seem particularly happy. When you see the paintings he's made, it's pretty obvious why the poor artist isn't thrilled to be showing them off. Several of the pictures are of the crown prince with the first, one showing him striking a dramatic pose next to a captain with the words, "I want you." Other paintings feature him in cool poses, including one with his companions. One extremely detailed painting portrays him as a crying girl, which makes Daman want to slash the canvas. Denrier seems a little unsure if his paintings will actually help the prince in his search for a nurse. The crown prince, however, reassures him, saying that his work will definitely leave an impression. He points out another one of Denrier's paintings in which Raquel is depicted, surrounded by a host of tough-looking nurses with a captain in the corner labeled, "Show me Ganho." The painting also features a written description, encouraging people to become nurses with the promise of a generous salary from the crown prince. Seeing this, tons of people are eager to sign up and become nurses. The scene shifts to a registration booth where Garden is signing people up for the nurse selection test. People are eager to apply, having heard that the salary is so good they could cover 2 years' rent with just 1 month's pay. Meanwhile, that same mysterious girl is in line at the booth, checking out the application requirements. But when she reads that applicants must be residents of the Empire, her posture stiffens with determination. Meanwhile, our protagonist is thrilled to see so many people applying for the nursing positions. When Damien asks him why he's so happy, he explains that he's excited because the more nurses he recruits, the more patients he can cure, which will in turn extend his own life expectancy. Damien, on the other hand, is simply impressed by our hero's kindness, especially considering the generous salary he's offering. 6 days later, an event called Show Me Genho kicks off, where the Crown Prince will test the applicants to see if they're fit to be nurses. The mysterious girl also makes an appearance, looking quite pleased that she arrived on time. The host announces they've gathered everyone to reveal the first task of the nurse selection test. However, he then reveals that this task will actually be announced the following week. A week later, the host finally announces the first task and urges everyone to hurry over to the interview area. For this, they're divided into 5 groups from the 50 applicants who must now race to the main building of the side palace. But here's the twist. Only the first 10 candidates from each group to reach the side palace will move on to the next task. The rest will be disqualified. This shocks everyone, and they immediately sprint toward their destination, hoping to get there first. As soon as 10 candidates from a group enter the designated area, a guard disqualifies the rest. Then they immediately start the next task, which tests their ability to spot an improperly stored ingredient among the many others presented to them. During this task, one of the candidates suddenly collapses. Everyone glances over and hesitates for a moment, wondering if they should help. But ultimately, not one of them moves from their spot to assist the fallen candidate. Our protagonist watches this all unfold with a very serious expression. Garden then announces the end of the test, informing everyone they will be notified of the results. A few days later, the candidates are all left, worrying about their test results, but not a single one had bothered to help the sick applicant. It turns out the whole thing was a test set up by our hero to gauge the candidate's compassion for others. As soon as the candidates are gone, he rushes over to the ill person, who is none other than Damien, now worried about whether his acting was convincing enough. Our boy tells him he overdid it a bit and needs to be more natural next time. He demonstrates by putting on his own hilariously dramatic performance of collapsing in front of Damien. He then asks how the candidates did, and Damien confirms that all of them failed. Our hero adds that character is far more important for a nurse than skills which can always be taught later. Next, they observe the following group, but they also fail. In fact, every single group fails, leaving our protagonist completely flabbergasted that not one person cared enough to help a fallen comrade. So he decides to take a walk to clear his head. Meanwhile, he's also thinking that there are no candidates left, and he urgently needs to find a nurse. When he reaches the gate, he finds his guard arguing with a young woman, telling her she's not allowed to participate because she isn't human. The girl retorts, emphasizing that she is in fact human. Witnessing this scene really frustrates him. Not only are they short on candidates, but now his guard is refusing to let one in. Hearing this, Damen deadpans that the girl is a werewolf. The guard points out that she doesn't have a tail, but Damen just responds that she might be hiding it under her loose clothes. Damen suspects Raquel might be uneasy with the idea of a werewolf for a nurse. However, our opportunistic hero, who is desperate to find a nurse, sees a werewolf as the perfect candidate due to her abilities. Meanwhile, the girl tries to defend herself as a citizen of the nation, but the guard insists she's just a beast. Their argument is interrupted by the crown prince, who scolds his guards and tells them to knock it off. The girl, as a citizen of the capital, has every right to apply for the job. He then orders the guard to apologize to her, leaving the girl completely baffled. He also apologizes to her on behalf of his guard, and she introduces herself as Agnes. He tells her she'll be tested right now, which startles her. Noticing her baffled expression, he explains that as a werewolf, she must have great stamina, but he wants to see it with his own eyes. He then pits her against his guard in a race. The rules are simple. They'll race to the fountain and back, and the first one to return wins. Agnes is all fired up to hear this. She turns to the guard, ready for a showdown. Both Agnes and the guard are determined to beat each other as they bolt towards the destination, with Agnes taking the lead. Within a few minutes, she taps the fountain's post and sprints back. As she zooms past the guard, she sizes up his slow speed and figures she's got this in the bag. The guard, who's already on edge, sprains his ankle and tumbles to the ground. She notices him fall and briefly wonders if he dislocated his shoulder, but she tries to keep going, determined to win. However, her conscience gets the better of her, and she turns back to pop his shoulder back into place, which prompts a shriek from him. While she's taking care of him, our hero congratulates her, telling her she's hired. He then hands her the necklace made by George. Afterwards, they sit down inside, and the crown prince shows her the employment contract. When she remarks that it looks complicated, he gently coaxes her to read it at her own pace. He's very keen on hiring her, not just for her physical abilities, but also for her personality, which makes her perfect for the job. Besides, he saw her fixing the guard's shoulder, and it looked like she wanted to make it as painful as possible, which might make for some unhappy patients down the line. Regardless, he still wants more people with her qualities. After reading the contract, she informs him with a serious expression that she wants to add a clause of her own. She explains that she is the leader of her tribe, which makes our greedy hero practically drool at the prospect of having 50 more people like her at his disposal. When she demands that they also take a nursing test, he happily agrees. Then she gets to the real heart of the matter, an issue her people have struggled with for years. He guesses, is it a rationing problem? But she quickly shakes her head no. She explains that the trouble is, believe it or not, their tails, which have a mind of their own. Our guy is a little confused, wondering how that could possibly be a bad thing. She explains sadly that their tails are total traitors broadcasting their emotions for everyone to see, which makes them easy targets for manipulation. And that's when it clicks for him. He realizes that must be why she's in such baggy clothes. He suggests, why not just tie your tail to your leg? She replies that her tail flat out refuses to cooperate, acting like it's a completely separate entity with its own stubborn personality. She describes it as an organ that just does whatever it wants, completely ignoring her. So he asks the obvious, slightly grim question, can't you just cut it off? She tells him that would make walking a nightmare, and besides it just grows back in about a month anyway. He's about to just drop the whole subject, but then a horrifying thought dawns on him. He realizes with a sinking feeling that she expects him to solve this impossible problem if he wants to hire her and her people. The moment it hits him, he feels the overwhelming urge to just pull his hair out. He has absolutely no clue how to fix a problem like this. Thinking fast, he offers Agnes a different deal, to become the official guardian of her people. She asks him to explain, and he says he can use his status and power to guarantee their safety. But she's quick to shoot that down, pointing out that their situation would be even worse if something happened to him or if he ever went back on his word. Essentially, it's just a band-aid, not a real solution. So he clarifies, you want something that solves the root problem with your tails, then... She nods, her expression hopeful, as she asks, are you going to help us? He answers honestly that he doesn't really have a choice in the matter, but admits he has zero ideas at the moment. So he promises he'll start looking for a solution right away. Hearing this, she decides he must be a genuinely honest person for not making any empty promises. She then makes a move to leave, but he graciously offers her a place to stay in his palace. The second she's out the door, he lets out another frustrated scream. He can't afford to lose talent as valuable as the werewolves. Later, we find him in the library looking completely drained and surrounded by books, but he still hasn't found a single clue. His concentration is shattered by a loud shout from Garden, which just about makes him jump out of his skin. He immediately complains to Garden, do you always have to sneak up on me like that? In response, Garden just advises him to stop stressing out so much or he's going to make himself sick. He shoots back that the only thing making him sick is Garden constantly scaring him half to death. At first, Garden completely denies our guy's accusation, but then he cleverly changes tactics, warning him that he'll get wrinkles if he keeps frowning like that. Our boy can't help but crack a small smile at his doctor's silly antics. He knows Garden is just trying to cheer him up, and he appreciates it. Playing along, he nonchalantly remarks that if he gets wrinkles, he'll just get some Botox. Seeing Garden's confused look, he starts to explain what Botox is, and then stops mid-sentence, hit by a sudden stroke of genius. Botulinum toxin. It's a powerful poison that causes paralysis. To test his theory, he decides he can use a local poison to achieve the same paralyzing effect on the werewolf tails. And he has the perfect candidate in mind, Kuzman poison. He immediately tells Garden to bring the Kuzman poison to Agnes's room, saying he's heading there now. Once they're both in her room, he announces that he thinks he's found a solution to her problem. However, before they can proceed, he explains that he'll need to analyze her body in both her human and werewolf forms. His first priority is to pinpoint the exact spot to apply the poison to safely paralyze her tail. To do this, he begins to carefully analyze Agnes's acupressure points and mana flow, which are a little different from a human's. The location of her governor vessels is different, and the acupressure points on her hips are farther apart, likely because of her tail. Right between those two acupressure points, he finds a blood vessel that connects to her tail. He then asks her to change into her wolf form so he can examine the tail's acupoint in her beast form as well. With that, she transforms into a full-on werewolf. After taking one look at her, he remarks that she's not as big as his dog Dengil, which irritates her. She doesn't answer, and he realizes it's because her mouth structure changes when she transforms, making it impossible for her to speak. After the checkup, they play around for a little while. Once her checkup is finished, he's in his study preparing for the second part of the procedure. He needs to know the ingredients of the poison to figure out the exact amount he should use on Aggie to paralyze her tail. He considers asking Kuzman for the ingredients, but scraps that idea, knowing he can't trust him. Instead, he decides to analyze it himself using his mana slots. The moment he opens his mouth to test it, his internal organs start screaming at him to stop. In their own realm, they're worried about Raphael, who seems intent on testing this poison on himself. His liver in particular is anxious, knowing he's risking his own health with this dangerous experiment. His liver adds that it will be the one stuck detoxifying the poison Raphael plans to take. His liver shouts at him to test it on a summoned creature instead. In response, he exclaims that they're cruel for thinking he would test poison on such a cute little thing. His organs protest again, insisting that he can't use his own body as a guinea pig. His liver then informs him that there are summoned beings that specialize in analyzing ingredients, including poisons. The liver's statement makes him pause and consider the suggestion. The liver adds that it met this particular summoned creature once while in the waiting room. This piques our boy's curiosity, and he asks about this waiting room. The liver explains that it's a place where unawakened organs and unsummoned creatures rest in a dormant state. This piques his interest, but both his liver and the system inform him that access to this information is restricted, so he can't explore it any further. He then tries to coax the liver into revealing the traits of that summoned creature, hoping to get a leg up when it's time to summon his next creature. The liver nonchalantly refuses, and the other organs begin to laugh at his expense, which irritates him. Subsequently, he decides to show his organs who's boss by holding his breath. As soon as he does, his lungs and heart start to panic from the lack of oxygen and are on the verge of passing out. Seeing their distress, his liver finally caves and tells him the trait of the summon he wants. After a while, he successfully summons a sunfish named Bibak. He watches Bibak playing with Garium, then lures Bibak over to taste the poison-filled capsule by telling him it's delicious. This stunt earns him the title of Heartless from his organs. He then focuses on his summon who has just eaten the poison. Bibak has the ability of immortality. So even if it eats poison, it just revives and writes down everything it consumed in a journal. As planned, Bibak revives and begins to write down every trait of the venom on a card complete with a pair of teary eyes. By interpreting the venom's traits and ingredients, our dude deduces that it has the potential to act as a powerful muscle relaxant. Now he's ready to carefully prepare the exact venom he needs to paralyze Agnes's tail. He calls for Garden, who materializes in front of him. Garden is completely shocked to see another summoned creature besides his master. Our guy cooks up a terrible lie saying that the summon sought him out because he's, pretty famous. Hearing this, Garden comments that Raquel reminds him of a great man named Lloyd Fronta. This man was the legendary builder who transformed the kingdom into an empire. Our guy agrees, recalling that he'd read about the legendary builder having 5 summoned creatures. Cautiously, our boy asks if Lloyd was truly a great person. Garden explains that while Lloyd laid the empire's foundation, he was mostly known for being popular on Fridays. Our boy has no idea what that means, and just orders Garden to bring Agnes to him. As Garden escorts Agnes to the Crown Prince's room, she's having serious doubts that Raquel has actually found a solution to her problem. Noticing Garden, she comments that he seems nervous. He retorts that the same could be said for her. She accuses him, saying it's only because he saw her tail. Realizing his gaffe, he apologizes, which lightens her mood, and they formally introduce themselves. After that, they proceed onward. As they near the room, he nervously tells her she might be a little shocked by the Crown Prince's chosen treatment method. This makes her wonder just what kind of treatment she's about to receive. She enters and our guy offers her a seat. As she sits, she expresses her doubt that he could have possibly found a solution in just one day. He answers with a confident yes and asks her to trust him. Still nervous, she asks him to explain his treatment method. He casually explains that he's going to poke her tail with a needle multiple times and then inject it with poison. Hearing his method, everyone in the room cheers for him. She, on the other hand, looks at Garden, who urges her to trust Raquel, then glances at everyone else, who all share the same sentiment. In her head, she's screaming that they are all completely insane, including the prince. Although Agnes doesn't find him trustworthy in the slightest, she decides to give it a shot for the sake of her kinsmen, who won't have to suffer anymore if the treatment is a success. For their sake, she decides to take the risk. Once she agrees to the treatment, the maids cover her with a sheet with only her tail sticking out of a conveniently placed hole. When he goes to check on her, he is once again amazed by the Azrahan core technique, which allows him to see acupoints impossible to detect with any modern machine. He had always longed to know about the existence of acupoints when he practiced traditional medicine back in his world. He then begins the treatment, inserting a needle into the shoe acupoint and administering 0.01 wool of muscle-paralyzing poison from his inventory slot. Next, he injects the Ming point. Finally, he injects the poison 2 point. 4 centimeters deep into the Yaoyangguan acupoint. He has now opened a path for mana to flow through the shu point, which will then travel down both sides of the erector spinae muscles. But the problem isn't just paralyzing the tail, it's keeping it paralyzed. So as expected, the tail begins to heal itself. Our hero, however, decides to speed up the process. He finally pokes her nadkong point, which really annoys Agnes, who can't believe he's trying to mess with her. At that very moment, her tail goes completely limp. But at the same time, her pinky toe gives a little twitch. With that, he proudly announces that the procedure was a success. Agnes sits up in bed looking skeptical about the treatment. Our boy asks if she feels anything different about her tail. Her eyes widen as she sees her limp tail, which should be twitching with her anxiety. Rakiel explains that he paralyzed the nerves in her tail and rerouted them to her pinky toe, which will now function as her new tail. Hearing this, she suddenly bursts into tears because of all the pent-up emotions she and her people have carried because of their tails. His expression softens at the sight, and he gently asks if she's done thanking him so they can sign the employment contracts. He also reminds her to bring her tribe over just as they had discussed. He then gently persuades her to sign the contract. Looking at him, she realizes that he is no ordinary person. A few days later, our hero is laughing like a madman, and Garden can't help but comment on his extreme happiness. He exclaims that he has finally hired 50 werewolf nurses. These new nurses are now receiving professional training in basic nursing techniques and emergency treatment. They are also being taught about herbs and medicine, including how to properly store them and brew tonics. Through this training, they're getting ready to run the hospital. Just then, one of the nurses shows him the new shift schedule. He smirks with satisfaction at how much progress they've made. Now, at long last, his clinic is operating 24 hours a day. Not only that, but the tribe members were already getting used to wiggling their toes instead of their tails. At that moment, his system congratulates him on the successful toe operation, but he doesn't receive a life bonus since it wasn't a life or death matter. However, he does get a standing ovation from his organs, and he's informed that a new organ has just been activated. As a result, his stomach awakens, appearing in the form of a very chubby baby. The moment it enters the organ realm, it starts demanding various junk foods from the modern world. It first asks for a variety of junk food, then specifically requests Japanese snacks that only exist in our hero's original world. Our boy sighs that he wants to eat those things too, but they don't exist in this world. He tells his stomach to hang in there, and it compromises by asking for a piece of candy. He eats the candy, thinking to himself that his stomach has the taste buds of a grade schooler. In return for the treat, his stomach grants him 300 hit points. Then his other organs, happy to welcome their youngest member, give him another 700 horsepower for a new total of 1,000 horsepower. He's thrilled to see his organs ready for consultations, as he can now treat stomach problems as well. His system also lets him know that his Azraean technique has leveled up due to the precise control he exercised while treating the werewolf tails. With this, his mana increases, and his mana circle expands, which feels like a water balloon inflating inside his chest. Overall, he's quite happy with the large amount of HP he's received today. His satisfaction is cut short by a nurse who informs him of a patient with a fever and a strange smell. He goes to check on the patient, feeling content that he has finally laid a solid foundation for his clinic. The scene shifts to Sir Paver, the chief butler of the side palace. He's working on something when his expression suddenly turns to horror as he checks a record, wondering where things went so wrong. He can't believe they've messed up this badly. Once it clicks, he immediately bolts to the crown prince's office and calls out for him. Our prince instinctively looks for his doctor, who's usually the one to startle him, but this time it's the butler, who quickly apologizes for bursting in. He whispers that they've run out of money to operate the side palace, which makes the prince scream, asking how that's even possible when he's the crown prince. He's completely tense hearing this, since without the money he can't operate the very clinic that's extending his lifespan. He demands to know the reason for this. The butler informs him that it's because the prince himself cut a huge chunk of the side palace budget last fall. Hearing this, the prince immediately curses Raquel. After a moment, the butler reminds him of the reasons behind his own budget-cutting decision. First, the prince didn't think he was going to live very long. Second, he hadn't been using the budget anyway, since he was pretty much always in bed. The butler points out that he should be thrilled. His health is so much better than last year's. The prince dryly comments that he is not happy at all. He dramatically flops onto the floor, thinking about how broke he is, and how money really does make the world go round. Then his thoughts turn to Raquel, who's clearly the one to blame for this fiasco. He decides he needs to find a solution, since he understands why Raquel did what she did. Besides, grumbling about it isn't going to get him anywhere. He then turns to his butler and asks if they can just request more money for their operating budget. But the butler says that's impossible, which makes the prince's expression turn grim. In that moment, he confesses that without the side palace's traditional medicine clinic, he's going to die. The butler asks how on earth his death is related to the clinic's operating budget. Instead of answering, he just sighs and asks if they really can't request more funds. The butler answers that it's against the law, as they can only submit a request at the end of the year. However, the only person who is an exception to this law is his father. He enthusiastically decides to ask his father for help, but he returns empty-handed as his father has zero interest in helping him. He feels like history is repeating itself, just like when he had to close his clinic in his past life due to a lack of money. But this time, he's determined not to be stopped by money problems. He then asks about the assets of the side palace. The butler asks why he needs to know. He declares that he's going to sell everything, including the paintings, the silver, and the gold cutlery. The butler is heartbroken to see these treasures, which he's cared for so long, about to be sold off. He once again begs the crown prince to reconsider his decision, but the ever-cruel prince flatly refuses, which prompts a hateful mutter from the butler. A few days later, he gathers his trusted men to discuss the budget issue. They've sold the luxury items, but that's not a permanent solution to their problem. He adds that they've bought themselves some time with the funds from selling the luxury goods, but if they don't find a way to make it last, that money will be gone in a flash too. The butler points out that they've officially run out of things to sell. He deadpans that from now on they're selling medicine, leaving both of his men utterly speechless. Seeing their shocked faces, he proudly declares that he'll be the crown prince who sells medicine. Meanwhile, over at Fonta Plaza, the latest gossip is all about the side palace. Everyone is in awe, having heard that the crown prince sold off all his luxury goods just to keep the medical clinic afloat. They're completely blown away by our hero and start to idolize him, since they've never seen anyone in history go to such lengths just to treat the common people. They even start singing songs praising his greatness. Back at the side clinic, the team is brainstorming ways to make money by selling medicine. Raquel believes it's a necessary step to, stay alive. The butler suggests that if the budget is the issue, they could just charge patients a small fee. But Raquel immediately shoots that idea down, arguing that fewer people would come for treatment if they did. He needs to rack up as much life bonus as he possibly can. He then reveals his plan to sell incredibly expensive and potent medicine that's so exclusive people might buy it just for show. In other words, he's launching his own luxury medicine brand, and any wealthy household would be proud to display his products. He triumphantly declares that he's going to sell a super luxury medicine. That will become a status symbol, a sign of wealth and prestige. Hearing this, both of his subordinates just stare at him completely blank-faced. The butler cautiously asks if a medicine like that even exists. Raquel explains that it does a medicine called the Golden Minor Calming Pill, made from the gallstone of a minor. He explains that it's similar to traditional calming pills used to soothe the nerves. But this one is also supposedly effective for brain ailments, heart conditions, and high blood pressure. As they walk, he lays out the details for Damien, who is highly skeptical that anyone would actually buy it. Raquel replies that they'll definitely buy it because he's going to market it as a rare, limited edition item. He's banking on basic human psychology. People will pay anything for something exclusive. He adds that instead of using a common bull's gallstone, he'll be using one from a minotaur, making it even more desirable. However, his confidence is shattered by Damien's blunt disbelief, as the knight is convinced no one will buy it. Damien points out that if this medicine is so amazing, why has he never even heard of it? Raquel's answer is that it comes from the fallen kingdom of Gion, to which Damien dryly remarks he's never heard of that kingdom either. Our prince just cheerfully claims he learned about it and all his medical knowledge in a dream. Watching the prince walk away, Damien thinks to himself that Garden is naive enough to believe every bit of nonsense the crown prince spouts. As for him, though, all he really cares about is getting paid on time. He then jogs to catch up, asking if the prince plans on treating people without a license, a question that stops Raquel dead in his tracks. Damien stresses that he needs to pass the medical exam to get a license just like Garden did. The prince turns back to Damien with a nervous chuckle, admitting he had no idea. Damien replies that they need to solve the funding problem first, regardless. To do that, they need a Minotaur's gallstone, but the prince interjects that the herbal store doesn't have any in stock. It seems like people here aren't using the bull for making medicine. Damien asks what his solution is, and the prince declares that he's going to buy a live Minotaur for this purpose. So he's heading to Cremo to get a Minotaur at the monster auction. Damien can't believe he's planning to go there himself. The prince calmly replies that he has to go in person to check the Minotaur's quality and its gallstone. Damien thinks to himself with a smile that this man is completely nuts. Just then, Agnes pulls up with a carriage and gestures for them to get in. Damien asks in disbelief if they're really leaving right now, and the prince replies that time is more precious than gold to him. He then urges Damien to get in before Garden catches up to them. As soon as the carriage is on its way, Garden comes running, yelling about how they could just leave him behind like this. The prince yells back that he needs him to stay and take care of the clinic. While on their way, Damien comments on how comfortable the carriage is. Our prince arrogantly replies that it's what you'd expect from a crown prince's carriage. It's then shown that they're actually lying down in coffin-like spaces, and Damien still insists that it feels weird. Their journey continues for 8 days until one evening. Agnes sits up from her spot atop the carriage, her senses on high alert. As soon as she smells the sea, she informs the prince that they've arrived at Creoport. Finally, they reach the Creo Monster auction house. A boy out front tells the driver to park the carriage somewhere else, but the driver gets down and warns the boy that he has no idea whose carriage he's talking to. The boy scoffs, asking if it belongs to the Crown Prince. At that exact moment, the aforementioned Crown Prince greets him from the carriage window, leaving the boy petrified. The next thing you know, the boy is rushing inside the auction house to find the mayor. He points toward Rakiel and informs the mayor of his arrival, which sends the mayor into a panic as well. The next moment, he starts buttering up our prince to score some political points. When our prince mentions he's here to buy something, the mayor immediately offers extra bodyguards, which our prince refuses since he has his own. He tries to excuse himself, but the mayor keeps finding ways to drag out the conversation. He finally gets away by giving the mayor a false promise to visit his home later. The mayor then orders everyone to clean the place, making our guy think it looks like a military commander is coming for inspection. During the auction, Rakiel and Damien settle in, noticing the quiet atmosphere. Damien explains it's likely quiet because the monsters can wake up if things get too noisy. As people make their bids, he waits for the Minotaur to appear. As the auction seems to be winding down, he wonders if a Minotaur isn't going to show up after all. Just then a carriage rolls in, carrying a caged, hefty Minotaur. Our dude is struck by the Minotaur's sheer size and strength. The auctioneer announces this is the main event of the auction, captured by the 7 best hunting teams. On the other hand, our guy's excitement at the prospect of getting his hands on this beast deflates when the auctioneer announces the starting bid of 50,000 Magan. He asks his aide if he heard that other monsters sold for a total of 50,000 Magan, yet this one is starting at that price. When Damien, he wonders if he has enough money, remembering he only brought 100,000 Magan. But seeing how eager the crowd is to buy the Minotaur, he doubts he'll be able to win it. Besides, he thinks it's way too expensive to buy a Minotaur for such a high price anyway. After a moment's thought, he turns to Damien and whispers his plan in his ear. It's clear that Damien isn't a fan of the idea, and asks if he's absolutely sure about going through with it. After he gets the confirmation, Damien comments that the plan sounds like something a thug would come up with. Our guy just chuckles, saying it doesn't matter if he's compared to a thug as long as it works. Damien then takes his leave, and our guy watches the auction with anticipation as the bids continue to climb. He just hopes Damien returns before the price gets out of hand. After a while, the mayor arrives and greets him. Our prince, of course, pretends to be surprised to see him. Seeing the prince's expression, the mayor quickly catches on that the prince wants to draw everyone's attention. Eager to get on the prince's good side, the mayor is more than willing to play along. The mayor then loudly addresses the crown prince, offering him 100 bodyguards. As soon as he says this, everyone in the room turns to see if it's really the crown prince. Our guy formally accepts the offer, while Damien stands by with a very annoyed look on his face, watching the whole drama unfold. Then our guy dramatically remembers that he has to participate in the auction and places a bid of 60,000. Our prince's smug expression practically screams that he's the crown prince and no one should dare to bid against him. Seeing this, the audience collectively realizes they have to give up on getting the Minotaur. Meanwhile, the auction host is getting nervous, seeing that they might have to sell their star item for only 60,000 Magan. But then there's a twist, and Noble dares to raise the bid to 70,000 Magan, which shocks everyone, including our dear crown prince. Someone in the crowd then recognizes that this person is none other than Guinness, a favorite of the king of the southern country of Amboise. Meanwhile, Guinness thinks to himself that since he's not even a citizen of this country, the prince can't really do anything to him. The crowd wants to cheer for Guinness as their savior, but some whisper that the crown prince is notorious for holding a grudge. On the other side, our guy is fuming. He's now determined to go head-to-head with this upstart. Burning with the desire to get his hands on the Minotaur, he raises his bid to 71,000. Guinness immediately counters, and the price quickly jumps to 80,000. The bidding war continues like this. Finally, the host announces that their main item has been sold for a whopping 250,000 Megan, and the winner is Guinness, who looks incredibly smug about getting the upper hand on the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, our hero looks like all the color has drained from his face. At this moment, Damien tries to console him, saying he's actually glad Raquel didn't blow all his money on a single Minotaur. Hearing this, our guy's expression suddenly shifts, and he looks surprisingly confident about his finances. In reality, though, Damien is secretly worried about whether he's going to get his salary on time. The prince is completely flabbergasted when Damien remarks that he's only sticking around as long as he can count on a stable paycheck. He reminds Damien that he was the one who rescued him from a life in the underground. Damien replies that while he's grateful for that, but he knows having a steady paycheck is a whole different ballgame. Our guy glances thoughtfully at his bodyguard, remembering the last chapter he read of Demon Sword. After reading it, he'd come to the conclusion that Damien is the strongest person in this entire world, and it's incredibly reassuring to have him around. But there's also another reason, one that's tied to victory in the final battle, which somehow involves Damien. Our hero believes that giving Damien a stable life will in turn ensure the stability and safety of the whole world. With that in mind, he earnestly tells his bodyguard that he'll make absolutely sure Damien gets his salary on time. Next, as they head to the mayor's home, he turns to the official, but the mayor protests, asking why he's in such a hurry. He replies that it's simply out of embarrassment for losing despite resorting to cheap tricks. The scene shifts to a grand house, where the Minotaur sold earlier today is now bound in a room. Guinness steps forward to check on it, gloating about his victory over the Crown Prince. Just then, someone else enters the room, the most expert taxidermist in all of Cremo, who was hired specifically for this job. The taxidermist asks Guinness what style of taxidermy he'd prefer. Guinness replies that he wants it to look as grand as possible, as he plans to gift it to the king for his birthday. He then requests that a mage assist with the taxidermy. Right on cue, the mage enters, stating they should begin immediately and not waste any time. The mage begins to cast his vacuum magic to kill the Minotaur in a clean, efficient manner. As it's being killed, the Minotaur thinks of its family, lamenting how cruel humans are to mistreat it this way, all while thinking it has broken their magic. With a surge of power, it snaps the chains binding it. Meanwhile, back at the mayor's house, our guy crashes onto his bed, completely exhausted. His entire body is protesting the grueling schedule. Determined to buy the Minotaur tomorrow, he tells himself he'll manage, even if he's a little short on funds. Though his bodyguard doesn't look convinced, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by one of his men, who bursts in warning of imminent danger and says they need to evacuate immediately. Our hero demands an explanation, but just then the wall is smashed to pieces. Damien instantly moves to shield the prince, but the monster effortlessly throws him aside. As the dust settles, our guy is horrified to see that the monster is none other than the Minotaur. Rewinding a few moments, the force of the Minotaur's escape from the mage's magic knocked everyone to the ground, everyone except for the villainous Guinness. He bellows at the Minotaur, claiming it can't harm him because he is its master. But the monster doesn't seem to understand the meaning of master and begins to chase him instead. Desperately looking for an escape, Guinness spots the mayor's house and decides to take refuge there. He ducks behind a wall and shouts, attempting to create a diversion, and in a twisted way, he's successful. Now the Minotaur looms over our hero, ready to crush him. Our dude braces himself to make a run for it, but suddenly he notices its eyes and freezes in place. They look like the eyes of a creature in immense pain and suffering, much like one of his patients. The Minotaur then seems to remember that our hero is the one who bid on it, and in a fit of rage, it lunges at him. However, the strike is intercepted by Damien's sword as the bodyguard urges the prince to escape. Our boy cries out that there's no way he's dying now, not after everything he's been through to stay alive. Damien tries to take on the Minotaur, but he's not having much luck stopping or even defeating the big guy. In the heat of the fight, Damien shoves Raquel out of the way, sending him crashing into a wall. Right after, Damien joins him, stating the obvious: they're completely trapped. Our boy, ever the comedian, dryly retorts that he'd noticed. A moment later, Damien gets a dead serious look on his face and asks for a bonus if they actually make it out of this mess alive. Our boy flips out, yelling at him about his terrible timing and asking what happens if he refuses to pay. Damien coolly replies that in that case, he'll just have to save himself. He then tells the prince he's going to distract the Minotaur, creating an opening for him to escape. Raquel hesitates, seeing as how the only escape route is completely blocked. Damien casually suggests he just jump for it, but for our non-athletic boy, that's a hard pass. Damien points out that a risky jump is probably better than being squished into a pancake. He reasons that even if the prince gets hurt, the guards will swoop in for the rescue and patch him up. With the plan settled, Damien charges the Minotaur and the two clash spectacularly. The prince sees his chance and makes a break for it through the opening Damien made. His face is a mask of pure panic. In his desperate scramble, he fails to notice a tiny detail. He's not climbing a wall, he's climbing the actual Minotaur. He freezes in place when a sudden warning pops up from his system. The system helpfully provides a full diagnostic scan of the monster he's currently clinging to. Both the system and his own medical intuition tell him the same thing: this monster's heart is in terrible shape. It's suffering from stable angina pectoris, which basically means the poor beast is having major chest pains and is on the verge of a heart attack. Hanging on for dear life, he realizes this is hardly the time or place to play doctor, especially when he's about to become a patient himself. He can't jump because the fall would definitely turn him into a puddle. Meanwhile, the Minotaur is about to swat the prince like a fly with its free hand, but gets distracted by one of Damien's attacks that just barely misses its eye. Damien yells for the prince to just hang on, promising he'll get him out of there in a second. Our teary-eyed prince begs him to please hurry up. Damien charges the monster again, looking for a weak spot on its shoulder or flank. He lands a solid hit and tries to grab the prince, but the impact sends our boy flying off the Minotaur and over the balcony, certain this is the end. But just when all hope seems lost, our Royal Highness is miraculously saved by Agnes, who swoops in and catches him in midair. The moment her feet touch the ground, other guards swarm in to whisk him away to safety. Meanwhile, Damien and the Minotaur are still locked in their epic struggle. The monster is now completely focused on Damien, who has dollar signs in his eyes, dead set on claiming that big reward. Damien's plan is to wait for the Minotaur to throw a punch, then stab its fist and work his way up the arm. He puts his plan into action, trying to slice into its fist and land as many hits as possible, but the Minotaur's hide is tougher than he expected. In the middle of their clash, something catches Damien's eye for a split second, and that's all the opening the Minotaur needs to send him flying. He's slammed hard against the wall, and the Minotaur begins to advance on him menacingly. Damien tries to scramble up, but his leg is trapped under some rubble. Just in the nick of time, he's saved by a powerful body slam from Ghostwim. He's completely bewildered by what just happened until he sees Ghostwim going toe-to-toe with the monster. Watching from a safe distance, our prince thinks to himself that there's no way. He's going to lose Damien now, not after all the effort it took to recruit him. That's why he'd been feeding Ghostwim red sunflower seeds, hoping to bulk him up enough to fight the Minotaur. He yells for his bodyguard to get up since they're about to be completely surrounded. His guard quips that he's going to make a fortune from this, but unfortunately Damien can't move his leg. Across from them, the Minotaur hurls Ghostwim through the air right toward Damien. Seeing this, Raquel shouts for Damien to grab onto Ghostwim to make their escape. Damien complies, and Ghostwim leaps down from the second story. Now they're reunited not just as friends, but as allies, facing a common enemy. The Minotaur also leaps down from the second floor, roaring at them as everyone else scrambles to follow. Raquel asks if Damien and Ghostwim are okay. Damien confirms he's alright. He momentarily thinks about the special medicine he could get from the Minotaur, but quickly dismisses the idea, realizing it would cost him his life. He then tells his companions they need to get to a safer location. At that exact moment, the mayor chimes in, stating that he will take them to the safest place in the entire city. A short while later, they arrive at the city port. The mayor explains that if they get on a ship, the Minotaur won't be able to follow them out to sea, making it a surefire escape route. Raquel likes the sound of that and agrees to escape by boat. When they board the ship and offer the mayor a spot, our dude is shocked to hear him refuse to leave. With a solemn expression, the mayor says he won't run away, because this city and the safety of its people are his sole responsibility. So he's staying behind to lead the guards and deal with the current threat. Hearing his words, Raquel's opinion of the mayor completely changes. He no longer seems like a shallow man, only trying to save his own skin. He now seems truly serious, and this makes Raquel wonder if it's right for him to be running away either. Seeing his expression, Damien understands his inner turmoil and stresses that they really need to get going. He reminds Raquel that everyone has a role to play, so there's no need for him to feel guilty. In that instant, Raquel realizes his bodyguard is right. The mayor's job is to protect the city, while his job is to protect the imperial family. To do that, he has to survive. So he gives the order to raise the anchor. However, just as their luck runs out, the Minotaur appears, chasing right after them. It leaps onto the ship, howling with rage. It starts ripping the ship apart, swinging a huge piece of timber over their heads. Raquel orders everyone to hit the deck to avoid being struck. Meanwhile, Raquel is desperately trying to figure out a plan as they have no way out of this now. A deep, instinctual fear grips him as he senses the overwhelming danger. He tries to think of an escape plan, but is on the verge of tears when he remembers he hasn't unlocked his latent mental abilities yet. Damien jumps beside him and tells him to get below deck and hide. Raquel asks what Damien's going to do. As he unsheathes his sword and turns to face the Minotaur, Damien declares that he's about to make some serious hazard pay. He jokes that the Minotaur is certainly making him work for it. Damien rushes toward the monster and calls for Agnes's help, but their combined efforts with some of the guards are futile, as the Minotaur simply swats them all aside, still standing tall. Watching it all unfold, Raquel starts to panic for a moment, but then he pulls himself together, sizing up the Minotaur and analyzing its condition to find a way to beat it. Just then, his system informs him that because he's in such an unprecedented high-stakes situation, his Azrahan core has been strengthened to its absolute limit. And as a result, he has unlocked a new skill called Acupoint Scan, which combines his Azrahan core technique with his pulse reading ability. This allows him to see the acupressure points of any living creature, letting him predict their movements. He immediately uses this on the Minotaur in front of him, and realizes he can clearly dodge its every move. The only problem is his stamina. There's no way he can keep this up for long. With a tense look, Raquel desperately tries to think of a way out for himself and everyone else. Meanwhile, he notices Goom and gets an idea, though. He's not sure if it will work, but he decides to go for it. After all, as the Crown Prince, he believes it's his duty to protect everyone. So as the Minotaur is about to strike a sailor, Raquel rushes in head-on to block the attack. His system flashes a warning. He just ate the red sunflower seeds meant for his summon. Our boy actually becomes a giant thanks to the red sunflower seed and is now ready for a one-on-one with this monster. However, his system informs him that since he isn't a summon, he's about to suffer some serious side effects from eating the red sunflower seed. He needs to see a doctor immediately. He dryly reminds his system that he is a traditional medicine doctor. The system then specifies that his giant form will only last for 3 minutes, after which he'll fall into a coma as a side effect. The severity of the situation finally hits him, as he has to end this fight in under 3 minutes, something he's sure he can't do. This could really be the end for him. As expected, the Minotaur gives him a hard punch right in the face. He complains about how much it hurts, but then realizes a normal person would have been killed by that attack, so there's still hope. To test this theory, he headbutts the Minotaur, and ends up hurting himself too. Now it seems impossible to end this fight in time. He needs to think fast. He looks over at his summon, who is completely exhausted from the fight. He wonders if his guards can handle it, but what if he faints? He has to do something, and quickly. He shouts to Gusium asking for some thorns. After getting them, he gets the Minotaur in a headlock ready to put his acupoint knowledge to use. He pierces the first thorn into the Tianu point near its neck. This point is used to control the flow of mana, but unfortunately, our guy can't push the thorn deep enough to reach the Minotaur's mana flow. He then orders Damien to strike the end of the thorn, and Damien immediately does as he's told. His next objective is to mentally calm the monster down. To do this, he has to reduce the stimulation of the sympathetic nerve and increase the stimulation of the parasympathetic nerves. He then targets another acupoint and tells Damien to drive the thorn in deeper. After a moment, he targets several acupoints to disrupt its blood and energy flow. He jokingly thinks that the Minotaur is acting like a little kid who's afraid of getting a shot. So now he'll give it a treat if it behaves during the last acupoint, which is the man point. This point is used for ear disorders. With this final thorn in place, the monster's pain disappears and it suddenly calms down. Our boy just says it was something of a happy coincidence, only to realize his pain has completely vanished. The Minotaur turns to our hero and thanks him, thinking he's the one who made the pain stop. But just then, our dude collapses, whining about how incredibly exhausted he is. He does a quick internal checkup and realizes his organs are also staging a protest, since the sudden size change messed with his breathing and circulation. In that exact moment, his time. As a giant runs out and he shrinks back to normal size as everyone rushes over, worried sick. Right before he passes out, he manages to tell them he'll be in a coma for 5 days, and that they don't have to worry about the Minotaur anymore. And with that, his coma officially begins. After the battle, the Minotaur is subdued, but now everyone is freaking out about saving the ship, which could go under at any second. They need to get to the deck right away, as the lower levels are already flooding. Suddenly, the whole ship lurches, and everyone's immediate thought is that it's finally sinking. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, wanting to repay the Crown Prince for his kindness, gently scoops him up and places him on his head to get him to safety. This completely stuns the onlookers who are convinced they're witnessing the Crown Prince being kidnapped. 6 days have passed since the Crown Prince's kidnapping, and we now find Daman sitting in a chair in a dimly lit room. As he stares at a rat skittering at his feet, he wonders if he's dreaming something he hasn't experienced in a very long time. His train of thought is broken by an interrogator from the inspection squad. It seems he's being questioned over the whole incident with Raquel and the Minotaur. The interrogator taunts him, asking if he's really dozing off in a situation like this. Damien makes an excuse, explaining that it's only because he hasn't slept for several days. The inspector yells back that it's been 6 days since the Minotaur snatched Raquel. The news reached the Emperor the following day, and it took him 2 days just to get to the city. The interrogator accuses them of just sitting around doing nothing, since they haven't found a single clue about where the Minotaur took the Crown Prince or where the person who summoned the beast disappeared to. He then changes his tune, accusing them of letting it happen on purpose because they wanted to harm the prince. At this, Daman scoffs, asking if he honestly believes every single person with the Crown Prince was part of a conspiracy to have him kidnapped by a Minotaur. He's absolutely livid that this interrogator is seriously entertaining such a ridiculous notion. However, the interrogator seems more interested in wrapping up the case, neatly telling Damien that this ridiculous conclusion might just be the answer to the big question of who's responsible for the Crown Prince's kidnapping. So his plan is to just blame everyone, the mayor and all the people who were with the prince, which would make for a very convenient end to the case. Damien grits his teeth, thinking that this inspector just wants to close the case without any fuss, which is why he's pinning it on all of them. The interrogator then tries to coax a confession out of him, offering the mercy of a swift death. Damien angrily tells him to go to hell, but the interrogator just gives him a wicked smile and replies that he has other ways of making people talk. The next thing he knows, he's thrown into a hanging cage where he finds Agnes and the mayor in their own cages right beside him. He looks down and notices that they've started a fire directly beneath them. And with the smell of oil in the air, he starts to wonder if they're actually planning on being barbecued. The interrogator once again tries to sweet-talk them into confessing that they're the culprits, but Damien fires back that if they want something, he'll give them the truth. He angrily informs the interrogator that he's the one holding up the search for the Crown Prince under the weak excuse of an investigation. He snaps that he's more than eager to find him. Hearing this, the inspector just orders his subordinate to light the fire. All Damien can think is that he really doesn't want to die such a pointless death. Before anyone can make a move, they spot the Minotaur charging right toward them. And to everyone's utter shock, it's carrying Damien's cage. Riding on top of the Minotaur is the Crown Prince, who demands to know why his men are caged up. It turns out the Crown Prince had woken up 6 days earlier on the island, where he found Urus, a former enemy, who was now looking at him with literal hard eyes. It took a little time, but they worked out their issues and became friends. The prince privately thinks it's just a coincidence that he was able to soothe Urus's pain, but he keeps that detail to himself, wanting the Minotaur to follow him out of its own free will. He then tells Urus he wants to return the favor, and since its chest pain is about to flare up, they should start treatment right away. He gets to work with his acupoint scan and finds that the angina isn't too advanced, so it can be handled later. Next, he turns the scan to the Minotaur's gallbladder. He asks Urus if it feels bloated after meals, to which he gets a big ol' nod. He explains that it's because its gallbladder is stuffed with junk and needs to be cleaned out. He then tries to explain the procedure, but Urus just gives him a blank stare, not getting a single word. Finally, the Crown Prince decides to switch to simpler terms and just asks Urus to press on the spot he's pointing to. He then motions for Urus to make a fist and punch itself in the solar plexus. Urus seems a bit hesitant, but the prince urges it to go for it. It does, and from its reaction, the prince figures something must be stuck in there. And what pops out? A huge chunk of a chalice. The Crown Prince is ecstatic to have found such an important clue. He asks Urus how its bloating feels, and the Minotaur lets out a cheerful roar. The prince is thrilled, happy that it was an easy fix and that he's now pretty much tamed a Minotaur. He then asks Urus to head back with him, since they need to save his comrades, but Urus is reluctant, afraid they'll just fight again. The Crown Prince reassures the big guy, promising that no one will lay a hand on him. On their way back, he spots the flag of the inspection squad, a unit that reports straight to the Emperor, which confirms that returning early was the right call. Back in the present, Raquel is yelling at the squad, demanding to know who's in charge of this mess. That devil of an interrogator coolly replies that he is, which only annoys the prince more. On top of that, this guy has the nerve to suggest he's not the real crown prince just because he showed up with a minotaur. Everyone just stares at him with completely baffled expressions, wondering what on earth he's thinking. Rakiel retorts, "So you're implying I'm a doppelganger, pretending to be the crown prince?" The interrogator responds that it's a possibility, as there could be forces wanting to harm the imperial family, especially with the crown prince missing. And now the real crown prince needs to prove his identity. This infuriates Raquel to his very core. He retorts that if they want to verify his identity, they should start by recognizing the true character of his people. To prove his point, he starts with Damien, who bravely threw himself between the crown prince and the manure to buy him time. His struggle with the manure was a clear display of his loyalty and devotion. Meanwhile, Urus had broken his cage, which allowed Damien to emerge from it. Then he turns to Agnes, who swiftly caught him before he could fall from the second floor. If she hadn't been there, he'd probably be dead right now. In the next moment, she is freed from her cage as well. As she steps before him, he praises her for showing great courage and sacrifice. He then turns to Sergio, who is his knight, captain, and the first one who rushed to get him to safety. He then looks over the other guards, describing their sacrifices and the effort they put in during the fight. Hearing this, the royal guards begin to wonder if he might actually be the real crown prince, but they're confused about how he could have possibly survived. On the other hand, pure dread is written all over the interrogator's face because he was positive the crown prince wasn't coming back. That's why he blamed everyone in the prince's party just to wrap up the case. This is how he's always operated, because when an important person dies, someone has to take the fall. At this, he bows before the prince and starts pleading for forgiveness, realizing he just committed the grave offense of questioning his identity. However, the crown prince remains unfazed by his theatrics and turns to the mayor, who chose to stay with his city to protect it rather than flee. He then approaches the cage and states that the mayor is the perfect example of how the nobility should fulfill their duties. He then turns back to the interrogator and angrily exclaims that in the meantime, the head of the investigation squad was busy questioning his identity. He gives him a dangerous warning. It is his people, the ones who stayed by his side through thick and thin, who have made him the crown prince. He stops him from making any excuses, already knowing exactly what they would be. He reflects on a situation back in Korea, where a similar incident had occurred. Ultimately, he concludes that the interrogator will be held responsible for the sham investigation he conducted. The next day, everyone gathers on the shore, buzzing about the latest news. Their hot topics include the investigator, who's been accused of obstructing the search for the crown prince. He's likely going to be either hanged or sentenced to life in prison. They also discuss the crown prince's amazing skill in taming the fierce manure, which has now become totally obedient to him. A young boy claims that he saw the crown prince grow as big as the manure and fight it himself. Not only that, but he also adds that the prince jabbed thorns into the manure's body. This story, however, isn't believed by a single soul. Then the discussion shifts to another rumor about the crown prince, as people in the capital are gossiping that he'll become the next ruler. Meanwhile, Damien is watching all of this unfold from his window. He turns to his master and asks how he could have possibly tamed a manure. Raquel clarifies that he never actually tamed it, explaining that it was all a big misunderstanding from the manure's perspective. Seeing Damien's confusion, Raquel clarifies further that when he pricked the minotaur with his thorns, the creature's pain actually subsided, convincing it that Raquel must be its savior. For a moment, they talk about how this whole misunderstanding is working in Damien's favor, since he can now collect some serious rewards, a prospect he's totally fine with. Even so, Damien feels a little embarrassed about not actually beating the Minotaur, so he decides to train even harder. Damien then tells him he's owed more money because he also finished the job the Crown Prince assigned him. The prince replies that he's thrilled to hear he managed to collect all the different medicinal ingredients. Damien explains that it was easy because Cremo is a massive port and a major commercial hub. Then he drops a bombshell on our prince, revealing his father headed back to the capital the moment he heard his son was safe. The prince really doesn't appreciate his father's cold-heartedness, but he recalls his father's words and figures there's not much he can do about it. So he pushes the thought aside to focus on the work ahead, asking Damien to bring all the medicine so he can get started. Once he has the supplies, he announces that he's going to whip up the golden minor pills in the mayor's kitchen. A little later, he's in the kitchen humming away as he preps the ingredients, which is clearly getting on Damien's nerves. Finally, he's finished making the golden minor pills and decides to use himself as the first test subject. As soon as he swallows one, his system alerts him to the pill's effects, revealing his internal organs have been energized. His stomach, however, is not a fan of the taste. In exchange, though, he gains 500 more HP from his organs. Better yet, his tonic concoction analysis skill activates because he crafted the pill with his own hands. After looking over the pill's long list of perks, he is delighted to see that it not only treats heart disease, but also acts as a natural sleep aid with 0 side effects. Seeing this, he's absolutely ecstatic with the results. The next day, he visits Urus and asks how it's doing. He then gives it the pills to ease its chest pain, and Urus gobbles them all down without a second thought. It gets a huge energy boost from the pills, and their effectiveness increases by 10% since he used them to heal the Minotaur, who is now officially his patient. On top of that, he gains a 7-day life bonus and an additional 600 HP from his organs. Later, he's seen casually lounging on the Minotaur, planning on relying on his manure from this point forward. The following day, a massive crowd gathers in Cremo City Plaza for the award ceremony to honor the heroes of that night. That morning, Raquel makes a grand entrance riding in on Urus. Seeing him, the crowd is now certain he's destined to be their next king. Oblivious to their chatter, Raquel starts the ceremony, thinking that the last time he got this much attention was during a fight with his brother, and he hopes the crowd doesn't scare Urus. He begins by addressing his bodyguards, complimenting them on the bravery they showed that night against the manure. To show his appreciation for their efforts, he's going to gift them his golden medicine. With a smirk, he mentally thanks the mayor for helping him solve this problem. The scene flashes back 2 days ago when he was relaxing with Urus as the mayor approached him. Raquel explains to him that he's going to hold an award ceremony to honor those who helped. Worked hard that night, not just to acknowledge their efforts, but also as a clever way to advertise his medicine. He then shows the mayor the medicine he plans to give to his subordinates. The mayor immediately understands that Raquel has ulterior motives and figures out what he's planning. He suggests that if Raquel gives the medicine away as a reward, it will definitely make the nobles curious about it. He even plans to create a special premium edition in the Crown Prince's name. He also understands that he needs to make this ceremony as grand as possible to attract future customers and increase the medicine's value. With that settled, the mayor rushes off asking for 2 days to organize the ceremony just the way he wants. Now at the ceremony, Raquel is pleased to see the results of the mayor's hard work. First, he acknowledges the bravery and efforts of his subordinates who fought that night. Then he subtly shifts the topic to describe the benefits of his medicine, which is made from the Minotaur's gallstone. He explains that it grants stamina as great as a Minotaur's, while curing numerous other diseases. He even shows off his pet Minotaur to prove his point. He adds that people who can't sleep will also find rest with this medicine, while smoothly slipping in more praise for his subordinates. Then he shamelessly pivots right back to advertising the medicine, even announcing a limited time offer where they can get it for the affordable price of only $99.99. That's 99 Megan for a 1-month supply. Seeing this, Agnes and Damien realize he's acting like a con artist to lure in future customers. They glance over at Sergio, who's also there to happily promote the Crown Prince. In the end, Raquel shows the crowd several pamphlets to further advertise his medicine. Even after witnessing the shameless promotion of his medicine, many people are still eager to buy it. Some even consider borrowing money to purchase it since it's quite expensive. Seeing the positive response from the crowd, he decides on the spot to promote his traditional medicine clinic too. He gives a little fake cough, gets everyone's attention, and immediately informs them about the Side Palace's traditional medicine clinic, which he runs. Many of his subordinates hold up signs and pamphlets to advertise the clinic, and even the Minotaur helps with the promotion. He adds that he has introduced brand new kinds of medicinal treatments at his clinic. He asks the audience if anyone has heard of it, and 2 people raise their hands. Seeing them, the prince expresses his relief that someone has heard of it since he doesn't want to promote it with his words alone. Then he decides to add a little flair to his advertising and starts talking about how beautiful and important the city of Creo is, given its standing as the northern port and commercial hub. He emphasizes that for the city to prosper, its people need to be healthy. His speech stirs everyone, making them emotional with his display of concern. He then dramatically invites them to visit his clinic, even for minor health issues, and promises to personally examine them. However, he can tell they're still hesitant, so he decides to give them an extra push. He announces a free treatment coupon for the first 100 people who come, which prompts a protest from Agnes as the clinic was already free from the start. Seeing the people racing toward him, he feels giddy at the sight of his bonus life points in the form of potential patients. Soon he's busy consulting with patients about their health conditions of the people while handing out coupons and offering advice. Not only that, he even covers their travel expenses and accommodations. After distributing all 100 coupons, his face beams with pride at his successful promotion. Seeing his happy expression, Agnes is on the verge of tears. She's noticed that he's even covering the travel expenses for his patients. This means they'll need to sell everything to cover the cost, though he hasn't realized it's been 9 hours. His body is begging him to let it rest. Everything around him starts to blur, but he worries that he can't afford to lose face by fainting here in front of everyone. Instead of fainting, he collapses and begins to chuckle nervously as everyone rushes toward him, all while he curses his body's low stamina. His system notifies him of his accomplishments witnessed by the people of Cremo, and also notes his exhaustion. Seeing him in this state, the people of Cremo feel touched by his dedication, and he's granted a new title, and a new power called Great Doctor Points is added to his traditional medicine skill. This is a type of reputation value whenever he makes an impact on society. Through his medical practice, or people are moved by his effort and skill, he will earn 101 GDP. He understands this new point system but doesn't know how to use the points. In response, his system informs him that he can use these points to buy a lie voucher. With the help of the voucher, he can tell a lie to anyone, and they will believe him. Damon rushes to him and helps him up. Meanwhile, he receives more information about the lie voucher. For instance, he has to choose the person he plans to lie to beforehand, and each voucher can only be used once. Mythical creatures and people he's close to might be immune to the voucher's effect. He then asks Damon to give him a piggyback ride, and Damon replies that he'll do it if he gets paid. A short while later, he's standing before a very emotional mayor who can't believe the crown prince is already leaving. The mayor adds that Raquel needs to rest before starting his journey. Raquel brushes off the concern, saying that he'll just sleep in the horse-drawn carriage, which prompts a protest from the mayor, who insists that it won't be comfortable. He concludes the conversation by praising and thanking the mayor for everything he's done. Then he heads to his carriage, tossing an offer to the mayor to visit his clinic with Captain Roberto. The mayor is confused, but Raquel is referring to the fact that both he and Captain Roberto suffer from partial baldness, which he can treat. As soon as Raquel enters the capital, his hometown, everyone is startled to see a manure accompanying him. A knight rushes toward his carriage, and as soon as he spots the manure next to the prince, he's momentarily startled but quickly composes himself and moves forward. He wakes the crown prince and hands him an envelope sent by the emperor. After a formal greeting, Raquel takes the envelope from the knight's hand. Feeling a sense of foreboding about the letter's contents, he opens the envelope, his eyes shining with worried curiosity. The letter is a summons for him to appear in his father's court. He has a bad feeling after reading it. However, with a grin, he brushes off his worry, thinking that he'll just use the lie voucher if things go south. Later, he is shown before his father greeting him. He remains bowed, impatiently waiting for his father to say something. Finally, his father decides he's worthy of a few words and lays into him about how irresponsible and incompetent he was for endangering his travel companions. He's not exactly thrilled to hear this, considering he nearly bit the dust in that whole fiasco. His father then asks about the attack at the mayor's residence, which Raquel confirms. The emperor chews him out again, this time for not getting to safety sooner and putting his bodyguards at risk. He even has the gall to lecture our boy about taking precautions before things go south. All of this scolding and lecturing is really starting to get on our dude's nerves, especially since the whole thing was completely unpredictable. After asking for his opinion, his father just doubles down on his incompetence, pointing out how he endangered his companions. Meanwhile, our boy is getting pretty ticked off that his dad doesn't seem to care one bit about his well-being. His father angrily adds how embarrassing it is that he couldn't even protect the 10 people who were with him, especially when he's supposed to rule the empire and protect millions in the future. At this, Raquel realizes his father actually has a point. His father then tells him to reflect on their conversation, and Raquel agrees. At last, the emperor gives him permission to speak. Eager for an actual two-way conversation, Raquel immediately asks his father to quit smoking. He points out that the emperor needs to stay healthy since he's got a whole country to run. After saying this, he smirks, thinking he has just given his old man a taste of his own medicine. Raquel then adds that the imperial family's prosperity depends on the emperor's health. He's secretly thinking about the novel where the emperor dies from a stress and smoking-induced heart attack after Raquel's death. This event eventually leads to the downfall of the entire empire. More importantly, he doesn't want the emperor to suffer the same fate as his own father from his previous life. But the emperor informs him he already quit the day Raquel first asked. Then he asks, "Is there anything else Completely stunned, Rakiel says he has nothing else to add and asks to be excused. Just as he's about to leave, his father tells him not to eat meat from summoned beasts, warning that it could be harmful. After his son leaves, the Emperor thinks of him with a fond expression touched by his concern. He then asks an aide about the pill Rakiel developed. The aide informs the Emperor that they've used their information network to spread the word about the Minotaur golden pills everywhere. He then asks about the results. The aide reports that the border nobles are extremely curious about the pills and will likely investigate further. The Emperor is quite pleased with this outcome. Meanwhile, our boy and Damien are heading back to the side palace with Rakiel counting every single step. Damien asks him why in the world he's doing that, and Rakiel just says he's counting. The next moment, a very emotional crying Garen is seen rushing toward them. Our guy tries to stop him, jokingly asking his doctor if he was that excited to see him. Model. He retorts that Rakiel was the one who abandoned him with all the patients. Rakiel decides to brew a special tonic as a reward, thanking Garden for his hard work managing things in his absence. Their conversation then shifts to the incident at Cremo. Garden is completely floored when he finally spots the Minotaur standing behind Rakiel. Rakiel compliments his acting skills, suspecting he already knew about the Minotaur all along. Meanwhile, Damien has the awkward realization that absolutely no one there is normal. On their way to the entrance, Rakiel asks Garden if there's anything he missed. Garden tells him about some strange inquiries they've been receiving, where people are asking about a medicine that doesn't even exist yet. Garden shows him stacks of requests for Minotaur pills, noting that the nobles are the most enthusiastic potential buyers. Rakiel then glances out the window at the huge crowd that has gathered, all clamoring to buy the new medicine. His eyes light up at the sight, and he tells Garden to start lining them up according to the request list. It's time to sell his special limited edition medicine. After just 10 days, they've sold every single pill. Just as he's celebrating his success, Garden bursts his bubble by telling him he's been summoned by the Emperor. He anxiously wonders what his father could possibly want from him now. When guards escort him into a room in the main palace, he's shocked to see it's not an audience chamber, but the Emperor's personal quarters. As he steps into the room and lays eyes on the Emperor, his stomach drops. His father is in the exact same condition his own father was. We flash back to Rakiel's past. We see his younger self in an internet cafe getting increasingly frustrated while losing a video game. The constant losses are clearly getting on his nerves. His friend points out that his phone is ringing off the hook, but he insists he doesn't care. Once the game is over, he finally answers the call. The moment he does, his expression immediately shifts to one of pure dread. He rushes over frantically, completely losing his composure when he finds his father on his deathbed. Back in the present, he tries to push past his trauma to assess the Emperor's state. But there's no time to dwell on the past. He needs to treat the Emperor immediately. He diagnoses a stroke, observing that the Emperor's muscles and the nerve signals that control them are completely out of whack. He turns to the Emperor's personal physician to ask about his father's condition. To his utter shock, the doctor informs him that the Emperor has been fainting since last night. Rakiel immediately asks for the cause. The doctor explains that the Emperor had gotten drunk after dinner, so he simply suggested that he get some rest. When he checked on him the next morning, the Emperor was already in this state. This information makes Rakiel furious. The doctor's incompetence wasted the golden hour for treatment, the critical window during which he could have controlled the Emperor's stroke-like symptoms. The one thing he doesn't understand is why it even happened. The Emperor had specifically told him that he had quit smoking and was taking better care of his health. He then remembers the original novel's plot where the second prince ascends to the throne after the Emperor's death. But in this new reality, he would be the one to become the Emperor, an emperor with only 200 days left to live. However, as Emperor, he'd be buried in so much work, he couldn't treat patients, which would only hasten his own death. Right away, he starts searching for the cause of the stroke, desperately hoping it isn't a cerebral hemorrhage. You see, there are basically two types of strokes. One is a cerebral hemorrhage, which happens when a blood vessel in the brain bursts. The other is caused by thrombosis and atherosclerosis, where a blood vessel gets blocked, cutting off oxygen to the brain. A cerebral hemorrhage has a much higher chance of being fatal. While diagnosing, he's on pins and needles, hoping it's not a hemorrhage. Finally, a moment later, he confirms that it's ischemic, which is the lesser of the two evils. This condition could leave his father paralyzed or immobile, so now he needs to figure out which blood vessel is blocked. While checking the vessels, he's horrified to see a blood clot that doesn't look natural because he can't see the lines of Jeanne. This sends his tension skyrocketing. It's not natural to find a clot like that there. He gives the doctor a suspicious look, and decides to investigate this later as he needs to treat his father first. To do that, he needs to move him to his clinic. At that moment, his thoughts are interrupted by the Archbishop. Raquel introduces himself and asks if his purpose here is to heal the Emperor. The Archbishop confirms it, adding that he's here to pray for him, but the Emperor's condition is too critical for prayer to be enough. He then activates his divine power as the prince had allowed him to demonstrate its effectiveness. He uses the acupoint scan skill and is shocked to see that the Emperor's cells are regenerating during this divine healing. He's glad to see the cells regenerating, as it's normally impossible due to the damage to the brain cells. After finding a glimmer of hope that he might save him, he starts to pray alongside the Archbishop. A little while later, the Archbishop announces that he is finished. He then checks his condition and notes that even though the blood cells have regenerated, they will eventually die off because the blood clot hasn't been removed. Now his top priority is to remove that clot, so he contemplates which treatment he should use. The biggest danger would be reperfusion injury, which is a condition where blood flow is restored to a part of the body that previously had ischemia. In this condition, the part that had ischemia takes the most damage because it worsens cell recovery. After coming to a conclusion, he orders Roberto to bring the palace mage. He then asks if the prince is considering lightning magic, which he denies. Before the captain can even let out a sigh of relief, the prince exclaims that he's going to freeze the emperor. After a while, the palace mage stands before the tense prince and the emperor's doctor. Upon learning what their crazy prince wants him to do, he is completely shocked. The mage is hesitant and tense, knowing this could put him in danger. But Raquel seriously tells him that it's the same thing that happened with George, so he needs to do it to save the emperor. Otherwise, his condition will worsen. Listening to him, he considers it, but starts to suspect Raquel might be doing this to become emperor. But he brushes off this negative thought, as Raquel doesn't seem like someone who would be after power. All he has been doing this whole time is treating patients instead of getting involved in politics. After thinking it over, he decides to trust him and follow his instructions. When he's given the items, Raquel thanks him, clearly getting goosebumps. With some thorns in one hand and a golden minotaur pill in the other, the only thing he's missing is sacred blessings magic. So he turns to the Archbishop and asks him to use the sacred blessings magic again for the next 4 hours. But the Archbishop apologizes, explaining that such powerful magic can only be used once a month. Our boy is kicking himself now. If he had known beforehand, he could have stopped the Archbishop from using it. So he asks the Archbishop to teach him this magic. He's thrilled at the idea of combining this magic with his traditional medicine, skills which would in turn help him gain a larger life bonus. Meanwhile, the Archbishop is ecstatic to learn that Raquel wants to become a believer. He explains further that to learn the magic, Raquel needs to have true faith and a sincere heart. After rambling on about all the requirements, the Archbishop concludes that Raquel will need to maintain his faith for 30 years to learn the sacred blessings magic. Upon hearing this, Raquel immediately gives up on the idea of learning the magic. He then turns to his father to begin the treatment. He has his father sit down and begins the procedure, needing to prevent any damage from a reperfusion injury. To do this, he'll start by lowering his father's metabolic rate as much as possible. This will reduce sudden changes in the cells and minimize any structural damage from the injury. To achieve this, they need to lower the emperor's body temperature. This is called hypothermia therapy, a procedure in which he'll carefully cool his father's body in a way that will drop his temperature and as a result slow down his body's metabolic rate. Once he confirms that his father's heart rate and breathing have also slowed down, he orders the mage to maintain the current temperature. He then prepares the medicine, a liquid made from the golden minotaur pill and the thorns Gome had left. Now it's time to remove the blood clot, and there is absolutely no room for error. He begins the treatment and confirms that the clot is dissolving, but he must move to the next acupoint as quickly as possible before another area takes damage. He then targets the Chengoi point, an acupoint that is key to the body's pulse. This alters the flow of energy and blood, sending it from the Chengoi point throughout the stomach meridian. Everyone watches in stunned silence, amazed at how he's treating his father. Unfazed by the tension in the room, he remains completely focused on the treatment. He patiently uses his acupoint scan, waiting for the perfect moment in his father's pulse. He can see mana spreading through his father's body, but he needs to direct the blood flow specifically to the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. If too much blood flows in at once on top of the reperfusion injury, the damaged walls of the brain cells will undoubtedly burst. To prevent that from happening, he must proceed with extreme caution. He performs the technique one more time and detects small ripples of a mana reaction. With that, he senses the blood flow slowing to just 20%, giving him a surge of hope. He's done all he can. Now everything rests on the Emperor's own life force and fate. He just prays it won't end like it did in his past life when he lost his father. He's desperate to hold his father's warm hand, a chance he never got before his death in his past life. He refuses to live with that kind of regret ever again. His thoughts are cut short by his father's weak voice thanking him for all his hard work. It's a bittersweet feeling. He knows he isn't the Emperor's real son, but he's still determined to do his absolute best. So when the Emperor closes his eyes again, he just wants him to be able to rest peacefully without overdoing it. Realizing he's also running on fumes, he steps outside to get some fresh air. On his way, a pang of guilt hits him for not answering his father's call sooner. With a heavy heart, he feels a glimmer of relief. At least this time he didn't repeat his past mistake. As it begins to rain outside, he finally lets himself cry for his father. After a good cry, he pulls himself together, knowing this was just the first hurdle and he needs to be ready for a potential relapse. He decides to map out a rehabilitation plan for when the Emperor faces any more stress. Besides, he's hoping his father can hang on for at least one more month, which is when he can use a sacred blessing magic to heal him completely. Just then, his system pings him with a notification about his unique treatment method. Thanks to his dedication, he's now able to treat his father with a much higher chance of a full recovery. Not only that, but our guy also makes history by introducing the concept of reperfusion injury to the Laurasia continent. Thanks to his discovery, this concept will now be required reading for all future generations of medical students, which means for years to come, med students will be cursing his name during their late-night cram sessions. He also scores a cool 121 GDP points. He's more than happy to take these unexpected rewards. His moment of satisfaction is cut short by the royal doctor who comes to apologize for his complete failure to treat the Emperor. Raquel is furious and immediately suspends the doctor for failing to recognize the Emperor's condition, wasting the golden hour due to his incompetence. So from this point forward, Raquel will be personally taking care of his father. He then orders his attendants to stay close to his father, since the doctor has proven he can't be trusted. He gives them strict orders not to leak any news about the Emperor's health and to remain on standby as his father needs plenty of rest. While looking at them, however, he gets the feeling there are other reasons he can't quite trust them. The next morning, he's woken up by an aide who informs him that the people outside the Emperor's room have somehow heard a rumor that the Emperor just has a cold and is resting. He thanks his aide for the update, adding that he needs to finish his report. The aide then tells him that an envoy from the Amboy Kingdom is requesting a meeting with the Emperor. This news leaves him completely stunned. Upon hearing this, his mind immediately flashes back to what he read in the novel. The Amboy Kingdom is the very nation responsible for his imperial family's downfall. This kingdom, established for 150 years, has been growing stronger by the day and is fated to start a great war that will ensnare his family in the coming years. He just can't figure out the purpose of an envoy from Ambasis being here now of all times. His aide informs him that the Emperor himself summoned the envoy 5 days ago. Hearing this, he immediately puts two and two together. This has to be about Guinness. After voicing his suspicions to his aide, he is confirmed to be right on the money. The Emperor wants this Guinness person to take responsibility for what happened in Cremo. His aide then suggests that he's told to give a brief update on the Emperor's health and send the envoy away, which infuriates him. He sits down to contemplate the situation, realizing it won't look good if the envoy is sent back over a simple flu. Rumors will spread and people will assume the Emperor's health is far worse. He has to meet the envoy as the situation could be exploited by their enemies, potentially leading to war in the coming years. He deadpans that he's going to handle the meeting his own way. The scene changes to the guest room where the envoy is enjoying some tea. This man is furious with Guinness, who caused so much chaos in Cremo and endangered the Crown Prince's life, an incident that could have easily sparked a war. Fortunately, he's no ordinary official. He's an expert in diplomacy. Being a skilled negotiator, he's confident he can deflect any blame thrown his way. He's prepared for anything. His daydream about meeting the Emperor is cut short by the Crown Prince, who apologizes for being late. The envoy is completely baffled to see the Crown Prince instead of the Emperor. However, he forces himself to remain calm. Meanwhile, the prince intends to handle this with a careful approach, knowing he must remain polite. He then invites the envoy to take a seat all the while, preparing to steer the meeting into his field of expertise and seize control. He must avoid war at all costs. So the meeting begins, and before the poor envoy can say a word, the Crown Prince exclaims with a cringy, fake look of concern that the envoy seems unwell. The prince asks him to hold out his left hand. The diplomatic expert is utterly baffled by this completely random request. He holds out his hand anyway, and Raquel deduces that he probably feels groggy when he wakes up. He rambles on about the diplomat's other minor health problems, making the situation incredibly awkward as the envoy just wants him to let go so they can proceed with the meeting. However, while our guy is pointing out all these common health concerns, the envoy, who sees exactly what the prince is doing, finds himself getting trapped in the scheme anyway. He desperately needs to meet the emperor as soon as possible. He thinks about how he came prepared with many negotiation and cards to play with the emperor, but this conversation with the prince is going nowhere fast. Finally left, with no other choice, he sternly reminds the prince that he is there to meet the emperor. Our hero impishly thinks that this man is delusional if he thinks he can control the conversation, but he is determined. He starts by saying that since the envoy is such an important figure representing the Manhwa kingdom, how could they possibly ignore his health issues? He says with feigned sympathy that if the envoy were to faint during the meeting, it would ruin the imperial family's reputation. He simply can't allow that to happen. He then steps closer and asks in a menacing tone, "We wouldn't want that now, would we?" Left with no alternative, the envoy reluctantly agrees with him. Raquel then gives him a ton of health advice like quitting smoking and drinking and exercising for 30 minutes a day. At the end, he drops a bombshell saying that if he follows this advice, he can avoid ending up like the emperor. This startling revelation makes the envoy immediately ask about the emperor's condition. The crown prince dramatically exaggerates, explaining that the emperor caught the flu because of the stress of managing the empire, which led him to smoke and drink more until he eventually became bedridden. Right now, he's having a tough time finding his appetite because of the flu. Upon hearing this, the envoy questions if this is why the crown prince was sent in his stead, which our hero confirms. He also relays the emperor's apologies for not being able to attend the meeting and his wish to reschedule it for a later date. The envoy is surprised to see the crown prince, revealing all this so candidly, and concludes that he can't really find any fault in the matter. Besides, it was the crown prince himself who came to apologize and was completely transparent about the situation. He understands the seriousness of the situation, knowing he would lose the upper hand if he refused to accept the crown prince's justification. While facing this dilemma, he observes the crown prince and determines that he is no ordinary person. At that moment, the crown prince whispers something in his ear and shows him an object, which prompts a comment from the envoy about his consideration. In the end, it seems that whatever the crown prince said to the envoy was the final nail in the coffin. The envoy seems quite pleased to have a letter to deliver to his king and then departs from the palace. Damien, who witnessed the entire exchange, asks about the method used to convince the envoy. The crown prince casually replies that the envoy simply saw his sincerity, though his loyal bodyguard, knowing him too well, doesn't buy that excuse. The crown prince then turns to Damien with an exceptionally sweet and happy expression, informing him that he is being assigned a top-secret operation. He explains that he will be admitting a very important person into the traditional medicine clinic today. Damien is confused as to what kind of patient could make the prince behave this way. The prince responds that it is the emperor. He then instructs Damien to return to the side palace to handle the arrangements. Damien asks if he needs to prepare his personal squad for emergency duty, which receives an affirmative answer. Before Damien leaves, the prince apologizes for interrupting his training with this new mission. But Damien waves off the apology, stating that his primary duty is to protect the imperial family. Raquel knows that after the fiasco at Crimo, Damien became aware of his weaknesses in combat and has been training relentlessly ever since. He knows the time will soon come when Damien will become the strongest person in the world, but that time is not now. His thoughts are interrupted by Damien, who informs him that he is heading to the side palace to begin preparations. He nods and then turns to go his own way. On his way, Damien reflects on his training, knowing he is still not powerful enough. His thoughts shift as he begins to wonder what he will do once he surpasses his current limits. Elsewhere, Raquel is preparing for his father to be admitted to his clinic. He believes he can't allow his father to stay in a palace, where he suspects nearly everyone is plotting against the emperor. Furthermore, he needs to remain by his side to treat him until the archbishop is ready to perform the blessing magic. So he must move him, because if the emperor stays there, people will grow suspicious that he is seriously ill. As he moves forward, he feels a wicked sense of satisfaction as he begins preparations to receive another VIP patient in his clinic, knowing the effects of his recent letter will likely manifest soon. Meanwhile, in the Manhwa kingdom, at that very moment, when someone informs the king of Benjamin's arrival, he gets quite furious. He's upset that he arrived so early, as dealing with the emperor is no easy feat. After greeting the king, Benjamin explains the situation over in Magentano. Apparently, he couldn't meet with the emperor, only with the crown prince. The scene flashes back to Benjamin's meeting with our guy, who says the king just needs to be aware of the situation at Cremo. The envoy confirms this. Then the crown prince drops a bombshell. He wants Princess Adeline to stay in their country for 6 months. This request completely infuriates the envoy, who assumes that our boy wants to hold the princess hostage in their country. He knows they won't just do his bidding. They are a completely independent country, not some vassal state of the empire. Our boy just grins, pleased to see his plan unfolding perfectly, all thanks to him consuming a lie voucher. Now he's lying through his teeth about being interested in fostering a peaceful relationship with the Ambes kingdom. His system informs him that Benjamin is going to buy this lie hook, line, and sinker. And just like that, Benjamin believes the crown prince might actually be taking a liking to their princess. He first dreads the thought of the princess living near him for 6 months and falling in love with him. But then he pauses to contemplate the benefits of this situation, as it could lead to a powerful alliance through marriage. His greed snowballs to the point that he wants to carve his name into history as the man who built the foundation of a great empire, which would come as the result of the marriage between the Princess of Ambes and the Crown Prince of Magentano. He even daydreams of becoming the greatest diplomat in all of history. His fantasy is shattered by the angry voice of the King of Ambes, who shouts at him, asking how he could dare suggest something so infuriating, treating their country like a vassal state by agreeing to give up the princess as a hostage. He even asks his envoy how he could just stand there silently after hearing their absurd request. But Benjamin, on the other hand, having completely bought our hero's lies, explains that it's a good suggestion for building a peaceful relationship between both countries. However, the king shouts at him to stop babbling, declaring that negotiations with Magentano are in the trash after his meeting with the crown prince. Benjamin then asks him to please read the letter from the crown prince before concluding anything. The king can't understand how on earth his diplomat, who always remains neutral, is suddenly siding with Rachiel. As soon as he reads the letter, which was likely enchanted by the lie voucher, he also agrees to send his daughter to Rachiel. He now believes in our dude's grand ambitions and summons his daughter on the spot. Everyone is both curious and nervous to see him act so suddenly. The king sits down on his throne while thinking about Rachiel, who is famous for his poor health. But when he looks at the letter, he is absolutely delighted to see that Rachiel is asking for his daughter's hand. Obviously, this is all a lie fabricated with the lie voucher. The moment Adeline hears she has to stay in the Magentano Empire, she finds the request completely unjust. She protests, asking how he could possibly agree to such a request. The king begins by saying he assumes she's refusing to accept his decision because she thinks he made it in haste without much thought. Seeing the letter in her father's hand, she realizes the letter must contain some kind of blackmail. They must have found his weakness, or perhaps it's a threat. She's desperate to know what's in that letter. The king tries to console his daughter again, saying he's doing this for their future and that one day she'll be grateful for his decision. But the princess isn't buying it. However, the king ignores her protests and orders her to move to Magentano for the next 6 months, effective immediately. The guards try to drag her toward the gate, but they can't. After all, she is the smiling angel of Ambes. She didn't earn this title because of her kind and warm personality, but because of her incredible fighting skills. With a smile on her face, a habit of hers, she starts to fight off the guards. And that's exactly why she's called the smiling angel of her country. She slams the guards into the wall and turns to her father, who, along with his men, is now completely terrified of her. But as she turns to face her father, she finds herself trapped inside a magic circle. The mages bind her with magical chains and lock her inside the carriage. This is the Dawn Horse Carriage Mystérieuse, designed to reach its destination by sunrise. Sure enough, the princess's carriage is delivered at dawn, but the journey takes 10 days. Upon arrival, her subordinate suggests she walk with her head held high like the Princess of Ambes she is. She agrees, determined not to show any weakness. She looks ahead at our protagonist with an annoyed expression. She remembers him being rather sickly, but he seems different now. Rachiel tries to give her a warm welcome, but she introduces herself coldly, refusing to shake his hand. He's disappointed, as this is exactly what always happened to him on blind dates back in Korea when the women weren't interested. He shakes off the thought, reminding himself he has more important matters to deal with. He leads her to the dining table where they settle down for breakfast. He tells her he'll show her to the side palace where she'll be staying for the next 6 months. He thinks to himself that he plans to use Adeline to prevent the war from happening. He recalls reading in the novel that Adeline was a healthy and strong princess, wise enough to lead her country into an era of peace. but for some unknown reason she died an early death, and a distant relative of the king took the throne. This new ruler was greedy for power, and waged a disastrous war with Magentano. He needs to keep her alive and help her claim the throne in order to stop this war before it even starts. Based on what he'd read in the novel, she likely had a biliary disease caused by gallstones. He also remembers that the author of the novel had the same condition, so now he has a plan to treat her with medicine and surgery. As she begins to eat, he apologizes to the princess, acknowledging that it must be difficult for her to digest food after such a long journey. So he presents her with a special tonic from the garden. However, she completely misunderstands, assuming the tonic is poison, and is infuriated by the gesture. She furiously slams her fist on the table and shouts, "How dare you mock me like this?" The impact of her fist cracks the entire tabletop. She yells that it wasn't enough to drag her here against her will, but now he's mocking her too. Completely baffled, Raquel can only say that he doesn't understand. She explains that for her, coming here was a huge decision for both her and the kingdom, which shocks him. In the end, she declares that she'll stay for 6 months as ordered, but she won't be at his beck and call. He tries to make peace by saying she's misunderstanding something, but she cuts him off, insisting that's not it. He pauses and challenges her, saying that she's just scared, which leaves her completely stunned. With an irritated look, she tries to say something, but he interrupts, pointing out that he hasn't done anything wrong except offer her a meal and some medicine for her fatigue. He then says he doesn't understand her reason for being so afraid to even leave the table. She's getting more annoyed, but he continues saying if she's worried about poison, he'll have Gordon bring him the tonic too. While chugging the tonic in one go, he dares her to believe that he, the Prince of the Empire, would be foolish enough to poison her during an official meeting. Then he lays it on thick, saying he understands she must have been scared. He's totally playing her. Knowing she can't stand cowards and hates being called one, she takes the bait and sits down, ordering Gordon to bring the medicine. But she has one condition: she'll only take his medicine this one time. He replies that she should try the medicine first before making any decisions. She eyes the tonic, thinking that no matter how she looks at it, it just screams poison. But she musters her courage and gulps it down in one go. It tastes absolutely awful. Raquel then offers her some candy, explaining it's customary to have a sweet after taking bitter medicine. He adds that it's plum-flavored. The princess's mouth waters at the sight of the candy, but her pride stops her from taking it. She finally gives in, and he offers her a grape-flavored one as well. She thinks the candy tastes heavenly, but she collects her pride, stands up and announces that she's finished with the medicine and dessert, and would like to leave. He asks if she's leaving already. She retorts, asking if there's any reason for her to stay. He says no, adding that the Lord Chamberlain will guide her to her room. On her way to her chambers, she hopes she won't have to see him at all during these next 6 months. Later, we see Adeline exercising with her knights, feeling great about their workout. When she turns to her knights, however, they all look completely exhausted. She asks why they're so tired, since she doesn't feel fatigued at all. Her knight explains that it's because they've been traveling for 10 days straight. His comment makes her wonder why she isn't tired at all, unlike her knights. Suddenly, she realizes that it might be because of the tonic she drank, but she refuses to admit it. Just then, a group of children and elderly people heading toward a certain part of the palace catches her eye. She figures they can't be palace workers. They all look sick and seem to be heading in the crown prince's direction. Her curiosity gets the best of her, and she follows the patients to see what's going on. Then she spots the crown prince, who is advising a patient on his illness and telling him to avoid oily food and alcohol. He gives the patient a few more instructions before heading right in her direction. She quickly ducks for cover, sighing in relief that she's safe. But just then, Raquel pops up out of nowhere and asks what she's doing here. She's completely at a loss for words. He points out that this is a consultation room, and she needs to have filled out paperwork to be here. Then he deadpans, asking if she even bothered to wait in line like everyone else. But she has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. He then explains with a straight face that this is a place where they treat all their patients equally. Therefore, she needs to follow the rules to get an appointment, just like anyone else. Then he sternly orders her to start by filling out the consultation form and to wait her turn. 2 hours later, she's standing in front of him, trying her best to look unbothered as she hands him the form. Our guy knew she would do it. Meanwhile, she insists that she isn't some entitled person who would abuse her authority. He expresses his delight that she's here since he wanted to examine her anyway, which only confuses her more. He finally turns to her and asks flatly if she was ever curious about the real reason he brought her here. This question gets her thinking, about his true motives because she originally assumed it was just to humiliate her after what happened in Cremo. On the other hand, he's looking pretty smug at her contemplative expression, planning to let her realize her symptoms on her own. He imagines a scenario where Gordon tells Damien he has an illness that makes him obsessed with money, but Damien refused treatment, claiming he wasn't sick. But the very next morning, he collapsed in a pool of his own blood. So it's vital for her to realize the symptoms for herself, because if he just randomly offered to treat her, she'd never agree to it. Then he bluntly states that she will die in 2 years, which leaves her looking utterly terrified. She nervously tells him that it sounds like he's cursing her, but he smoothly lies, saying they know this for a fact. He claims it's thanks to the imperial family's intelligence department, which knows everything, even the secrets of the Ambus royal family. So they were able to detect the early symptoms of the fatal illness she has. After hearing all this nonsense, she's absolutely furious, especially since she was just starting to see him in a positive light after watching him with patience. But she just can't believe he'd play such a ridiculous and cruel joke on her. She yells, asking if he's mocking her. He tries to reason with her, swearing his only goal is to cure her illness. Sensing her skepticism, he offers to prove it to her. With that, he summons a creature named Bob, fawning over his summon and asking if it's ready for a little task. She, on the other hand, is completely stunned to see him summon an actual monster. He proceeds to introduce them, explaining to Adeline that Bob's usual job is to analyze medicine at the clinic, but today he's got a different assignment. He's now going to perform an acupoint scan with the help of his summon. 3 days ago, he was lying in bed feeling completely drained from his terrible sleep schedule. His large intestine was complaining and staging a revolt against him along with his other organs. All they wanted was for him to get a good night's sleep for once. He informs his organs that the princess is arriving in 3 days, wanting to express his concern, but they cut him off, assuming he's about to propose to her. With the excitement of the expected wedding, the large intestine even grants him 1,000 HP. But as soon as he explains that he doesn't intend to marry her but wants to cure her, the intestine immediately demands a refund. He then blackmails them, saying that if they want him to let them sleep, they need to help him solve his problem, getting the princess to realize her symptoms and believe she's ill. After thinking for a moment, his heart suggests leveling up his pulse reading skill. The liver explains that he could use the pulse reading skill to show the princess her own health report. He doesn't understand how he can actually show it to her. He checks his pulse reading skill and finds 2,500 HP available. He can level up his skill by consuming HP. He purchases the next level, but after reading the description, he decides to level it up a bit more. He keeps leveling up until he reaches level 10. By acquiring this skill, he can now not only read a pulse, but also show the results to his patient. Not only that, but he has also unlocked another skill that lets him show test results to the patient on an external screen. Back in the present, he summons the external screen, which displays an image of the princess's gallbladder. She doesn't believe him, so he tells her to press on her stomach. When she does, the image on the screen moves. This convinces her that it is indeed her gallbladder. He says he understands it must be shocking for her to see one of her own internal organs, but she becomes sad now, understanding the gravity of her situation. He then explains to her that the gallstone inside her will eventually block her bile duct. When that happens, the bile that's supposed to pass through her bile duct to her duodenum will back up into her liver. From there, her liver, spleen, and pancreas will begin to deteriorate. To cap it all off, he deadpans that she needs treatment to avoid this. She, however, asks why he wants to treat her. He explains she is the key to maintaining peace between the imperial and royal families. So he wants her to become a healthy queen capable of leading her country. She then asks what his treatment method is if she agrees to it. In response, he winds up to punch her, but she catches his fist mid-swing and breaks his hand. He yells at her, exclaiming that he was just trying to demonstrate his treatment method. She can't imagine what kind of treatment this is. He then punches his own stomach and tells her that's what she has to do. She doesn't understand how this treatment could possibly work, as it seems more like a plot to murder her. Ignoring her skepticism, he asks if she can discharge mana while punching herself, and she confirms that she can. He then begins to explain the external impact wave, which is the type of treatment he will use on her gallstone. As she discharges mana from her fist, he will guide that mana using the Azrahan core technique. She has no idea what he's talking about. Raquel, who has already practiced this technique with Damien, explains further that when she discharges mana toward her stomach, he will guide that mana directly to the gallstone in her gallbladder. This is how he can remove the gallstone from her gallbladder. She agrees to the treatment on one condition: he must let her go afterward, to which he agrees. She's completely shocked to see him agree to her demand so easily. He explains that once she's treated, he'll have no reason to keep her there. Meanwhile, she's stunned, having assumed she'd be stuck there for good. Oblivious to her inner thoughts, he suggests they move to another consultation room to avoid the crowd. Inside the other room, he asks the princess to show him her back, so he can examine the gallstone's location and size, and she complies. After examining her, he tells her to make a fist and place it on her stomach. With that done, it's time for her to strike her own stomach. He instructs her to shape her mana into a sharp needle as she channels it through her fist and into her stomach. He asks if she can focus on a single point, to which she answers with a confident yes. She finally strikes her stomach and is amazed to feel that it doesn't hurt at all. It feels like the gallstone simply vanished from her stomach. He then shows her a CT scan of her gallbladder, which reveals the gallstone is now cracked. He tells her she's doing great and that she just needs to do it again. After a few more attempts, he stops her, announcing that the gallstone has completely crumbled. Even though he's clearly exhausted, Raquel still praises her for doing so well, which brings a smile to her face. He concludes the treatment, explaining that the pulverized gallstone will now be discharged from her body naturally. She's baffled to hear this, as she assumed there was still another stone to break. But when she turns back to him, he looks as pale as a ghost. She then realizes that he must have been absorbing the excess mana she was discharging. She rushes over and shakes him frantically, asking if he's all right. He reassures her that he's fine, while privately thinking her mana was far stronger than he'd expected, judging by his condition. She asks him why he would push himself to such a limit. He weakly replies that it's because she's his patient. She doesn't understand, but he emphasizes again that as long as she's receiving treatment, she is his patient, which leaves her stunned. He then weakly adds that he just needs to rest right before he faints, as she cries out his name. A little later, our guy's sleeping in bed as Gordon checks up on him. He informs Adeline that he's all right with no fever or trouble breathing. Adeline asks why. He hasn't woken up yet. Gordon explains that his body is naturally frail, and on top of that, he pushed himself far past his limits. She tries to apologize, but Gordon shakes his head, explaining that Raquel had warned him he might faint, so she shouldn't worry about it. Seeing her confused expression, he explains that it's typical for our guy to put others before himself. Gordon also expresses his own worry about his master for this very reason. As she takes this all in, her hardened demeanor softens as she realizes how wrong she was to mistrust someone as genuinely good-hearted as Raquel. Seeing this change in her, his system notifies him that even though his actions were for his own benefit, his devotion still managed to deeply touch his patient's heart. Not only that, but this act of sincerity and devotion will bring about a positive change in the future, possibly even preventing a war. He has now formed a solid doctor-patient bond, with Adeline ensuring she'll no longer question his medical treatments. With a much softer expression, she gently takes his hand. Seeing this, his organs try to intervene, believing she's being deceived by him. At the same time, his intestine grants him 1,500 HP for his actions. Meanwhile, Garden also notices her holding Raquel's hand, and a green light appears above his head, signaling a possible relationship between Adeline and Raquel. When Raquel is fully rested, he meets with her, and she immediately asks how he's feeling. He answers that he was fine to begin with, and asks what he said before he passed out. She playfully teases him, adding how emotional he got while declaring that she was now his patient. Embarrassed, he cuts her off before she can say anything more. He then informs her that since he's rested, he will spend his afternoons treating her. He's also determined not to lose consciousness this time around. She in turn expresses her trust in him, saying that if he says the gallstone needs to be removed, she will trust his judgment and treatment from now on. She thanks him afterward, which embarrasses him once, again since he only did this for his own personal gain. Afterward, he is seen treating Adeline multiple times using the Azrahan core technique to absorb the external mana impact. As a result, he not only levels up his Azrahan core, but also expands his slots. After a few days, he successfully destroys 15 gallstones and looks completely wiped out as a result. He is now at level 6 in the Azrahan core technique, with 15 liters of space in his mana slot. He thanks her for her cooperation, mentioning that only one gallstone is left to destroy. He adds weakly that her mana impact is incredibly powerful to begin with. She responds that she feels awful hearing this. He replies that she should be thanking him instead. Hearing this, she misunderstands, thinking that he wants a reward for his actions. But he clarifies that what he really wants is for her kingdom not to start a war with his. Upon hearing this, her expression changes, and he asks why that is. She explains that she's never met anyone like him in her entire life. He doesn't understand her subtle hint, and takes his leave saying he has a patient to discharge. Said patient is none other than his father. They are in a separate room where he has also brought the archbishop to perform sacred blessing magic. The moment after receiving the blessing, the emperor sits up. He asks for a piece of paper as he doesn't have much strength to speak. After reading the contents of the paper, the emperor is left completely stunned. The emperor asks which date he chose to go on with the princess, mentioning that he heard about him visiting her while he was bedridden. On the other side, the prince doesn't understand a single thing his father is implying. His father reveals that he's talking about the princess of Ambizis. He starts by saying he doesn't know what the prince told the Ambizis envoy to convince him to send their princess here, but it was irresponsible on his part to proceed with the matter of marriage without any consultation, especially when he's going to be emperor one day. Now our hero starts to piece things together, like how everyone in the palace looks at them, and realizes that they all assume something is going on between them. He contemplates this for a moment and concludes that bringing up a non-existent war now would sound completely absurd. So he exclaims that the emperor is right about his mischief, admitting he took advantage of his condition by bringing the princess here only for her to reject him in the end. The emperor is furious to hear that he was rejected after going to such lengths, and he dramatically tells the archbishop to heal him again. On the other hand, our guy is trying to slip away before his father's lecture gets underway. Before he can get away, his father catches him and gives him a long lecture about his responsibilities as crown prince. Meanwhile, the emperor's aides notice that his right nostril is twitching slightly, meaning the scolding is just an act, which means that he is in fact proud of his son. Our boy just wants this drama to end since he isn't even the emperor's son and doesn't deserve such warm treatment. To wrap it up, he tells his father that he understands everything and now needs to take his leave as his patient is waiting for him. The emperor allows him to go. Before leaving, he reminds his father again to be careful, mentioning that someone tried to kill him, so he needs to be extra cautious, and the emperor agrees. Meanwhile, a knight from Ambaz is rushing toward the Magentano Empire to inform the princess about the current situation in her country. Inside the side palace, our boy is complaining to his patient that he was beaten 500 times, which is to say that he fainted from the force of Princess Adeline's mana during her treatment each time. On the other hand, she insisted on one more hit so they could finally finish this off. He agrees with her, and at last he guides her mana to destroy her gallstone. This time, finally, they've done it. His system congratulates him on withstanding those 50 external mana shockwaves. As a result, he has awakened the Azrahan martial technique known as Indestructible. According to this technique, he can become indestructible for 5 minutes each day. His exhausted organs are thrilled to gain that skill and grant him 2,200 hit points. He then turns to the princess and informs her that she can't relax yet because her treatment isn't over. He realizes that if she developed a gallstone at such a young age, she could easily develop another one. He then asks Gordon to bring an Injinho decoction, which she needs to take consistently for 2 weeks. He also needs to check if her body will tolerate it well. At this moment, he gains a life bonus for successfully saving the princess's life. Beyond that, he has done it for the sake of peace, so she could ascend the throne and prevent a war. He is happy thinking that he might finally enjoy a life of riches, but destiny seems determined to keep him on his toes. Just then, a messenger bursts through the door to inform him that Adeline has received a message from her hometown. To their horror, he informs them that Jibilian, a cadet royal from the kingdom's western region, has declared a rebellion against the country. That man believes the current royal family is weak, given that they surrendered to the crown prince's absurd demand to send the princess there. Our boy is quite dejected to hear that this has happened, despite all his efforts to prevent it. Meanwhile, the princess asks about the current situation. The messenger replies that the war has already started and that the Central Army is trying to establish a defense at the Vale Fortress. As a result, more soldiers than expected are injured with high casualties. Upon hearing this, the devilish side of our hero immediately gets excited to treat those injured soldiers as a way to extend his life. His organs even grant him 100 HP for his wild idea. He knows what's happened is completely out of his hands. The only thing left to do is make the most of the situation. With that in mind, he dramatically turns to the princess and expresses his deepest sympathies for the events unfolding in her country. He grants her permission to return to her homeland, but on one condition. He's going with her to heal the injured soldiers as their army doctor. Hearing this, she thanks him so sincerely that it actually makes him a little embarrassed. Trying to shake it off, he simply tells her to get ready for their departure. The scene cuts to the army camp where a carriage has just pulled up, and a rather portly man steps out immediately complaining about how shabby the place is. And as it turns out, this chubby gentleman is none other than our Crown Prince Rakiel, who is seriously missing the cushy comforts of his luxurious carriage. Standing beside him are his two trusted men, Damien and Gardan. Gardan is still insisting that he should return to the Empire, but when he calls him Your Highness, Rakiel warns him to stick to his new identity and call him Young Master Ron. We flash back a few days to when they were finishing their preparations to leave. The princess sees Rakiel enter the room completely disguised as Ron Belrick. When he tells her it's time to go, she has no idea who he is and questions him, not recognizing him at all. He tells her he's the crown prince, but she doesn't buy it for a second and calls for the guards to arrest him. He finally convinces her by bringing up their treatment sessions, a detail only the two of them would know, and it instantly clicks that it really is the crown prince. Gardan also pops up behind him, confirming to the princess that he is in fact the crown prince. Rakiel reveals that this new identity was granted to him by his father. We learn that he went to his father to ask for permission to go to Amvis. He informed him about the civil war brewing in Amvis and expressed his plan to infiltrate their military as a doctor. The emperor asks him what he could possibly gain by helping Amvis's soldiers. He answers that he can observe their military tactics, command structure, and administration, all while staying safe in the rear as a doctor. At this, the emperor's nostril starts to twitch, which is a dead giveaway that he's incredibly proud of his son. Rakiel knows his father will let him go since he truly enjoys putting his son to the test. He explains all this to the princess, adding that his new appearance is just an illusion created by the palace mage. She also checks his official documents, which identify him as a fallen noble who aced his medical training. On their way to Amvis, Damien asks about the clinic that Gardan and Rakiel are leaving behind. Gardan informs him that Agnes is more than capable of running the clinic. For a few months, as they've spread a rumor that Rakiel is sick and needs to rest. Noticing Damien's expression, Gardan asks what's on his mind. He voices his concern about whether Agnes is getting overtime pay for the extra hours, which makes Gardan break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Rakiel is thinking to himself that being a doctor is no walk in the park. Finally, after a few days, they reach Amvis, and with Adeline's help, he's assigned to the rear camp for the wounded. Before heading off to his duties, he hands Adeline a recipe for Ange Tang and instructs her to take it regularly. When he enters the camp for the wounded, he's shocked to discover he's the only medic there. A moment later, he's horrified by the condition of the soldiers. The medic in charge asks who they are, assuming they're high-ranking officers. Raquel introduces himself as the military physician, but the caretaker has no clue he was coming. He then asks the caretaker about the camp's situation, and the man nonchalantly replies that everyone inside is already dead. He even glances inside to check if anyone's still alive. Hearing this, Raquel demands an explanation. The caretaker, as heartless as ever, explains that they need to make space for the next batch of injured soldiers, and the only way to do that is for the current ones to die. He even complains about what a pain it is to clear out the bodies. Raquel doesn't like this one bit, since there's no way he's getting any life bonus from this situation. So he asks the caretaker to take him to the camp commander. Meanwhile, the commander is enjoying some wine in his luxury tent when someone suddenly takes a swing at him. He luckily dodges the attack and turns to face his assailant. It turns out to be Damien and Raquel. Damien asks if he should just beat the guy up. Raquel tells him to make it worth 2 months' salary, but not to kill him. With that, Damien starts wailing on the commander, who tries to reason with them, claiming he's the head officer in charge of the camp. However, Raquel pulls out documents stating that he's an undercover royal inspector sent here to take the commander down. The battalion commander is floored by the revelation that Raquel is none other than the undercover inspector. Our guy once again emphasizes his role as the righteous royal inspector and doctor assigned to handle corrupt officers. This sudden display of righteousness doesn't sit well with Damien, who calmly asks that if that's the case, why is he the one doing all the dirty work? Raquel snaps back that it's what he's paid for, which shuts Damien up immediately. He then flashes official documents granting him full authority over the military's wounded camp, personally authorized by Princess Adeline. Province, however, desperately asks what his supposed crime is playing innocent. His act of playing dumb clearly infuriates our boy, who grabs his collar and accuses him of running the wounded camp so horribly. Angrily, he throws him to the ground and orders Damien to take him away, which Damien does without question. After a while, Damien returns and Raquel asks if Province put up a fight while being taken away. Damien replies that he was surprisingly calm, though he was worried about his career being ruined. Damien then expresses some concern about beating the commander so harshly. Raquel answers that there was no other way to beat some sense into Province. He says people like him only think about themselves and will let the world rot if it benefits them. Under Province's command, all the wounded were practically guaranteed to die. Finally, he darkly adds how Province turned the wounded camp into a morgue. Hearing this, Damien just stares at him in silence, which makes Raquel second-guess himself. With a gentle look, Damien brushes off the unspoken question and instead asks what they should do next. Raquel tells him to lead the way as they're going to meet someone named Garden for this. A short time later, the three of them are gathered in a camp. Raquel is pretty worried about the current situation as this world is still in the 17th or 18th century, which lacks the kind of medical care for the wounded that he's used to from his previous world. He can't just leave things as they are. Turning to his right-hand man, he orders him to start triaging the wounded. Based on the urgency of their treatment, he also needs to replace the old camp supplies with high-quality ones and keep a close eye on hygiene and logistics, which his man immediately agrees to. Just then, they're interrupted by a man who rushes in carrying an injured soldier. Raquel immediately moves to the patient's side to assess his condition. He finds 2 arrows lodged in his forearm and 1 in his torso. The soldier's condition is critical not because the wounds are fatal, but because his treatment was delayed. He wasn't given proper care right away, and the moldy bandages he's been wearing for 2 days have only worsened the infection. Although his wounds weren't deadly, the poor treatment has pushed him to the brink of death. He then turns to Garden for advice. The doctor advises immediate surgery. Raquel now realizes that bringing this doctor along was absolutely the right call. Since Raquel lacks surgical experience himself, he hopes to overcome this weakness and expand his medical knowledge with Garden's help. He urges Garden to perform the surgery right away. The doctor is ready with his tools, but when he takes a blade out of his bag, Raquel can't believe his eyes. Garden explains that it's a scalpel used during amputations to cut through skin and muscle, which immediately panics our guy. Unfazed by Raquel's reaction, Garden even shows him a bone saw, explaining that it's used for cutting through tough human bones to complete amputations as quickly as possible. Garden adds that the faster he makes these cuts, the less pain and bleeding the patient will suffer. Before Garden can show off any more of his horrifying tools, Raquel quickly asks about anesthesia. At first, Garden doesn't understand the word, but then he realizes it refers to something that can reduce the patient's pain. For that purpose, doctors of this era mix high-proof rum with opium to numb the patient during surgery. Then he proudly brags about how he personally prefers vodka over rum because it tastes better. Looking at the gruesome surgical tools laid out before him, Raquel asks what kind of surgery Garden is planning to perform. Garden replies that he's going to perform an arm amputation. Hearing this, Raquel immediately tells him to hold his horses, saying that there's no way he's allowing such an operation. He knows that no matter what, he cannot let this patient die. The first thing he does is reassess the patient's condition. The wounds are infected, and the high fever is now life-threatening. Besides, the patient doesn't have the immunity or strength to endure the surgery and survive. For this reason, he needs to find a better alternative for anesthesia. He considers using the nerve disruption technique he once used on Agnes, but quickly dismisses the idea because it can't completely eliminate the pain. Then he thinks about Kuzman's poison, but it's far too risky to use. Frustrated, he grits his teeth. At that moment, his internal organs decide to chime in and help him out. They taunt him, saying he can either let the patient endure the pain or find a way to reduce it during surgery. His stomach then suggests he awaken a new skill using all the HP he has accumulated so far. His internal organs even donate 100 HP to cheer him up, bringing his total to 4,900. Left with no choice, our guy knows this isn't the time to hoard HP, as this dire situation calls for a new skill. He begins checking the available skills. After browsing through several options, he spots a strange one called My Hands Are Healing Hands. When he opens the description, he discovers that this skill allows him to assist in alleviating the patient's pain. He realizes that he's found the perfect skill, almost like a cheat code for himself, which makes the others around him think he's gone mad under pressure. Still, he chooses the skill which will let him reduce the patient's pain with the effect of anesthesia whenever he softly strokes the patient's body. The effect will grow stronger as the skill levels up in the future. He can't believe that all he needs to do is stroke the body to anesthetize the patient. He turns to his right-hand man and reveals that he's found a solution for anesthesia and they must prepare for surgery. Gordon happily complies. Then he faces the patient and asks his name. The man answers that he's Private DF. Rocky assures him they are going to treat him. Die-Off fears they'll cut off his arm, but Raquel repeats that this isn't the case. Die-Off insists he's a positive man and would be okay if they cut his arm, but Raquel stresses they aren't going to do that. Still, Die-Off keeps babbling about losing an arm or a leg. Having had enough, Raquel warns him to shut up or he will definitely cut him down. He tells Gordon to get ready for surgery because he's going to use the anesthesia, then awkwardly coughing. Raquel starts singing, "My hands are healing hands," which leaves the people around him visibly traumatized. He chants and the skill begins to process. But because of his insincerity, it fails to activate. His eyes narrow in anger at the freaking system. He grits his teeth, determined to sing it right this time. With that, he starts his singing once again, and finally, the skill activates. The patient's pain begins to subside. Even the patient is in awe that he no longer feels pain in his side. Raquel continues singing, and the patient tells him that although it aches a little, it doesn't hurt the way it did before. Hearing this, Rocky grows more enthusiastic and keeps singing. Now it's time to check whether the anesthesia is working. To test it, he pinches the patient's injured area, and when the patient doesn't react, it means the pain has successfully subsided. He gives Gordon the green light that it's time to start the surgery. Their first step is to clean the wounds and restitch the poorly closed injury on the patient's side, which Gordon immediately does. After a while, they successfully treat the wounds on the patient's torso and remove the arrows. Now it's time to treat his arm, so Raquel begins chanting again to anesthetize it. The patient looks worried, fearing his arm will be cut off. Raquel understands that his skill alone can't relieve the anxiety of someone going through surgery, as it can only numb the pain. He keeps chanting, while ordering his subordinate to start treating the wound, assuring the patient that he's not going to cut anything. The next moment, he's surprised to see the words, "My hands are healing hands," has leveled up to level 2. With that, his pain reduction ability now equals 20% localized anesthesia. He keeps chanting, gives the wound a little pinch, and when the patient doesn't even flinch, he realizes just how effective his level up was. He gives Gordon the signal to begin the surgery. As the surgery gets underway, Raquel watches Gordon work and is genuinely impressed by his surgical skill. He can tell that Gordon's precise movements must be from some kind of specialized technique. Now it all makes sense how Gordon became a royal palace physician at such a young age. Meanwhile, the onlookers are in absolute awe of Raquel's skill, amazed at how he made their friend's pain vanish with just his bare hands. As Gordon stitches up the wound, the patient doesn't feel a thing. In that moment, everyone realizes Raquel is no ordinary physician and starts calling him the miracle military physician. After a little while, the surgery is successfully completed. Raquel turns to the patient to ask how he's doing, and the man gratefully confirms that it didn't hurt at all. However, Raquel warns him that the real treatment is just beginning. He tells him to start taking herbal medicine once the supplies arrive in 2 days. The soldier, however, is taken aback by the physician's kindness. Usually he's treated like a burden, someone who can't fight on the battlefield anymore and is just draining precious resources. But Raquel firmly tells him that a physician doesn't need a reason to treat a patient. It's his duty as a military physician to heal an injured soldier. No justification needed. Hearing this, the patient bursts into tears and gives him a heartfelt thank you. Our sly hero, of course, is partly doing this to earn a little extra credit, though his comrades are genuinely moved by his words. He dismisses the patient, telling him to get some rest. As he's about to leave the camp, his inner monologue congratulates him for pulling off his latest trick without needing a lie ticket. Having touched his patient and comrades with his words, his story spreads like wildfire through the camp as a heartwarming tale. He's soon celebrated as a saint, hailed as the man who revitalized the wounded soldiers' camp. The system rewards him with 5,000 hit points for this achievement, bringing his total to 5,400. 2 days pass. During that time, he and Gordon perform several emergency surgeries together. His reputation grows rapidly and admiration for him spreads like wildfire, raising his GPD points to 98. His skill, My Hands Are Healing Hands, also levels up to the 3rd level, allowing him to use brachial plexus anesthesia. Excited, he looks forward to finally being able to numb an entire arm. He knows this world isn't like the modern era where a simple ointment could easily treat a wound. Here, infections can quickly lead to amputation. During one surgery, he hears Gordon desperately call for a leg amputation, but Raquel flatly refuses. He knows that to stop soldiers from losing their limbs, they need to create sanitary conditions to fight infection and develop proper treatment methods. While chanting his skill's name, he tells Gordon to start. cleaning and closing the wound, telling him he already has a plan. In that moment, he remembers a chapter from the Sword Emperor novel where elves had unique medicines and antibiotic treatments. The surgery continues without amputation, as Raquel banks his hopes on getting his hands on that elven antibiotic medicine. Soon after they finish, he asks both of his subordinates to step outside for a chat. He first turns to Garden and instructs him to maintain proper hygiene in the camp. To do this, he'll need to replace everything from the bedding to the clothes worn by the injured soldiers with fresh ones. A confused Garden asks if he's planning on going somewhere. Raquel confirms that he's leaving with Damien, which makes poor Garden cry out in frustration at being left alone again. With soldiers from the Six Kingdoms assigned by Adeline and A.E., local guide leading the way, the group ventures deep into the forest. Their guide, a local boy named Timap, knows the terrain like the back of his hand, but Damien remains skeptical. He quietly questions whether their young guide actually knows where he's going. Raquel calmly assures him that he's read about this place in a book. Damien is still skeptical, asking if Raquel seriously remembers every single book he's ever read. Damien, though unconvinced, decides to drop the subject. As they travel deeper into the forest, Damien points out that they're venturing dangerously close to monster territory, and even worse, possibly nearing an Apollos' nest. When Damien spots a strange blue creature nearby, Raquel's ambiguous answer only heightens everyone's unease. Finally, Raquel explains that they do in fact need to pass through the Apollos' nesting area. Before anyone can panic, he nonchalantly adds that the Apollos are gentle creatures, and as long as no one provokes them, they'll be perfectly fine. He even teases Damien, asking if he doesn't know something so basic. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief after that, assuming Raquel must be logical and not reckless enough to mess with the Apollos. Their relief is short-lived, however, because moments later, Raquel casually announces his next move. He plans to kidnap the Apollos queen. Everyone freezes in horror, realizing their supposedly logical leader has just declared his intent to provoke the most dangerous creatures in the forest. Inside the internal organs realm, the heart mocks our boy for his grandstanding about kidnapping the queen, sending the other organs into fits of laughter. Sensing the complete lack of morals in their vessel, they collectively dock him 100 horsepower in disapproval. Despite this, he doesn't even flinch or back down. He knows that if he'd revealed his plan earlier, his companions would have either refused to come or forced him back to camp. Looking at his companions' expressions, he knows their reaction is completely justified. Still, he also knows that he desperately needs the antibiotics that can only be extracted from a secretion produced by the Apollos queen. With this, he can save countless soldiers from amputations. Hoping for the best, but seeing the dismay on his companions' faces, he decides to talk it over with them. Damien immediately voices his concern, asking if Raquel even realizes how dangerous this is. Even the normally docile Apollos are powerful monsters that turn vicious if their nest is threatened, let alone when someone tries to kidnap their queen. Raquel admits that he's aware of the risks. Gesturing to his sword, Damien demands to know how he can possibly insist on this plan knowing how perilous it is. Having served under him long enough, Damien is all too familiar with Raquel's reckless tendencies. But this time, he's certain the man has finally crossed the line. Hearing this, Raquel nervously plays innocent. Damien presses him again, demanding to know who exactly is going to be the one to kidnap the queen, since whoever does it will be under constant attack by the Apollos. Everyone around is holding their breath, secretly praying Raquel doesn't pick them for this suicide mission. Pointing at his sword, Daman asks if Raquel plans on handling it himself. Raquel casually replies that he's got Damien pegged for the job, which makes Damien shout in disbelief. Our hero coolly assures him that he won't let him get hurt, since he already has a foolproof plan to get him out safely. Damien is clearly not buying it. Raquel then summons Gome and starts laying out the plan. First up, they'll approach the Apollos nest. Damien will attack the nest to get the Apollos all riled up, drawing them out in a swarm. Meanwhile, Gome will chow down on a red sunflower to go giant mode, while Damien launches a counterattack. To shield himself from the Apollos' attacks, Damien can just hide among Gome's giant spikes during the fight. Those spikes are more than tough enough to handle their assaults. While all that chaos is going down, Raquel will slip in unnoticed and snatch the queen. Damien points out that even if the plan goes off without a hitch, the Apollos will just keep chasing him relentlessly afterward. Raquel admits he's got a point, but adds that he's got that covered too. He's just going to set their nest on fire. Damien freezes at the revelation, staring at him in total disbelief. Raquel, completely unfazed, just tells him to get a move on since the plan is set. Musing on Raquel's ruthlessness, Damien mutters that he knows exactly what his commander really means by fire. And that's not even mentioning they're already in an incredibly dangerous place. To finally get his bodyguard to pipe down, Raquel promises him a special reward, which, what do you know, works like a charm. Meanwhile, the rest of the soldiers are just praying that Raquel doesn't do anything too reckless that might endanger their lives, or at least if things go south, their miracle-working physician will somehow pull them through. That sliver of hope is probably the only reason they're still following him into the Apollos nest. After a bit of a trek, they finally reach the Apollos nest. Staring up at the enormous structure, Damien grimly thinks that no special bonus in the world is worth this kind of danger. Meanwhile, our boy came prepared with a precaution. They've already masked their scent with wildflowers to avoid being sniffed out by the Apollos. Even so, the soldiers with him are visibly on edge at the sight of the massive nest. To beat them, Raquel knows he has to study their movement patterns first and then strike with pinpoint accuracy. For now, he's just waiting for Damien and Gome to make their move. They get ready to kick off the plan, but before they can even blink, the Apollos suddenly start swarming toward them completely out of the blue. Everyone immediately hits the deck, diving into the tall grass. Raquel sharply whispers to Damien, asking if his clumsiness got them spotted. Damien insists he was hidden perfectly and argues that they don't have time to point fingers, they need a new strategy fast. To handle the situation, our boy quickly cooks up a new plan. Hit him hard, then run like heck. Damien is less than thrilled with this reckless idea, but seeing no other choice, he starts channeling his mana. The air around him crackles as a violent surge of mana erupts from his body. As his doctor, Raquel instantly senses the instability in Damien's mana flow. It's dangerously erratic. If it reverses, it could literally tear him apart from the inside. He shouts at his bodyguard to stop immediately, but Damien just ignores him, his eyes locked on the sky. To Raquel's horror, Damien points his weapon skyward and unleashes his mana directly into the massive swarm of Apollos overhead. A moment later, Raquel witnesses something even more terrifying. A much larger, monstrous version of an Apollos emerges from the clouds. He has no idea what this new creature is, only that it's tearing through the smaller Apollos in a complete frenzy. Before he can process what's happening, the monstrous creatures turn their rage downward, descending straight for them. For a split second, Raquel thinks the beast is coming for him, but then it slams into the Apollos instead. Scared for his life, he grabs onto Damien, who shields him from the chaos. They can only watch as the huge beasts slaughter the Apollos. He realizes it's an absolute massacre. He asks their guide what those things are, and the boy explains grimly that they're Vesperos, monstrous wasps that prey on Apollos and can kill thousands in a single attack. Before the guide can say more, Raquel shouts for everyone to move. They've been spotted. For a heartbeat, the men are too shocked to react. Then as the giant insects zero in on them, sheer panic takes over, and everyone starts running for their lives. As they flee, Raquel desperately asks Damien if they have any chance of escaping. Damien, seething with anger, snaps back that this is all Raquel's fault. He reminds him that they need the queen larvae to save the patients, stressing that this mission isn't for Raquel's personal gain. But Raquel, with his silver tongue, quickly smooths things over. Damien scans their surroundings and draws his sword ready for a fight. Spotting a large boulder, Raquel orders everyone to take cover behind it. Once they're hidden, their guide finishes. What he was saying earlier, Vesperos have a habit of cleaning up after a hunt. They pile up all the corpses in one spot and then hunt down every last Apollos in the vicinity. After that, they meticulously search the area and kill anything that's left, which means the Vesperos have now locked onto them. Raquel instantly understands they have to get out of there as fast as possible. But he also worries about the queen larvae. If this slaughter continues, the entire nest could be wiped out. However, going back to get it now is completely out of the question. Holding his breath as the creatures swarm closer, Raquel watches one slice at their hiding spot, causing him to stumble and fall. Damien shoves him out of the way to save him, just as the other men engage the monsters. Barely escaping with his life, Raquel is furious at Damien's rough treatment and mentally vows to dock his pay. He then notices their guide is moving even faster than he is. The guide explains that growing up in the forest made him fleet-footed, while Raquel glances back to see Damien and the soldiers still fighting for their lives. Raquel realizes the Vesperos must have tracked them by the wildflower scent he used to mask their presence. His brilliant tactic against the Apollos has completely backfired. The guide asks what the plan is now, and Raquel quickly analyzes their dire situation. Fighting them head-on is suicide. Even with Damien and the soldiers, they could take down 10 at most. He thinks for a moment, then an idea sparks. He asks the guide for his backpack and pulls out a bottle of liquor he'd brought along as a disinfectant. He recalls that bees hate alcohol, but wasps are fatally attracted to it. Raquel chucks the bottle with all his might toward a distant tree. It shatters on impact, and to everyone's amazement, the Vesparos suddenly freeze. One by one, they fly toward the spilled liquor, drawn in by the potent scent, giving the men a chance. The soldiers tell him to run while the Vesparos are distracted, but Raquel points out the harsh reality of their situation. He explains that even if they run now, they'll just be hunted down and killed once the wasps finish their boozy snack. The group starts bickering about where to hide. Raquel points out there's no safe place until the effect wears off, then he lays out his plan. He orders T-Map to get some torches ready. Their big idea is start a massive fire. T-Map is a little hesitant because of the nearby elves, but Raquel snaps that there's no time for that. Damien, putting some reluctant trust in his leader, just hopes Raquel actually has a workable plan. A few moments later, with the torches ready, Raquel gives the order to let them fly. The whole area goes up in smoke, and the Vesparos get cooked in the blaze. Raquel orders everyone to run for their lives to escape the spreading flames. While running, he's already worrying about his poor lungs from the thick smoke, with sweat just pouring down his face. And then, of course, he trips and falls flat on his face. One of the soldiers immediately rushes to his side. His condition gets so bad that his internal organs pitch in 500 horsepower as an encouragement gift. Even so, he's struggling for air. Damien warns him that if he passes out now, it's game over. Without a second thought, Damien ties Raquel onto his back and starts carrying him through the forest. The soldiers just glance at each other, probably wondering if it's really okay to carry the crown prince around like a sack of potatoes. On the way, Raquel mutters that they'll be safe once they're out of the forest, but in the very next moment, the Queen Vesparos appears to crash the party. Raquel turns to call for Damien, but freezes when he sees the absolutely petrified look on his bodyguard's face. Ever since the day he met Damien, he has never seen the man look this intimidated. A spark of panic ignites in Raquel's mind, because if Damien, the strongest guy on their team, looks this scared, they're completely doomed. Thinking fast, Raquel decides he needs to calm him down. To get the situation under control, he plans to stimulate Damien's acupuncture points and release the tension by analyzing his QE and blood flow. He activates his meridian scanning skill to check on Damien's QE and blood flow. But in a bizarre twist, the skill locks onto the Queen Vesparos instead. For a moment, he has no idea what just happened. Then it hits him. The skill worked on the Queen because she was in his line of sight. Realizing that even monsters must have meridians if they're living beings, a wide grin spreads across his face. He can now see the energy flowing inside the Queen's body and the exact location of her acupuncture points. A confident smile plays across his face as he announces that he has an idea. Damien, shaken out of his stupor, glares at him but still demands to know what this idea is. Raquel tells him to follow his every instruction, whether to walk, defend, or attack, without any hesitation. Damien looks doubtful, but Raquel insists it's the only way they'll all survive, since he's going to guide Damien through the Queen's every move. Before Damien can even argue, Raquel suddenly shouts for him to duck. The Queen Vesparos dives right at them and zooms past. Raquel instructs everyone to stay down and take 5 steps forward, predicting the Queen will circle back, and she does, terrifying them all. Raquel then orders the soldiers to fall back. He and Damien will handle it. The soldiers agree without a single question. Raquel begins guiding his bodyguard through every single motion, step by step countering the Queen's attacks perfectly. Finally, he orders Damien to twist his body clockwise and slice horizontally right through the Queen's midsection. The soldiers, trembling in their boots, try to comfort each other, whispering that Damien and Raquel are handling it just fine, so they don't need to jump in. Meanwhile, Damien follows Raquel's instructions to the letter, closely growling and making wasp-like sounds in concentration. Raquel reprimands him, reminding Damien not to mimic the enemy's sounds. He continues his rapid-fire instructions. Dodge the antenna. Take 2 steps to the right. Knock the stinger upward and deflect using the back of the blade. Following the commands, Damien leaps onto the Queen's back and slashes at the base of her left hind wing, before spinning vertically to strike again. Raquel warns him about an incoming attack from the right wing. Damien dodges arcs through the air and lands neatly on a nearby tree, just as Raquel instructs. Damien points out that even though he can see the enemy's movements, they can't win like this. Raquel, however, is confident that their next attack will work. He asks Damien to get ready on the count of 3. On 3, Damien jumps and swings with the tree branch. Raquel informs him that he needs to hold it for 3 seconds. Then Raquel jumps toward the Queen and attacks its vital point. A large explosion follows, making Damien wonder if they've finally taken it down, but Raquel tells him to hold his horses because they still need to dodge and strike again after finding another opening. Damien wonders if he misheard, but Raquel instructs him to stay still and wait. The Queen is coming toward them, and they hold their breath in anticipation. Damien asks how much longer they need to wait, but Raquel tells him to wait a little more. The next moment, Raquel predicts that the queen is going to attack with its twin. Blades and instructs Damien to strike its left side under the compound eye by half a hand span. Damien attacks exactly as his master instructs him. And in the next moment, the monstrous queen collapses. Much to Damien's astonishment, they finally win. Now our boy is assessing the corpse of the Vespero's queen with great excitement. Realizing that they've targeted all of its acupoints along with the Deridian and Ren Meridian points to bring it down, Damien asks how they managed to do it, and Raquel reveals that it's because they always attacked its weak points. Damien, confused, asks how he could know them in advance. Raquel answers that he can actually see them, so they simply struck where it hurt most. Then, with his usual audacity, he even taunts his bodyguard to work on his skills as a swordsman if he can't even see a target's weak points. After a while, all of them are shocked to see other Vesperos gathering around the queen's body. They freeze in terror for a moment, but the next second, the insects start feeding on their own queen while burning to death in the fire. Then, as if nature itself pities them, rain begins to pour, brightening their faces with relief. Looking around, Raquel thinks bitterly how useless their effort was, since they still can't retrieve the Apollos queen larvae. Their initial plan was to obtain the queen's larvae to produce antibiotics, but they've already wasted too much time. Deciding not to waste another second, he orders Damien to check the nest while he tends to the injured soldiers. As they proceed, Damien examines the corpses of the Apollos and advises Raquel to head back since there's nothing left to find. But Raquel, ever determined, insists on searching for anything of value like honey, which irritates his bodyguard who can't believe his master's greed. However, when they reach the nest, even the honeycombs are dried up, and our boy realizes they're completely screwed. This dangerous journey was all for nothing. Suddenly, Raquel perks up, telling Damien that he hears something, it's still alive. Damien offers to go check, and as he steps inside, Raquel's eyes widen in disbelief. He spots the Apollos queen. Cautiously, Damien examines it and confirms that it's dead. But Raquel shakes his head, saying he senses movement coming from its belly and asks his bodyguard for help to push it. Together they push, with Raquel hoping to find something rare or valuable inside. After a moment, something wriggles out from the queen's belly, a cute Apollos baby that jumps right onto Raquel. Holding the tiny creature, Raquel realizes that the banana-shaped thing is actually an Apollos larva. Damien offers to take care of it, but the baby recoils in fear. Seeing its expression, our boy realizes it can understand their language. The next second, the larva even tries to charm Damien with its cuteness. Raquel, amused, asks if it can really understand them, and it nods. Delighted, Raquel beams, realizing he's finally obtained the queen's larva, the very target of their mission. He recalls reading in a novel that Apollos queens and their larvae can communicate with elves. He hopes this larva will be intelligent. Then, to his surprise, the larva says something that makes him believe it can truly communicate with humans. It talks about his mother's strange behavior. Unaware that she's dead, it assumes she's merely sleeping after fighting an enemy. Raquel glances at the Vesperos nearby and realizes it must have killed the Apollos queen. He understands that both creatures fought to the death, and by some miracle the larva survived. Feeling a wave of sympathy, he gently consoles the poor baby, telling it that its mother is only resting after a fierce battle as he pats it lovingly. He offers to let the larva stay with him until its mother wakes up. Though he hates to lie, he knows the entire Apollos colony has been wiped out and he can't just leave the baby here to die. He decides to leave the area, making an excuse to the larva that they're just stepping away to let its mother rest peacefully. Holding this warm, soft creature in his arms, he feels a sense of peace settle over him. With a small smile, he names it Cuckoo. His act of saving the larva deeply moves everyone, earning him 500 HP. He tells Cuckoo its new name and manages to convince the little thing to work with him, and they soon start playing together. With that, he declares that they're heading back, prompting cheers from the rest of the group. Meanwhile, far away, a blonde elf inspects the forest ashes, infuriated by what she finds. She can't believe anyone from the new generation could commit such a reckless act. Seething with anger, she vows to find the human responsible for this destruction and teach them a lesson they won't forget. After a while, the cart pulled by the giant Gusum arrives carrying the corpse of the Vesperos queen. As soon as Garden spots Raquel and the others, he rushes toward them, prompting a dry comment from our boy about his consistency. Raquel immediately asks about the wounded and if anything happened in his absence. Garden assures him that everything is going smoothly and the injured are resting well, but his eyes soon land on little Cuckoo. Raquel proudly introduces the creature and asks the baby to greet Garden, which it does without hesitation. Then he tells the little guy about the wounded camp, while Garden stands there in awe of the adorable creature. Upon reaching the camp, Raquel announces that from this moment on, they'll start treating the soldiers' infected wounds. Damien remarks that Garden is in for a surprise, and indeed, Garden's confusion turns to disbelief as his gaze falls upon the Vasperos Queen's massive corpse. He can't believe they actually managed to bring something like that back. Raquel, with his usual nonchalance, jokes that he just picked it up on the way. Curious, Garden asks how he plans to use it. Raquel vaguely answers that he's going to make liquor from it, leaving the royal physician utterly baffled. Later inside the camp, he turns to his new pet and gently asks it to spit out the substance he needs. Once a month, an Apollo queen larva secretes a material mixed with purple cloud ointment, an excellent compound for burns, skin regeneration, and treating external wounds. Raquel urges Cuckoo to do it, explaining that it'll help the wounded, but the little larva has no idea how. Seeing the larva look disappointed in itself, Raquel grows worried, not having expected this particular problem. Then, an idea strikes him. He activates pressure point scanning and asks Cuckoo to hold still. Once he locates the acupressure points, he carefully begins pressing them with a needle to help trigger the secretion. Cuckoo lets out a few shrieks as Raquel alternates between sharp pokes and steady pressure on opposing points. Finally, after a lot of effort, the larva produces the substance in the form of a bead. Exhausted but successful, Raquel notes with satisfaction that it smells like mint chocolate. At that moment, Garden informs him that the supplies he requested have arrived. Raquel turns to the physician and immediately begins making the salve. Soon he's mixing the ingredients, stirring with intense concentration. Garden offers to take over, but Raquel refuses because failure isn't an option when the bead can only be produced once a month. He can't risk the wounded soldiers succumbing to their infections or worse. Damien volunteers to take the first watch, and Garden agrees. After a long night of work, the ointment is finally ready by morning. Turning to his little pet, Raquel announces the name of his new creation with dramatic flair. Radicastle Damien. Damien, of course, visibly dislikes the name, but Raquel just ignores him. Just then, his system notifies him that he's the first person on the entire continent of Laurasia to create an antibiotic ointment, a milestone marking the dawn of antibiotic therapy in history. His name, the system declares, will forever be etched into the annals of medical advancement. Even though he feels drained to the core, the system still grants him 800 HP for his achievement. Moments later, he collapses from sheer exhaustion. When he finally comes to, Raquel immediately goes to test his new ointment on the injured soldiers. To everyone's astonishment, their pain vanishes almost instantly, and their wounds begin to heal at a rapid pace. Our boy, of course, looks absolutely smug about his success, as everyone cheers for him, delighted with his new lease on life. 2 days later, at the Valwis Fortress, an officer is reporting on the current state of the battlefield. He explains that, aside from a few minor scuffles in the outer sectors, there haven't been any major conflicts. The reason, he adds, is because the main opposing forces have gathered nearby, clearly setting their sights on Valwis Fortress as their next target. Hearing this, the Emperor figures the rebel army will soon confront them head-on, an assessment his subordinate confirms. However, his expression darkens with fury when he brings up Havong, whose constant defiance is really testing his patience. Despite favoring the man and keeping him close against his counselor's advice, Havong still dares to rebel against him. Swallowing his irritation, the Emperor demands to know if there are any other reports. The officer confirms, mentioning a remarkable development news from one of the camps for injured soldiers. He reports that over the past 2 months, the survival rate of the wounded there has shot past 70%, shocking the Emperor into silence. The officer continues, explaining that this particular camp has become legendary among soldiers from every division in the kingdom. The word on the street is that once a soldier reaches the care of our guy at the camp, survival is pretty much guaranteed, no matter how serious the injury. Finally, the officer adds that the camp is now officially under the 21st Support Battalion, and its lead physician has earned a nickname among the troops, the Healing Saint. The next day, the renowned physician Chandler and his assistants begrudgingly head toward the camp for injured soldiers where our guy is working. After hearing reports about this so-called miracle worker, the Emperor has ordered them to go train under him. Chandler, however, is less than thrilled. He doesn't buy a single rumor about this supposed prodigy and figures the guy has just built up some kind of cult-like following. His assistant butters him up, saying that he's without a doubt the best physician in the Empire. Chandler smugly agrees, still wondering why on earth he's been sent here to learn a single thing. He's already dead set on exposing whatever trick this so-called miracle worker is pulling. Meanwhile, the miracle worker in question is snoring his head off inside the camp. So loudly, in fact, that the patients start complaining that his snoring is keeping them from getting any rest. At first, Garden nearly has a heart attack listening to Rocky's thunderous snoring. But he calms himself down, remembering that Rocky has been up all night treating patients. He gently wakes him and tells him about the arrival of Chandler, an active-duty military physician sent by the Emperor himself, who is apparently pleased with the camp's success. Rocky is delighted to hear this, since he's been expecting a rookie. He immediately asks where Chandler is. When Garden tells him the man is outside, Rocky rushes out warmly, introduces himself, and welcomes the newcomers. Seeing their stiff expressions, he apologizes for being a little too enthusiastic after hearing they were coming. He asks for Chandler's name, which Chandler provides curtly. Excited to get started, Rocky says he understands they must be tired, but insists that a physician's top priority should always be their patients. He asks them to follow him, but nobody moves. Puzzled, he wonders why they aren't budging. Chandler counters that they should be shown to their quarters first, which takes Raquiel by surprise. He's in disbelief that they'd prioritize rest over their patients. Chandler doubles down, demanding they get some rest, and pointing out they're here on the Emperor's direct orders after a long journey. Instead of agreeing, Raquiel calmly asks for Chandler's name again. After Chandler states his name, Raquiel looks him straight in the eye and asks if it's really so unreasonable to ask a doctor to see his patients before taking a break. Chandler immediately, shamelessly agrees that yes, it is. In a voice that's calm but razor-sharp, Raquiel asks if a physician should really be choosing a nap over patients who are desperately waiting for him. In response, Chandler has the audacity to ask whether there are any noble patients in the camp. Raquiel is stunned into silence. Chandler then explains his twisted logic. As a military physician, he has to triage patients based on their social status. Nobles get treated first and commoners second because helping the upper crust comes with bigger rewards. That's the last straw. Raquiel finally snaps and lands a solid punch right on the arrogant doctor's face. Chandler's assistants are frozen in place, absolutely shocked that someone would dare to lay a hand on a military physician. Raquiel has a fleeting thought that back in Korea he never resorted to violence. But after hearing such utter nonsense, he realizes some people like Chandler only understand one thing. One of Chandler's lackeys starts shouting that you can't just hit someone like that, demanding an apology and threatening to report Raquiel, Garden, and the others peek out of their tense as Raquiel turns to the man and asks what exactly he plans to report him for. The assistant sputters that Raquiel resorted to violence. Raquiel's expression turns to ice. He states firmly that what just happened was a consequence of Chandler's insubordination, reminding them they were sent by the Emperor to train under his command. And yet here they are spouting nonsense instead of following the orders of their commanding officer. That shuts the man up immediately. Later, that same assistant is sitting by Chandler's side when the knocked-out doctor finally comes to. Chandler is groggy and confused at first, but his buddy fills him in on the details while helping him into a tent. When he hears the full story, Chandler is absolutely seething with fury. He's furious that Raquiel dared to disrespect him, but he's even more enraged that Raquiel's arrival has bumped him down to the number 2 spot. His companion tells him what he found out about Raquiel, or Ryan as he's known here, while Chandler was out cold. He explains that this Ryan guy is saving patients without having to resort to amputations. Chandler is shocked to hear about this incredible achievement, a 70% survival rate without any amputations. His companion goes on to explain Ryan's skills and his treatment methods, all of which sound like complete gibberish to a traditionalist like Chandler. Which is exactly why Chandler immediately declares that Ryan must be a total fraud. With a new sense of determination, he vows to expose Ryan's so-called truth. His buddy asks him when he's planning to make his move. Chandler decides to go at midnight, sneaking into the medical camp to catch Ryan in the act. He's positive Ryan is fast asleep, given how dead silent the night is. He's convinced Ryan hasn't even bothered with the most basic surgical care that should be standard procedure, which only reinforces Chandler's belief that the man is a complete phony. Pulling out his scalpel, Chandler remembers being taught that patients with injuries or illnesses build up bad blood, and he believes that draining this filthy blood is the key to a faster recovery. He takes the patient's arm, ready to get started. Just then, the patient wakes up and asks who in the world he is. Chandler introduces himself, adding that he's there to treat him. But the patient explains that Ryan already operated on him and told him to get some rest. At this, Chandler's face darkens. How dare a commoner question his expertise? Annoyed, but feigning composure, Chandler boasts about how lucky the patient is to be treated by someone of his status, mentioning he doesn't normally treat his kind. Oozing with arrogance, he begins his so-called treatment, draining what he believes is bad blood, all while declaring how much more superior he is to Ryan. Meanwhile, the patient starts feeling dizzy from losing so much blood. Chandler reassures him that once the bad blood is out and the good circulation kicks in, he'll recover in no time, but the patient can barely hear a word. He tries to mumble something to Chandler, but collapses, passing out completely. Chandler tries to rouse him, but it seems he's out for the count. Back in his quarters, our hero wakes up in the middle of the night from a weird dream. Unable to get back to sleep, he decides to step outside and look at the night sky. Outside, he thinks about the military doctors who are turning out to be even more useless than he imagined. Still, he plans to let them finish their deployment before sending them packing. All he really cares about right now is the lifespan bonus he'll get for treating patients. For the first time ever, he's earned 200 days of extra life, and he is absolutely ecstatic. He hopes that at this rate, he might just save up a whole year of life a year without the stress of living on borrowed time. He's practically doing a happy dance, relishing the thought of more days to live freely. His little moment of joy is cut short by Chandler's panicked voice screaming for his patient to wake up. The sound is coming from the private room. He immediately bolts over there and finds Chandler frantically shaking a patient trying to wake him up. One look at the scalpel in Chandler's hand tells him the whole story. Chandler has been performing bloodletting therapy. The moment he puts two and two together, pure rage flashes across his face. He storms in cursing under his breath and demands to know what the heck Chandler thinks he's doing. An argument erupts. Chandler insists he's treating the patient while our hero scoffs at the barbaric method. Their shouting match quickly draws a crowd as people from the camp gather to see the commotion. Chandler's crony has the nerve to ask Ryan what he did to Chandler, but Ryan ignores him and immediately checks on his patient Rans, asking how he's feeling. Rans can barely even whisper his own name. Ryan quickly assesses the situation and sees the patient's vein is severely damaged. He has to stop the bleeding fast. He snatches a cloth and starts tightly bandaging Rans's arm, fuming that such a medieval treatment was performed in his infirmary. That's when Chandler accuses him of interrupting his flawless treatment. He dramatically declares that Ryan rejects proper medical science and is just resorting to violence to suppress a rival. Enraged, Ryan screams at him to shut his mouth, yelling that he wasn't treating the man, he was killing him. He turns to the onlookers, demanding if any of them honestly think the patient looks like he's recovering. The soldier is obviously on the brink of death from massive blood loss. A heavy silence falls over the crowd. No one can answer. Raquel continues that they all know this is wrong, but they are too scared of your reputations to speak. Chandler opens his mouth to retort, but Ryan cuts him off with a furious glare as he asks him to leave the camp. If he stays, it won't end well for him. At that moment, Rans groans weakly, saying he can't endure it anymore. Alarmed, Ryan kneels beside him. He calls for his subordinates, who rush in immediately. He orders Daman to lift the patient's legs to maintain blood flow to the major organs and brain, which Daman does without hesitation. Then he turns to Garden to suture the torn vein, and Garden gets to work. Meanwhile, Ryan uses his pulsing skill. The results are bad. Rans has lost nearly 30% of his blood, causing severe oxygen deprivation to the brain. His system warns him that the patient's blood pressure is critically low, his limbs are cold, and his peripheral circulation is failing. Shock is setting in. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Ryan realizes that only a blood transfusion can save him, but they have no needles, tubes, or proper equipment. He has no choice. Without hesitation, he grabs the scalpel and cuts his own hand, shocking Garden, and orders him to finish the suture. He begins drawing his own blood, and his internal organs protest in horror. He mentally shuts them up. He must focus. The organs, both curious and concerned about his sanity, reluctantly send him 100 HP in encouragement. He activates his mana circle slot, channeling his own blood into it. Once it stabilizes, he looks at Daman and orders him to step aside as he is going to transfuse blood using mana. He locates the Yongchuan acupoint, which is known as the body's second heart. Perfect for this purpose. Holding the patient's feet, he slowly starts the transfusion, channeling only 10 milliliters at a time. Gradually, the flow strengthens. Bit by bit, the patient's body absorbs the mana-infused blood. After a while, the procedure succeeds. His system notifies him that the hemorrhagic shock has been overcome. Seeing Rand's now stable face, our dude can hardly believe it worked. His system informs him that this selfless act, using his own blood to save a dying man, has deeply moved everyone around him. The crowd murmurs in awe. None of them understand the technique of the Azran heart or the mana circle slot. To them, it's nothing short of a holy miracle. Raquel, still dazed, knows it was a close call, but it worked. People whisper that the rumors are true, that he truly is a miracle worker. Their voices grow faint as exhaustion hits him and he loses consciousness. Later, many of Chandler's fellow physicians, awed by what they witness, try to approach Ryan to become his students. Even Chandler's own companion steps outside smiling wryly. He realizes that the rumors are true. Ryan is a miracle worker, saving patients with a mere touch. A crow lands on his arm, his familiar. He sends it off to his master, reporting the miraculous feat that took place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the spy's words are delivered. A man informs his master about the so-called miracle. Ryan saved a dying patient with just his touch. The master doesn't believe it at first, assuming it's an exaggerated rumor, but the messenger insists their spy saw everything with his own eyes. Now, intrigued, the master Jalin thinks about our boy, whom he calls the Saint, and decides that such a man would be a valuable asset. He commands that Ryan be brought to him, brought under his control no matter what it takes. Javan makes it clear they need to get Rakiel on their side, whatever the cost. His subordinate heads out after getting his orders. Though the master is skeptical that Rakiel can actually heal someone with a simple touch, since rumors are usually just tall tales, he plans to use this rumor to his advantage by getting Rakiel under his thumb. People are now looking at this so-called saint with total admiration, and that kind of public support could be a huge asset for him. This is his golden opportunity to turn the tables in the war and snatch a victory. He still can't wrap his head around how Adeline was sent to the crown prince back in the day. He remembers thinking she was basically a royal hostage when the Emperor of Ambus bowed to the Magentano Empire. The memory just fills him with disgust for the Empire of Ambus, and he swears he'll personally drag them off their throne. Over at our boy's place, a spy finally makes his move, offering a sweet deal to join the rebel forces. He can't believe what he's hearing. The spy insists it's an official proposal. He's baffled how a rebel spy can just walk up to him so openly, especially since he's just a physician in disguise. The spy insists that if he just swears loyalty to his lord, he'll be showered with glory and honor. He figures out right away that the lord has to be Javan, but he's suspicious of such a straightforward offer. He even threatens to turn the spy in, but the guy just stays cool and says it doesn't matter. There are plenty of others just like him, and even if he's taken out another one, we'll just take his place. He goes quiet, wondering why Javan would even approach him. Then it hits him. He remembers saving Rands and how those rumors started spreading about him healing people with just a touch. He thinks back and on how his own condition has stabilized and his lifespan is slowly but surely increasing, which makes him reconsider Javan's offer. So finally, he tells the spy to hang on a second, whips out his abacus, and starts calculating his potential gains, all while the spy sweats nervously at this totally weird behavior. All right, his calculations begin. He's already collected everything he could from the injured soldiers, from bonus lifespan to extra HP and even some new skills. Next, he analyzes what he could gain by joining the rebel army for 1 month before heading back to his hometown, the Imperial capital. He also figures he can ditch the disguise later, so his miracle physician identity won't be needed anymore. As he crunches the numbers, he estimates that joining the rebel army could net him even more lifespan and extra HP. Feeling pretty pleased with himself, he internally brags about how brilliant he's become. At last, he agrees to the offer, completely shocking the spy, who never thought he'd accept so quickly. Rakiel then greedily asks what exactly is in it for him if he joins the rebel army. The poor spy, who clearly hadn't thought this far, starts to panic. Rakiel frowns and reminds the guy that he promised him the best treatment. Seeing the man's flustered face, he concludes this spy has zero negotiation skills. The spy stammers out that his only job was to deliver the offer. Rakiel can't believe it. Someone on such a critical mission knows nothing about basic bargaining and showed up empty-handed to recruit him. He snaps that the guy could have at least brought some energy drinks to make the visit worthwhile. Finally, Rakiel orders the spy to go back to his boss and return with a proper offer laid out. The spy quickly agrees. Rakiel warns him not to dawdle, stressing that this matter is equally important for both of them. Outside, the spy starts questioning his own sanity for ever approaching this man. Meanwhile, Rakiel summons his subordinates. The moment he tells them he's planning to join the rebel forces, they are all too stunned to speak. Gordon thinks he must be running a fever, while Damien is convinced he has completely lost his mind. Rakiel, however, insists that he's absolutely serious. He even adds a casual lie that the spy offered him land money and a house. Damien protests, reminding him that he came here out of goodwill to save the people of Amba and treat their soldiers. Now he's talking about siding with rebels, which makes no sense. But to Rakiel, it makes perfect sense. Damien demands to know his motives. Rakiel calmly explains that even though the rebels are considered traitors, they are still citizens of Amba. He has no obligation to serve only Amba's royal army just because he happens to be the crown prince of Magentano. To him, both the royal army and the rebel forces are just foreign factions. Damien falls silent, realizing the logic in his words. Raquel continues explaining that he's no longer receiving new wounded soldiers, since both sides have reached a stalemate around the Valios fortress. The camp is stable, and the most dangerous phase has passed. Raquel begins writing all this in an official letter, stating that he has done everything possible for the Amba army. He then turns to his subordinates and adds that after healing the rebel soldiers, he will head back to Magentano. Damien sighs as he recognizes the unspoken order hidden within Raquel's reasoning. Gordon, on the other hand, is quietly moved, realizing that Raquel truly sees patients as patients, not as allies or enemies. He then asks his subordinate to deliver a letter to Adeline, which instantly brightens the man's face, as he assumes it must be a love letter. His hopeful grin earns him a sharp hit on the head from Raquel, who clarifies that it's simply a message informing her he's returning to Magentano so she won't worry about his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, he also orders the Queen Vesperos wine, and demands the delivery be prepared immediately. The shipment must reach the capital by overnight carriage. Turning to Damien, he orders that they must move quietly without alarming the injured soldiers. With that, they depart. Everyone feels heavy-hearted, realizing they never even got to properly thank him. 3 days later, they arrive at the rebel camp's entrance. The guard informs Raquel that Jaon is inside and that his orders are to let only the physician enter. Damien frowns at this and whispers, asking if it's really safe for him to go in alone. Raquel calmly reasons that they won't harm him. He's too useful for them. Besides, he has Gaussium with him. Finally, inside the tent, he is greeted by Jaon, the fervent nationalist known for his obsession with restoring Amba's former glory. Jaon thanks him warmly, addressing him as a saint and a miracle physician. Standing before him, Raquel can feel the immense pressure of the man's commanding presence. Jaon extends his hand and Raquel meets it. As the rebel leader calls him the heart of the revolution, only then does Jaon reveal his true reason for summoning Raquel. He says he doesn't need him to get his hands dirty treating injured soldiers. It turns out he was called here for something entirely different. Raquel immediately gets cautious, realizing that this meeting is about something way beyond medicine. After a moment, our guy stands in front of his subordinates in complete silence. Damien wants to know what's up, but when Raquel doesn't answer, he raises his voice to call out to him. Raquel quickly gestures for his bodyguard to keep quiet. Then, using hand signals, he lets them know that people might be listening and they'll have to communicate only through gestures from now on. Gordon quickly puts 2 and 2 together, understanding that Jaon didn't summon Raquel just to have him treat the wounded. Damien reminds him that this is exactly why he wanted them to head back to the royal palace earlier. Frustrated, Raquel signals back, asking how he was supposed to know the situation they'd walk into, where instead of being a doctor, he's being used as a political pawn. A little while earlier, inside Javon's camp, Javan finally reveals his purpose. He's going to entrust our boy with a far more noble task. Since Raquel is already known as a noble and respected figure, Javan plans to have him publicly declare his support for the rebel cause. He adds that this will be his way of building a new world with Raquel. Then Javan asks if Raquel thinks it's a good idea, and Raquel nervously agrees, unable to say no to his face. Inwardly, though, he understands that he was never just meant to heal the wounded. He's being used as a political symbol. Realizing this, he knows he has to find a way to get out of this mess as soon as possible. Then Raquel comes up with a sneaky idea as he explains that he promised to meet his girlfriend by the end of the week. Otherwise, she'll be heartbroken. Javon dryly comments that he doesn't exactly look like a guy who would have a girlfriend completely roasting our poor boy. However, Javon confirms that Raquel really needs to meet her, to which Raquel nervously agrees. Javon then adds that if this meeting is about an upcoming marriage, Raquel might not come back, which Raquel quickly tries to deny is his intention. Javon, however, sees right through him and explains that while Raquel wants to cure the wounded, as a physician, he won't be allowed to. Instead, he will make a public declaration supporting Javon's cause 10 days from now. Until then, Javon won't give him the duty of tending to the injured. Without that declaration, it wouldn't look good for him if people learned that a respected figure like Raquel has joined the rebel forces. Raquel asks if Javon is worried that his presence in the camp before the declaration would lessen its impact. Javon confirms this, revealing that the declaration needs to be shocking enough to shake the revolutionary army to its core. Raquel then seriously asks why he has to wait 10 days instead of just making the announcement now. Javon explains that the timing just isn't right. He wants Raquel to feel sincere about the cause, or at least appear genuine. Even a tiny bit of sincerity will be enough to move people when he makes the declaration, which Javan doesn't sense from him yet. With that, he tells Raquel that he must first connect with the people's hearts, though Raquel doesn't quite get what he means. So Javan elaborates that during these 10 days, Raquel will stay close to the people, observe their spirit, and understand their ideals, so that genuine sincerity for the cause can take root in his heart. Then Javan asks whether he feels bad about ditching his duties as a military physician. Our boy claims he's not concerned about that anymore. To show some mercy, Javan appoints him as his personal physician for 24 hours a day so he can still fulfill his role. Upon hearing this, Raquel tenses up, realizing he's completely screwed. Now, back in the present, he explains everything to his subordinates, adding that he must now sleep in the same tent as Javan. Gordon asks what his next move will be, and he insists he needs to escape and return home. Damon points out that the army's security is airtight. Escaping even in the dead of night would be nearly impossible. He then mentions that there's a swordmaster hovering around all the time, making escape impossible, a fact Raquel is already painfully aware of. He knows the security is incredibly tight, and since Damon hasn't even reached the level of a swordmaster, breaking out is out of the question. Then Raquel asks them to just trust him, saying he needs to figure something out first. Damon quips that trusting him is exactly what landed them in this mess, which angers our boy. Raquel gets up, and Gordon asks about his next course of action. Left with no other choice, he mutters that he's gonna go sulk, revealing that he's heading to bed. Both of his trusted men understand there's nothing they can do about the situation for now. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital, inside the main office, a man appears before the emperor who asks him for a report on his son. The messenger bows and begins organizing his notes before speaking. He then adds that, according to the 107th regular report, Raquel left the notorious healing camp 5 days ago. The emperor immediately asks why his son left the camp. The reporter admits that they don't fully understand Raquel's intentions themselves. He explains that initially Raquel had planned to return to the capital as he had informed Princess Adeline. He further reports on a letter from Raquel to Adeline in which Raquel stated that his purpose at the injured soldiers' camp was fulfilled and that he was returning to his side palace clinic. In the same letter, he also requested that the liquor made from Queen Vasperos be sent to him in the capital. The emperor asks if that's all, and when the messenger concludes the report, he dismisses him. Once alone, the emperor's nostrils flare with pride. He bursts out shouting in eagerness to see his son soon safe and sound in the capital, and then laughs menacingly, leaving the people outside the palace utterly confused by his sudden outburst. Meanwhile, in his bed, our boy is silently crying, feeling as though he's never going to return home anytime soon. At that moment, Javan stands beside him and declares that he's awake. Raquel immediately gets up, deciding to start the morning checkup right away, since he's supposed to be under 24-hour surveillance. But Javan denies it, reminding him that as a swordmaster, he knows his body better than anyone else. Raquel gives a nervous grin, thinking that there's no need for them to share a room since he can't even sleep properly. Javan calmly replies that being a swordmaster means he's fully aware of his own physical condition. Then he invites Raquel to have breakfast with him. During breakfast, Javan finishes first and urges Raquel to take his time with the meal. Raquel, however, feels awkward under Javan's constant gaze, but continues eating anyway. Once the meal's over, Javan tells him he has a question. Raquel, still uneasy, tells him to go ahead. Javan smiles faintly and says it's a simple question one that requires a bit of imagination, but as he speaks, Raquel feels a strange sense of déjà vu. Javan continues asking him to suppose he must choose between two options to revive the nation and its people. Suddenly, Raquel remembers that this is the exact same question Javan once asked in The Demon Sword Emperor. Javan presents the first option. Raquel can sacrifice himself, ensuring the nation's prosperity, but the act will bring disgrace upon his family. His descendants will live in shame, and generations of his bloodline will bear the scorn of his decision. Then comes the second option: he can sacrifice someone else instead. In this case, no one will blame him. Rather, he will be honored, praised, and remembered as a hero for generations. Finally, Javan concludes by saying that no matter which option he chooses, the nation and its people will prosper all the same. Then leaning forward slightly, he asks Raquel which option he will choose. Javan urges him to answer. Internally, Raquel knows that if his answer doesn't please Javan, he's a dead man. He turns to his captor and repeats both options that were given, which Javan confirms with a nod. Then Raquel analyzes everything he knows about Javan from the novel, how he's an extremely suspicious man who never trusts anyone, not even his closest aides. He always asks this same question to those he wants to keep close, but no one has ever managed to give him the right answer. In truth, even Javan himself doesn't know what the right answer is. For him, the worst possible answer is hesitation. No matter how much he plans to make that person his aide, the moment he senses them waver, he kills them on the spot. Now Javan asks pointedly if Raquel can't make a decision. Instead of hesitating, Raquel bursts out angrily at the absurdity of the question, demanding how a nation could ever be reduced to such choices. At that, Javan instantly unsheaths his sword at Raquel's rude reply, even though he hasn't chosen either option. Raquel, nervous and pale quickly, explains that he only spoke what was truly on his mind. Javan narrows his eyes, asking if he truly means those words. But instead of fury, Javan feels something strange stirring within him after hearing Raquel's answer. He doesn't even understand the emotion himself. Watching him, our boy immediately senses his confusion because, according to the novel, Javan spends his entire life seeking the answer to that very question, only finding it shortly before his death. Suddenly, Javan dismisses him, startling Raquel. Before he can say anything, Javan coldly emphasizes that he doesn't want to see him for the rest of the day. Finally, stepping out of the tent, Raquel exhales in relief, grateful to have escaped death once again. But his mind is still churning with thoughts of how to escape this nightmare for good. At that moment, a soldier signals for him to go to the adjacent tent. Our boy panics, remembering that Javan explicitly said he didn't want to see him. And yet this soldier is leading him somewhere within Javan's line of sight. He silently prays for one of his companions to rescue him. Inside, Javan sits deep in thought. He knows that shedding blood has always been his path to revolution. But now he's questioning if the kingdom he's fighting to create can truly be called a nation. With no answer in sight, frustration gets the better of him. He crushes the wine glass in his hand, blood mixing with spilled wine, as he mutters how ridiculous this all is. 3 days later at midnight, Damien and Garden are keeping a cautious eye on their master, who's now staying in a tent next to Jaion's, instead of sharing one with the tyrant. Garden whispers that they need to help him escape soon. He's still horrified that the crown prince is serving a man like Jaion. Damien, however, admits they're helpless and can only trust Raquel's judgment for now. Just then a guard notices them. Damien quickly mimics a cat, and the guard, convinced it's just a stray, relaxes and walks away. Hiding again, Damien sighs to Gardon about how ridiculous their situation has become. The next morning, our guy peeks his head out from his tent and spots the guard stationed outside Jaion's camp, which means Jaion is inside. No one has come looking for him in 2 days, which he sees as a potential chance to escape. He overhears Jaion remarking that he'd like to go for a walk. The next moment, he's greeted by Jaion himself, who orders the guards to stay put. Then Jaion fixes his sharp gaze on him and asks what his true intentions are for sticking around. Raquel freezes, realizing his little taste of freedom might be over. A short while later, they're standing at the edge of a cliff. Our boy is huffing and panting because this walk turned out to be more of a hike. Jaion stands tall beside him, gazing into the distance before he speaks. He admits that he's been thinking about Raquel's rude answer, but has ultimately decided to reject it. Raquel can tell he's still conflicted. Jaion continues, declaring that any sacrifice, whether of oneself or others, willing or not, is noble. The weight of spilled blood, he says, is what makes their revolution sacred. Our boy thinks he's just spewing nonsense, but he can't say a word. He knows Jaion learned these ideas from someone else, which is why he struggles to accept anything that goes against them. Still, Raquel doesn't bother arguing. His main focus is finding a chance to escape, so he awkwardly changes the subject by asking about Jaion's injured hand. Jaion lies, saying it was just a small mistake during training. Raquel doesn't buy it for a second. A swordmaster like him wouldn't make such a simple mistake. He insists on checking it, reminding Jaion that he's his personal physician. But Jaion is too proud to let anyone treat such a minor wound. Raquel grumbles under his breath about his patient's stubbornness. To ease the tension, he awkwardly comments on how nice the breeze feels. Jaion immediately corrects him, pointing out that there is no breeze. So Raquel tries again, rambling on about the dust in the air to sound casual. Jaion watches him quietly, realizing how Raquel is the complete opposite of him, and so unlike any of his other subordinates. Strangely, he starts to feel at ease around him, even though they've only known each other for a few days. He wonders when he last let his guard down like this, or if he ever has before. His thoughts drift back to Raquel's earlier answer, and he wonders if maybe it was the right one after all, but he's just too proud to admit it. Looking at Raquel, Raquel begins to question their relationship. Will this man become a close aide, a trusted subordinate, or something else entirely? He starts to wonder if this strange feeling could actually be friendship. With that realization, for the first time, Javan opens up. He admits that he once wanted to be a painter. Raquel is taken aback by the sudden heart-to-heart. Staring at the horizon, Javan reveals that his childhood dream was to be an artist, and he was actually pretty good at it. Rakiel then asks why he chose to wield a sword instead of a brush. Javan answers, casually saying it was because of his abusive father. He reveals that his father used to whip him, trying to beat the passion for art right out of him. Both father and son were too stubborn to give in. Finally, Javan reveals that they made a bet. If he passed the entrance exam for art school, his father would let him pursue painting. If he failed, he would have to follow his father's dream instead. Rakiel guesses he failed, but Javan corrects him. He passed. His father, however, used his influence to have the acceptance permanently revoked. 10 days later, his father died. Rakiel freezes, realizing the implication and wondering if Javan killed him. Javan neither confirms nor denies it, only smirking and leaving the truth to Rakiel's imagination. Rakiel finally understands the deeper meaning behind Javan's words, and it only fuels his desperate need to escape. Seeing his troubled expression, Javan assumes he is simply bored with his story. Rakiel awkwardly tries to deny it, but Javan is not the type to believe anyone could actually be interested in his tragic backstory. Then Javan suddenly extends his hand. The wound looks worse than before. Rakiel, caught off guard, tries to play it off, saying it looks fine. But when he examines it closely, his expression changes. The wound shows the early signs of cellulitis. He informs Javan that he will need to perform a thorough diagnosis. Activating his pulse check skill, he scans Javan's body, reading the detailed medical data. His eyes widen in awe at Javan's insane physique. But then something else in the report catches his attention. A slow smile spreads across his lips. He has found an opening to escape. He studies the diagnostic report with quiet focus. The readings reveal a severe case of chronic neurogenic migraines that demand complete rest and reduced emotional stress. Yet what captures his attention most is a serious warning that if the symptoms continue to worsen, despite consistent treatment, all current activities must be stopped immediately. The discovery takes him by surprise. In the novel about Javan's life, there was never any mention of such an illness. He cannot believe that someone who is a great strategist and a financial prodigy suffers from a long-term neurological disorder that no one has ever known about. Our boy trusts his findings completely, as his medical diagnoses have never failed him before. At that moment, Rakiel's organs glance over at Javan's with envy. They admire the perfect rhythm of his lungs and the solid build of his body, wishing they could trade places. But before the thought settles, the brain shouts from the back, scolding the stomach and reminding everyone that if Javan's brain collapses from a migraine, they would all be out of a job too. The organs freeze as the brain's warning echoes through the body. Within moments, they abandon their jealousy, deciding they could never survive living like Javan. Reflecting on the diagnosis, he begins to understand the root cause. It seems Javan's brain is punishing his stomach through these neurogenic migraines, and he knows from experience that chronic headaches often lead to stomach issues. He realizes that his body has been pushed well beyond its limits. He then asks about the condition of his head, and Javan admits his mind never rests, always consumed with battle strategies for conquering the Valwis fortress. Ryan asks him to speak honestly, and Javan instantly realizes he's been found out. Our guy confirms it with a smile, and Javan remarks that he finally understands why people call Ryan a saint. His level of insight is just beyond normal perception. Clutching his head, Javan admits he's suffering from something far worse than an ordinary headache. He wonders how Ryan could have possibly detected something he'd never told a soul. Our guy simply chalks it up to intuition, leaving Javan utterly stunned. He reveals that as the pain pulses through his skull, it feels as if every breath drives a sharp spike deeper into his head. Ryan soon learns that this pain has been a part of Javan's life since childhood. The constant suffering has shaped his harsh temper and hardened his personality. In his youth, he found peace only when he was painting. The gentle motion of the brush and the quiet calm of the colors once gave him brief respite from the pounding inside his skull. For a time, he wanted to become a painter, as it was the only thing that made the pain subside. But the path of an artist was soon replaced by the call to power. The sword took the place of the brush, and with it came a new realization. When he wields his blade, he feels a strange satisfaction from turning his inner pain into outward strength. Violence became an outlet for the agony that refused to leave him. When asked, he explains that even after becoming so strong, he feels no real comfort. His suffering continues just buried beneath layers of pride and self-control. He has accepted this version of himself, believing that the disappointment and cruelty born from his pain are what built him into the man he is today. Ryan grows curious about the treatments Javan has tried. He explains that he has tried every possible cure, from traditional remedies to modern medical techniques, yet absolutely nothing has ever worked. Dozens of physicians have failed to relieve his pain, and many have paid the ultimate price for their failure. The thought terrifies our poor guy, though Javen makes it clear he has no plans to execute him, at least not right away. Regen knows that he must find a way to survive this. His mind races until he remembers his own healing skill. He tells himself that if he succeeds, his safety is all but guaranteed. He offers to treat the migraine directly, but Javen is doubtful since many overconfident doctors have died after making similar claims. Regen decides it is best not to sound too certain. He presents the idea as a humble attempt, rather than a surefire solution. His plea seems genuine enough for Javen to give him a chance, figuring that failure will only lead to some mild embarrassment rather than a death sentence. Later that day, the two meet again inside the camp. Javen sits in a chair while Regen stands behind him, lifting his hands in preparation. As he channels his energy, Javen quietly wonders if Regen can truly relieve his pain. Regen then places his hands gently near Javen's head. When Javen asks what he's doing, our guy tells him to hush, explaining that this part is crucial. He starts murmuring a calm rhythm, as if chanting a skill name to activate what sounds like healing hands. Javen's completely stunned. He feels a wave of relaxation like never before and is totally floored by the skill. Our guy gently reminds him to stay focused and asks what it feels like to finally be free from that constant pain. Javen hesitates, admitting he's not even sure how to describe it. The complete lack of pain feels so strange to him that it's almost unsettling. Before he knows it, his eyes well up with tears, and he breaks down confessing he never imagined Regen could actually stop his headaches. However, our dude then hits him with the bad news. It's too early to celebrate because the treatment only lasts for a single day. Javen looks completely floored to hear that. His headache will be right back by tomorrow. Regen confirms it, but quickly reassures him that the pain can be taken care of every morning with his treatment. Javen asks just to be sure if this means he'll be pain-free until the next morning. Regen says yes, but jokingly warns him not to oversleep and miss their next appointment. Javen lets out a huge sigh of relief, saying he'll be counting on him again tomorrow. Internally, Rakiel is thrilled, thinking everything is going according to plan. The more Javen depends on his healing, the more leverage he has. Once that dependence is set in stone, he plans to slip away quietly when the time is right. Outwardly, though, he keeps his cool, assuring Javen not to worry. So every morning, our guy goes through the same routine with his captor. He places his hands on Javen's head, letting a gentle flow of power wash the pain away until it's gone completely. Javen starts to look at him with deep respect, believing that only a true saint could be so kind. Once he's done, Regen announces that the treatment is finished for the day. A peaceful calm washes over Javen, and he admits that life would be unbearable without Regen's help. Meanwhile, Regen silently congratulates himself. Everything is going exactly as planned. Later that day, after another session, Regen tells Javen he has something important to tell him. When Javen asks what it is, Regen explains that he must perform a sacred prayer that night to keep his healing powers strong. Javen listens intently as Regen explains that the power he uses is a gift from the heavens, not something that's his to command freely. He elaborates that during the full moon he must offer clear cold water to the moon from moonrise until moonset. If he fails to complete the ritual, the blessing will fade and his healing gift will vanish for an entire month until the next lunar cycle. Javen's eyes widen in alarm at the thought, and he asks if that means Regen will actually lose his power. Regen puts on a serious face, swearing on his honor that every word is true. He adds that the prayer must be done in absolute secrecy. If anyone so much as glances his way during the ritual, the blessing will vanish instantly. Panic starts to set in for Javen at the very idea of losing Regen's healing. The thought of that agonizing pain returning is simply too much for him to bear. Regen calmly explains that this is exactly why he needs a secluded spot where he can pray without being disturbed, asking Javen to set it up. Despite his anxiety, Javen quickly agrees, insisting he'll prepare the location personally. Regen names the place, and Javen just nods, waving off any thanks and saying he's the one who is indebted. As they part ways, Regen gives him one last crucial reminder. Absolutely no one is to look toward the prayer site once the ritual begins. Javen promises he'll wait down below with his guards, guaranteeing that the area will remain completely undisturbed. Our dude makes a false promise to return the next morning after prayers. He tells him not to worry, assuring him that he won't escape since his duty to Javelong remains. They shake hands before parting ways. That night, Raquel sits in silence before a bowl of water, gazing up at the moon. He begins to chant in a low, steady voice, his words carried on the night wind. Nearby, the soldiers whisper among themselves, confused by the ritual. One murmurs that it must be some kind of divine prayer. Another admits he can't understand what the saint is doing. He keeps chanting under the dim glow of the moon until dawn begins to break. As morning light fills the sky, the soldiers suddenly rush to Javen, sounding the alarm. One of them stammers that the physician Ryan has vanished without a trace. Javan stands frozen, his mind unable to process the sudden disappearance. The night before, our dude was chanting his so-called ritual verses beneath the pale moonlight. Just as he thinks his plan is going off without a hitch, soldiers stand guard behind him. He smirks to himself, certain his escape will succeed, but the ground suddenly gives way beneath his feet. Before he can react, he plummets into a pit, shouting for help as he crashes down into a cage. Gordon and Damien rush toward him, shouting an alarm. Gordon yells that they arrived right when they were supposed to. Earlier in the northern region, Goyum had delivered a letter from him to Garden and Damien while Javion was out. In the letter, he had revealed his escape plan, telling them to meet in the small forest below the cliffs before dawn. Although the message had confused them at first, they now understand its purpose. Back in the present, Damien asks how he even knew about the hidden cave inside the hill. He calmly replies that spending so much time near Javan let him learn the terrain in detail, including things he never even cared to know. Damien is impressed by his memory. Of course, our guy knows this is all a lie. In the original novel, Damien had actually been the one to discover this place during the Great War between Javion and the Empire. He then urges them to hurry toward the kingdom's army stationed near the Central Plains. Once they're safely behind the cave, Damien questions if the location is really secure. He assures him that since both the kingdom's forces and the rebels are keeping an eye on this area, it's ironically the safest place to be. Neither side can move freely here. Pointing to the map, he explains that visibility is clear during the day, so they should rest until nightfall. The morning arrives quietly, but their peace is shattered when a commanding voice echoes across the field, calling for Rehan. The voice announces that the physician is hiding somewhere nearby. None of the horses have been taken, and an escape on foot would have been impossible under their watch. Our terrified guy instantly recognizes the voice it belongs to, none other than Javan. He declares that despite the betrayal, he's willing to forgive him just this once out of goodwill. He proclaims he won't take a life for this offense, but demands that Rian show himself before he finishes counting to 3. Inside the Imperial Castle, the Emperor and his subordinate hear the distant shout and realize it's Javan's voice. Our guy whispers to his companions that if they show themselves now, they'll be dragged back with their legs cut off. Guardian shivers at the thought, but our guy reassures them that if Javan makes a move, the kingdom's army will retaliate immediately. Model. The voice booms as he counts 1, 2, 3. Nothing happens at first. Our boy assures them that they are safe, but then a sudden heat surrounds them. Flames light up the ground and he shouts in panic as he peeks out from the rock. The entire army has drawn flaming arrows, launching them in a storm of fire that sets the land ablaze. Our physician's expression twists in disbelief at the sight of the inferno. Damien warns that if they stay any longer, they will burn alive. His thoughts spin wildly, his heart pounding under the weight of fear. He orders them to run northeast. Daman hesitates, asking if that means toward Ambo. Garden protests that the route is dangerous, but he insists that since they've lied to the princess and made it this far, getting caught now means certain death. The fire spreads fast, carried by the wind from west to east. He explains that running directly away will only let the fire catch them, so they must move at a right angle to the flames, and there is no time to argue. Suddenly fire bursts before them, and from within the flames Havalon appears. Rage burns in his eyes as he accuses Rion of betrayal. He raises his blazing sword, ordering his Imperial Guard to advance. His voice cuts through the chaos as he commands them to sever their legs so they can never flee again. The soldiers surge forward, their weapons gleaming under the burning sky. From the castle window, the Emperor watches the distant flames rise and questions what could possibly drive Javan to such madness, burning his own land and shouting through the air as cavalry charges below. His subordinate squints through the thick smoke, barely making out 3 small figures. He reports that they appear to be ordinary men, nothing more. The Emperor ponders this, asking what words Shavion had shouted before the attack began. The subordinate replies that Javan must have manipulated the mana in his voice, concealing the exact words. The Emperor interprets it as a psychological tactic meant to unsettle them. He agrees, saying they must not falter in this battle of wills. He offers to lead a rescue team for their people being chased by the rebels, but the Emperor declines, stating that the subordinate must remain by his side. Instead, he will send Adeline and the Royal Guard. Her leadership will serve as a strong symbol for their people. Soon after, Adeline mounts her horse and orders the Royal Guard to prepare for battle. She unsheathed her sword, her determination burning as she commands them to ride northeast. Her thoughts focus on those she must save. She silently thanks Raquel for the strength she now carries. Because of him, she has found the courage to stand firm and protect others. No matter where he is, she hopes he is watching her. She vows never to forget the debt she owes him. As she rides through the smoke, her eyes catch a familiar silhouette ahead. A figure with a strong, distinct profile. She recognizes instantly that it is Rocky. He calls out to his companions, urging them to move together. Adeline calls his name, inquiring why the Crown Prince himself is standing there. Adeline fixes her gaze on our guy, who nervously looks back at her. She demands to know the reason for him being there and orders her guards to keep their positions. He forces out a nervous laugh, masking his tension with a casual remark about their unexpected meeting, before turning the question back on her. She confronts him for lying and demands to know the reason. He tries to justify himself, claiming there were reasons for everything, but Adeline cuts him off. She reminds him it's been more than 10 days since his last letter. No word, no farewell, nothing. She thought he had already gone home, but now he's here being hunted by rebels. Her eyes land on the emblem stitched onto his coat, and a realization dawns on her. That mark can only mean one thing. He's been among the rebels this entire time. Her voice hardens as she accuses him of betrayal. He admits he was with the rebel command and claims the time spent there was beneficial. Still, he insists that his actions were a sacrifice for a cause greater than himself. She questions his definition of sacrifice, and he explains that he had infiltrated the enemy ranks, risking his life while keeping his senses sharp, always waiting for the right moment to strike from within. His goal was to serve the kingdom in any way he could. Adeline finds it hard to wrap her head around the extent of what he's endured. Garden's voice cuts through the air, urging them to stop arguing, and points out Javon at the head of the charge coming straight for them. He then ducks behind Adeline and tells her to get Damien and Garden on their horses and send them ahead while she stays behind to cover their retreat. Garden answers quickly, ready to follow orders, while the others tremble in fear. He insists they can settle this later, but for now, escape is their only option. Adeline, however, remains completely calm and confident. She insists there's no need to be afraid when their forces are double the size of the rebels. In her mind, this battle is a chance to wipe out the enemy and boost her army's morale with a victory. He shouts frantically, warning her that confronting them now is a death sentence because Javon himself is leading the attack and he's after him. Confusion flashes across her face as she wonders why Javon would go to such lengths just to capture him. He answers bitterly that he has become the most precious person in Javon's life. Adeline looks out at the battlefield where fire is spreading fast as enemy forces close in. The delay has allowed them to get too close for comfort. If Javon is truly leading, the cavalry retreat is no longer an option. They'll have to fight. She draws her sword and commands her troops to form up behind her. The soldiers obey, immediately falling into tight ranks. Our guy notices her arm is trembling as he begs her to run, but she refuses, declaring they need to buy time for the others to escape. She raises her voice and orders the second and third lines to ready their crossbows. At her command, they aim carefully. When she shouts to fire, a storm of bolts cuts through the air. One bolt flies straight for Javon's horse, but it rears up, narrowly dodging the shot. More bolts follow, striking down enemy riders. Adeline then commands a full retreat. The soldiers surge forward, guarding her as they fall back. For a moment, she believes the attack has bought them enough time to escape safely, but then a sound makes her turn. Her face turns pale when she sees Javon stepping out of the smoke with a cold smile. Our guy feels his chest tighten as Javon's grin looks completely unhinged. In the next instant, he vanishes from his horse. He yells that Javon disappeared, but before she can react, the ground erupts in front of them. Havon crashes down with explosive force, shaking the earth. Both of them tremble in fear, and Haven's burning eyes lock onto Ryan as he demands to know if tricking him was worth it. Drawing his flaming sword, he vows to make sure Rion never runs again. Then, with terrifying speed, he lunges forward. Ryan feels death closing in his entire body, trembling. But before Havon can strike, Damien leaps in front, blocking the attack. Their blades collide with a blinding flash and a burst of power. Havon studies him, briefly realizing this opponent is strong but not strong enough. Perhaps only a mid-level swordsman at best. His sheer force pushes Damien back, but he holds his ground and attacks again. Haven meets him head-on, his sword slicing through the air as Damien barely dodges. High above, Rakiel hovers momentarily, watching helplessly. He knows Damien can't possibly win against Haven and should run while there's still time. But he's in no condition to help. The thought barely forms before he loses his balance and drops, falling straight into Adeline's arms. She steadies him, telling him to get up and explaining that the soldiers are buying them time. They must run, but he refuses to leave Damien behind. She insists that staying will only lead to more deaths. They can't risk everyone for one man. His mind races. This isn't just about Damien's destiny or his role in this world. It's something deeper, something he can't speak of. If he ever revealed the truth, the one who created Damien would intervene, and that can never happen. He calls out to Adeline, and she looks at him expectantly. He tells her that saving everyone now depends entirely on her. Confusion flashes in her eyes as she asks what he means. With quiet urgency, he says that from this moment on, she must follow his instructions exactly and asks for her commitment. He explains their strategy, whispering into her ear, and her eyes widen in disbelief. The sheer impossibility of what he's suggesting hits her all at once. He simply reassures her that it's possible, holding her hands while she thinks he's completely insane as he turns back to watch the army. His thoughts wander to how some events in this world carry consequences that outweigh their benefits. Not every transformation brings improvement. Some things seem like they're creating something better, but they're actually just destroying everything. Chaos can masquerade as progress, but it's really just making things worse. The Dark Sword Emperor represents both ruin and rebirth. With Damien standing at the very heart of this cycle, amid the wreckage of a collapsed empire where order no longer exists, he only grows stronger. He shatters the world again, reshaping everything from the fragments. This burden becomes his destiny, and he accepts it completely. Rakiel's thoughts drift back to his strategy. He realizes that abandoning Damien's development and trapping him in an inescapable crisis might just trigger his true awakening. Once that being emerges, the entire world will face its end. This understanding drives his every decision, leading him to create excuses to keep Damien away from the arena and close by at all times. He endures countless chaotic situations, but keeping Damien nearby prevents him from facing the same trials described in the novel. Despite all these precautions, the situation still spirals toward disaster. Rakiel tells himself to get a grip because freaking out won't help anyone right now. As crazy as things are in Creo, it's nothing compared to what Damien's awakening might unleash. He glances over at the princess to see if she's ready. She pauses for just a second, then gives him a nod. She's prepared. And just like that, the entire battlefield explodes into action. Swords ring out as the armies crash into each other. Damien faces off against Javon, his entire body enveloped in a shroud of mana. Javon taunts him, asking if he's getting tired yet, before launching his next attack. The sheer force of the blow makes Damien rethink everything. At first glance, it looks like Damien is purely on the defensive, just blocking every strike, but then you notice something else. Every single time, by the thinnest of margins, Damien slips past the attacks, avoiding the full impact with seemingly impossible precision. Javon recognizes this pattern. Some fighters are just built different. They never stop leveling up. The battle itself is making them stronger. This realization lights a fire under him. Crushing Damien now is the only option before he becomes completely unstoppable. Javon shifts his grip on his sword, trying a new angle. His speed suddenly kicks into another gear. In one smooth motion, he appears right behind Damien, attacking from a blind spot. But somehow Damien manages to block this too. The sword smashes into the ground instead, and the impact crater it leaves reveals Damien's monstrous strength. Javon's disbelief grows. Dodging that last attack should have been impossible. He gives Damien credit for his endurance, but declares that the party's over. Damien just steadies himself, insisting he can still keep going. Javon scoffs at the false bravado, and their swords clash once more. In that instant, something shifts. Javon unleashes a sudden burst of power, sending Damien flying backward with incredible force. Damien crashes hard into a rock formation, and Javon strolls over to finish him off, complaining about how boring the fight was. As Damien lies slumped against the stone, Javon raises his weapon for the final blow. A strange thought crosses Damien's mind. He never imagined he'd die in a place like this. And yet, as the sword descends toward his heart, something feels off. Time seems to slow to a crawl as the weapon gets closer, but he feels no fear. Instead, a strange calm washes over him. Javon notices the change too. Damien's mana flow is going haywire, becoming erratic and unfamiliar. The moment the sword touches Damien's chest, a tremendous amount of mana erupts from his body. The energy patterns make no sense at all. Just then a voice cuts through the chaos. It's our boy Rakiel calling out to the princess. She appears holding a massive boulder over her head. With all her might, she hurls it directly at Javon. He just scoffs at the attempt, wondering what they seriously expect to accomplish with such a simple-minded tactic. While the boulder is still in midair, Rakiel makes his move, dashing forward. He activates the Healing Hands technique and begins the incantation. Javon roars at him, absolutely livid at his audacity. Rakiel hits the ground but continues the chant without missing a beat. He pours everything he has into the spell until it's complete, and instantly something strange happens to Javon. Our guy's plan works like a charm. Javon feels the change immediately as his entire aura vanishes without a trace, leaving him utterly confused. Rakiel, however, knows exactly what just happened. Javon, has no idea that the power he relied on was just completely shut down. He's reeling from some serious cognitive dissonance, and it's throwing him for a loop he just can't figure out. From the moment he checked Javan's pulse, Rakiel knew exactly what was wrong with him. His whole life, every single time Javan swung his sword, a splitting headache would fire through his skull. This pain had been with him since birth, something he'd only ever managed to push through with sheer willpower. Gritting his teeth through the pain just became part of his daily routine. The suffering was a constant companion. Even after he became a swordmaster, that headache and his stubborn will to overcome it were baked right into his swordsmanship and mana techniques over the years. It was a fundamental part of who he was as a warrior. And now that part of him is just gone, leaving him completely disoriented. Without missing a beat, our guy rushes over to Damien, telling him to snap out of it. Damien just stares at him, completely stunned. Rakiel demands to know what on earth just happened. Damien struggles to explain how, for a second there, he felt like it was all over. Time seemed to twist and the world went dead silent, like he was on the brink of an endless sleep. Then the voice from Rakiel's healing skill echoed in his ears. That one sound pulled him back, followed by the ridiculous thought that he hadn't even collected his hazard pay yet. Whatever else happened in those blank moments, that voice snapped him back to his senses and helped him pull himself together. Right then, our boy realizes that Damien has gotten a little closer to understanding the truth buried deep inside him. The moment barely passes before Javan's voice cuts through the air, asking if their little chat is over as he slams his sword down. Sensing the shift, Javan surges toward Damien and the duel reignites with brutal intensity. As steel clashes against steel, Damien yells that he'll buy Rakiel time to escape while he still has the chance. He warns him that if he hesitates now, there won't be a second chance as sparks fly with every blow. Damien's inner thought that Rakiel is being a fool for sticking around slips out and he yells at the Crown Prince to run. Damien freezes stunned that Rakiel just said his exact thoughts out loud. Just then, Rakiel gets closer, puts a steadying hand on Damien's shoulder and playfully chides him for doubting his employer. Then he exhales, releasing a cloud of poisonous smoke he'd been holding in. He must have been inhaling it in tiny bits. Damien realizes, saving it for a moment just like this. The cloud billows straight toward Javan, a perfectly timed surprise attack. Even a tiny whiff of that stuff could be enough to take Javan down. Ryan yells for the princess to execute Plan 119. Adeline immediately responds that Plan 119 means securing the Crown Prince, and she charges forward with her troops. Our boy tells Damien they've got maybe 5 seconds to get into formation. Just then, Javan appears, scoffing that nobody's leaving until this is over. He strikes, sending Damien flying backward before slamming into him again. They both end up on the ground. Blood trickles from Damien's nose as he looks up with blurry vision, knowing that if he faints now, it's all over. The scene flashes back to before Rakiel left the palace, when the royal mage had come to him offering to cast a disguise spell. Rakiel had been skeptical, wondering if the spell would even hold. But Xenitus, with a mischievous glint in his eye, reminded him of that time he shot lightning at him, asking if he really doubted such a simple glamour. Rakiel finally relented and put his trust in him. However, Xenitus added a warning. There was one condition that could shatter the spell. He explained that a physical blow strong enough to knock him out would break the charm. His mana will form a protective shell that absorbs the first major impact and keeps him from blacking out, but that safeguard only works once. So being cautious is key. Back in the present, a brilliant light erupts before Haven as the man he knew as Ryan transforms back into Rakiel, bathed in radiance. Haviland's face twists with disbelief as he realizes the saint is none other than the Crown Prince of Magentano. Troops begin to surge forward, but Haviland draws his sword and warns them to stay back if they want the Crown Prince to live. He slams his blade into the ground. With a shout and an explosive shockwave, knocks everyone, including Adeline, off their feet. Rakiel weighs his escape options, wondering if his title offers any protection here. He concludes that Haviland couldn't care less. At worst, he'll be taken hostage, the rebellion will claim victory, and the royal family of Magentano will have no leverage. For now, he forces himself to his feet, waiting for the perfect moment to slip away. Then he realizes something else. He just withstood a direct strike, imbued with the force of a top-tier swordmaster. The Azrahan heart method engraved within him analyzes the blow and adapts to it. It identifies an ability to observe external impacts and lessen physical harm. An HP conversion function unlocks inside him, and Rakiel is stunned by the implication it can turn the stored health in his organs into usable life force. Haviland accuses Rakiel of betraying him, declaring that he once considered him a friend and that he has mocked his kindness. Rakiel answers with a scornful laugh. He points out that Haviland is merely a rebel leader from a minor kingdom offering hollow goodwill to a crown prince. He asks if Haviland still sees him as the simple physician Rian. That so-called kindness was never friendship. It was possessive, obsessive behavior disguised as care. He tells Haviland to stop humiliating himself and to back away, while he still can. Haviland responds that he never wanted things to end this way, but warns him that in this city no one will recognize him as the crown prince. He raises his sword, declaring that if he kills Adeline and her guards, no one will be left to witness anything. Rakiel asks if he still intends on cutting off his legs, but Haviland insists he can just keep him captive forever and bring down the empire. Rakiel calls him insane. Haviland demands to know why Rakiel doubts him, his dark aura flaring as he raises his blade. But just then, his hands begin to tremble. Rakiel meets his rage with a calm smile and answers with a single word, unbreakable. Rakiel activates the Azrahan breathing technique option called Immovable, which provides him with 5 minutes of protection. The sheer durability of his mana circle completely shields his nervous system, ensuring that no matter what impact he takes, he won't faint or lose consciousness during this period. The time remaining until the effect wears off shows 4 minutes and 59 seconds on his status window. He reflects on how he gained this immovable option by enduring Adeline's shockwaves 500 times. And now, for the next 5 minutes, passing out is impossible no matter what damage he takes. Haviland attacks him with everything he's got. The strike lands and Rakiel's current HP drops dramatically to 130 out of 300. He realizes that just one hit caused this much damage. He gets it now. Javon is so high level that without his immovable skill, he would have been knocked out cold from that single blow. The situation is critical. He needs to use HP conversion right away. He activates 170 HP from his reserves, and the points are restored immediately, bringing his health back to a full 300. The system confirms it worked like a charm. This skill is basically a cheat code for survival. Now that he's taken a hit and is still standing, things don't seem quite so hopeless anymore. He starts mocking Javon's swordsmanship, but as he watches him closely, he senses something strange. Rakiel blocks 2 strikes aimed right for his legs, each one powerful enough to slice them clean off. And yet, there isn't a single mark where the blades met. So our boy starts trash-talking him, yelling that, for a supposed swordmaster, his attacks are surprisingly weak. Deep down, Rakiel knows he just needs to keep Javon distracted a little longer so Damen can recover. He keeps provoking him, silently egging him on to stop holding back and unleash his true power. Javon dashes forward with incredible speed, shouting that he won't fall for such simple tricks. His sword lands with tremendous force, and Rakiel's HP drops sharply to 190 out of 300. Without even blinking, he activates his conversion technique, instantly restoring 110 horsepower and getting back to full strength. He smirks to himself, thinking that a real man always fights at 100% HP no matter how dicey it gets. Suddenly, a barrier materializes in front of him. He feels the temperature drop and realizes that Eternal Frost has activated again. The Azrahan breathing technique automatically creates this barrier whenever it's infused with mana. He understands that to control it effectively, he has to draw in mana from his surroundings and reinforce the ice barrier. He focuses his breathing, pulling mana into his body, letting it flow through his muscles, fascia, and nerves. His senses sharpen dramatically, and every sound and movement becomes crystal clear. Javon charges in again, determined to finish him off with one more strike. Rakiel senses exactly where the attack will land, and as the sword swings down, he channels his technique to form a massive shield. The collision sets off a huge explosion, making the ground tremble. Thick smoke fills the air, completely blocking his vision. He struggles to locate Javon in the dense haze until the system activates his meridian scanning skill, which automatically locks onto Javon's position. Rakiel tracks him through the smoke and quickly figures out his attack pattern. The downward slash was just a fake out. The real attack is coming from below. Javon swings with all his might, but Rakiel's barrier holds firm without a problem. He lets out a faint laugh, taunting that for all his bluster, Javon's power isn't so impressive anymore. Every move he makes feels totally predictable now. At that very moment, a system message flashes before him, announcing that during this high-stakes battle, he has managed to refine his breathing technique to a higher level. The skill evolves into Breathing Technique Single Circle Level 7. Javon continues to launch a flurry of strikes, but Rakiel's movements have become significantly smoother and faster. His upgraded control allows him to dodge and block with complete ease. Even his internal organs seem to get in on the action, granting him an unexpected boost of 1,000 HP to keep him going. His own heart seems to be screaming at him not to hesitate, because if he dies, everything inside him dies with him. The surge finally comes through, raising his HP dramatically to 7,000. His stamina, resistance, and regeneration all improve at once. Their clash continues relentlessly, and Raquel keeps provoking Javan, suggesting he should just abandon his obsession. Inside, he knows his own endurance is running out. He just needs to hold on long enough for Damien to strike back. If he can stall Javan's offense, Damien can counter freely without Javan awakening his true power. To conserve strength, Raquel simplifies his defenses, focusing on stability over sheer force. Desperation drives him to dig deeper, and he starts bringing up Javan's past, mentioning how he spent his whole life hiding behind the story of losing his father. His tone stays calm, but the words strike deep. Javan freezes his eyes, widening in stunned silence. Raquel pushes further, implying that Javan never really hated his father enough to kill him, that it was all just an accident. Rage bursts from Javan as he screams for Raquel to shut up and slams his fist against the barrier. Raquel realizes he was right all along. He'd only assumed it based on Javan's sleep-talking from their time together. Judging by this reaction, he's hit the nail right on the head. He keeps pressing the point, saying that no one ever expected that his clumsy first strike could actually kill his father. Not even Javan himself. In that moment, both father and son discovered his truly terrifying talent. Javan's fury explodes, spiraling completely out of control. His aura burns like a wildfire, his sword blazing with violent energy. Raquel braces himself, feeling his immovable skill fade away. A nervous smile crosses his face, since this was definitely not part of the strategy. The ground shakes as an enormous blast erupts, shrouding everything in smoke and debris. When the haze finally clears, Raquel sees Javan approaching through the dust, sword raised for the final blow. But just before it lands, another blade intercepts it with a sharp clash. It's Damien facing Javan head-on, and Javan taunts him for refusing to give up. Raquel is shocked to see his bodyguard, who now stands between them. Moments earlier, Damien had woken up in a cloud of thick smoke, wondering if he'd been knocked out for a second. Not far away, a soldier is holding Adeline, who is also unconscious. Meanwhile, Javan and Raquel are still locked in their fierce battle. Damien sees Javan's power slowly returning and knows he has to do something before his enemy gets back to full strength. A memory pops up of Damien practicing relentlessly with his sword slicing through wooden training posts. He never wants to fail again, like he did during the Cremo incident. By imbuing his strikes with mana, he's able to cut through entire stacks of wood at once. But this still doesn't feel like it's enough. He needs way more power to keep Raquel safe. Closing his eyes, Damien pushes his mana flow past any limit he's ever attempted before. His heart starts pumping energy in the wrong direction, causing blood to drip from his mouth. He remembers a teacher's warning that mana reversal is basically a death wish. It hits him hard that he's attempting the one forbidden technique right now. Grabbing his chest, Damien gets ready to stop. But then he notices something strange. The reversal doesn't hurt him at all. Instead, his mana rushes backward, shattering another internal barrier. He experiments carefully, slowly reversing his energy flow while maintaining control. When the flow reaches a halfway point, a huge amount of power surges through his entire body. To test this new strength, Damien slams his fist into the ground. Mana explodes from the point of impact, shattering the ground into massive chunks. His sword strikes are now packing way more of a punch than before. Back in the present, he realizes he's done partial reversals tons of times, but never a complete one. Right now, though, there's no time to hesitate. If he can't protect Raquel, it's game over for everyone. Damien resolves to shatter every one of his limits today, no matter the cost. He closes his eyes once more as crackling lightning erupts from his heart. He recites an ancient promise about seeds planted in the earth destined to grow into an all-consuming fire. Mana completely engulfs him as he leaps back into the fray. Javan remarks on his willpower, but Damien charges forward regardless. When they collide, a massive explosion of energy erupts between them. Our boy shields his face from the smoke and flying debris. Javan scoffs at his stubbornness as their blades continue to clash. Our guy watches on, completely shocked and worried sick. He raises his weapon high as Raquel realizes he's using the forbidden reversal heart technique. Their weapons crash together with immense force. Javan's mind reels in confusion. How could someone without an aura possibly block the attacks of a swordmaster? Normally only aura can stop another aura. A chilling thought creeps into his mind. Maybe he's actually afraid of this guy. Damien unleashes another strike, infuriating Javan. The enraged swordmaster unleashes a volley of powerful attacks, his blade swinging perilously close to Damien's body. Suddenly, a sphere of pure mana detonates between them, shattering Javan's aura in a single hit. Our guy can barely believe his eyes. Damien is tapping into the core principle of the Sword Emperor's Most Fearsome, Technique 1, that automatically elevates the user a full level above their opponent. Not even swordmasters, regardless of their power, can withstand this technique. Javan refuses to accept defeat at the hands of someone he considers an inferior. He lunges forward, his hand outstretched, preparing his ultimate technique. If he can just make contact with Damien, he can unleash his unlimited attack. Just as Javon gets close, Raquel suddenly intervenes, grabbing his hand and leaving Damien utterly confused. Javon's hand trembles as he realizes the attack has already been initiated and is now unstoppable. He's going to kill Raquel whether he wants to or not. He wonders if our guy even understands the gravity of the situation. Damien answers with a knowing smirk, confirming he's aware Javon is attempting the Alien technique, but Raquel explains that letting Damien continue would have caused an even bigger disaster. The Alien is a brutally effective technique where fighters channel raw mana through direct contact. It's an old-school method that directly destroys a person's pure inner energy. In these kinds of raw power struggles, even the reversal heart technique is useless. Since Damien has a smaller physique than Javon, he would have definitely lost that exchange. Our boy mocks him for trying to pick on a weaker opponent, calling it pathetic. Javon screams back, then panics when he realizes Raquel intends to take Damien's place. Raquel corrects him, stating that this isn't a sacrifice. He's going to eliminate Javon instead. The Crown Prince then activates a Kuzman skill while casually munching on a sunflower seed. The system immediately warns him that he's illegally consuming an item restricted to mythical-grade beings. Because he's human, the gigantification effect will only last for 3 minutes. Red sunflower seeds have severe side effects in humans, and the system advises seeking a traditional Korean medical doctor immediately. Adeline and the guards around them watch in total shock as Raquel grows into a giant. The system warns that when the effect stops, he'll get hit with nasty side effects and pass out for 5 whole days. Far away, the Emperor yells at his helper, wanting to know what the heck they're looking at. The helper admits he has zero clue. Raquel points out he told them about the Korean doctor thing. Now that he's giant-sized, Elaine won't work on him. If he can just last these 3 minutes, he might stop Damien's full awakening. He tells Shylon to give up and end the fight here. Havalon can't let go of Raquel's hand. His blood vessels are already messed up, and Raquel's pure mana totally overpowers him. He notices his opponent isn't listening and thinks about his own path. Havalon climbed to the top through tons of competitions and now wonders if all that work led to this embarrassing moment. Raquel questions why he won't release his grip, and the timer shows only 56 seconds left of his giant form. Making a choice, Raquel shakes his hand around wildly in every direction like it's nothing. Havalon screams over and over, begging to be let go, but stays stuck tight in Raquel's grip. Raquel decides on a perfect fix and with a finger snap, throws Havalon far away. The rebel leader rolls across the ground before crashing into rocks in the distance. Raquel celebrates breaking his own record. The princess comments on how nicely things turned out now that the fighting stopped. Havalon's sword sits on the ground, forgotten. The timer hits 0 and Raquel goes back to normal size, finding the timing worked out great. He feels relieved, though kinda dizzy. His bigger worry is whether his bodyguard is okay. Before he can check, Raquel's body starts shaking. Calling out Damien's name, he falls into his arms, barely managing to question if Damien's alright. Damien catches him in shock right away, asking about his health instead. Our boy's eyes flutter open as someone keeps repeating his name. When he looks around, he finds himself dressed fancy, with Princess Adeline gripping his arm. Confusion fills his mind about what's happening. The princess informs him it's time to head on stage, which only adds to his bewilderment. As he reaches the stage area, the host announces him as a star, and thanks everyone for waiting. The crowd erupts in applause, with people everywhere offering congratulations. The screen displays a message about reaching double circle level, which catches Raquel completely off guard. Even more shocking, the notification shows that Slot 2 has unlocked and Slot Fusion has been added. Garden behind a bar, casually shaking a bottle, explains how Slot Fusion works. The feature lets users combine materials stored in different slots accurately. He demonstrates by creating a glass of wine effortlessly. Our boy's mind races, wondering if this whole thing is some kind of dream. The scene shifts abruptly, and he now stands in an empty hall facing Damien, who questions what Raquel did to him. Raquel nervously denies doing anything wrong. Damien presses harder, demanding answers about what happened while holding a bloodstained sword, and accuses him of knowing everything from the beginning. Raquel tries explaining that he only wanted to keep Damien safe. Damien moves closer, repeating his demand for the truth. Our guy attempts to respond, but discovers his mouth feels taped shut, preventing him from speaking. He realizes this isn't really Damien, but a part of him isn't so sure. As Damien raises his sword, Raquel knows what's coming. The blade slices across his throat, and he braces for death. The vision shatters, and Raquel jolts awake, screaming in a cold sweat as he shoots up in bed. His panicked shouts echo uncontrollably through the room. Damien sits on the bed nearby, wondering if Raquel is just messing with him. Raquel gives him a nervous look, wondering if Damien is still in his awakened state. Damien, covered in injuries and bandages, points out that a little nightmare isn't going to make him forget about his hazard pay. This comment shocks Raquel for a moment, but then brings immense relief that Damien's first thought is about getting money out of him. This proves it really is Damien back to his old self. Raquel playfully asks what kind of person he takes him for, all while thinking how incredibly happy he is. He then asks to see Damien's hand. When Damien asks why Raquel says he wants to check his pulse, leaving Damien a bit confused by the sudden request. Raquel's real reason, however, is to check how far the reversal heart technique's awakening has progressed, mentioning he knows Damien has reached the advanced sword expert level. Damien asks in surprise how Raquel could have figured that out. Raquel reminds him of his own skills, explaining that he recognized the symptoms from their very first meeting, and warns him that at this rate his insomnia will worsen and his nerves will become frayed. Damien seems to accept this and holds out his hand. Raquel begins the pulse diagnosis, and the comprehensive examination report confirms Damien is human, just as he'd expected. But something has definitely changed since their first encounter, which confirms the awakening is progressing. The overall diagnosis shows he's in exceptional health, physically strong and well-balanced. However, he is suffering from severe insomnia. There's also some lingering damage from his recent and reckless mana reversal attempt, which will require medication and rest to heal. On top of that, there's a strange unidentified foreign tissue present in his bloodstream. This tissue had been growing and multiplying rapidly, but for some unknown reason, its expansion has come to a halt. Looking over these results, Raquel thinks that at least the awakening has paused for now. This is probably because he was the one who took the hit from Javon's secret technique, not Damien. As long as it doesn't progress any further, things should be manageable. He then firmly tells Damien to never attempt mana reversal again. Damien protests that he feels perfectly fine, but our boy Raquel isn't buying it, warning him not to be so stubborn. He adds that trying mana reversal just one more time will be the end of him for good. Damien says that's not fair, so Raquel suggests that if he doesn't like the rules, he should become the crown prince himself. He then lets out a casual yawn and says that since the checkup is over, he needs a full report on everything that happened while he was out, including what's going on with Xiaomon. Damien begins to explain, but another voice cuts in, offering to handle the explanation. They both turn and bow as the Emperor of Amboise makes his entrance. He asks to have a private word with the Crown Prince. Now sitting before the Emperor, Raquel listens as the ruler expresses his sincere gratitude for bringing justice to the cruel tyrant who harmed his people. On behalf of his family and his empire, the Emperor offers his thanks and officially welcomes him. This makes him happy, and a notification window pops up detailing his achievements. As the royal family expresses its official gratitude, he gets lost in thought, not even hearing the Emperor calling his name. He snaps out of it and replies that he's honored to have provided some small assistance to the kingdom. The Emperor acknowledges his humble words and proceeds to share the news Raquel has been waiting for. The moment Javelin lost consciousness, the rebels immediately surrendered. Everyone involved will be tried in a military court, and Javelin himself is in custody on charges of treason. Raquel then asks about the future of the rebel soldiers. The Emperor explains they won't face any harsh punishments since most were forced to fight against their will. Curious about Javelin, Raquel asks about his fate next. Calmly sipping his tea, the Emperor reveals that Javelin will be used for experiments. A man with his skills doesn't deserve mercy or an honorable death. He adds that there's no reason to pity him, as such a miserable end is fitting. Finally, he asks if that answers all of Raquel's questions. Raquel forces a polite smile, thinking to himself that this is just how noble politics work. The Emperor returns the smile, and Raquel gets the uneasy feeling that the conversation isn't over yet. Sure enough, the Emperor brings up the letter in which Raquel called him father-in-law. Raquel's mind goes blank in shock as he recalls the one detail he completely forgot about. He leaps to his feet and bows deeply, apologizing profusely for his disrespectful behavior. He admits that he was serious back then, but after spending time with the princess, he realized they were much better off as friends. The Emperor remarks that sending his daughter to the capital seems to have been for nothing then. Raquel bows even lower, admitting he has no excuse for his actions. But then the Emperor suddenly laughs, commenting on what a wonderful thing it is to be young. Raquel is stunned by the sudden change in tone as the Emperor continues. He says he was once the same way passionate one moment and losing interest the next. He assures Raquel he holds no grudges, but then wonders if his daughter ever treated him poorly. Confused, Raquel wonders what the Emperor could possibly mean by poor treatment. The Emperor explains his daughter may seem quiet, but she has a fiery temper, and asks if she ever attacked him. Raquel honestly admits she did about 500 times, and always with her full strength. Outside the room, the princess overhears every word, her face flushing bright red with fury. Furious, she shoves past the guards and storms right into the room. The door slams open, making both men jump as she shrieks Raquiel's name so loudly that birds scatter from the nearby trees. 3 days later, Raquiel prepares to leave Argentano with Damien and Gordon. They all bow before the Emperor to say their farewells. The princess asks if Raquiel is really leaving this time, and he assures her he is. She reminds him that she heard his little chat with her father, finding his excuses absolutely hilarious. Her temper flares up again, and she starts arguing with him, while Gordon and Damien watch on with amusement. Gordon just smiles at the fiery display, seeing it as a classic scene of youthful passion. Internally panicking, Raquiel decides to make a run for it, blurting out a formal goodbye and wishing glory to the Empire, but the princess grabs his arm, yanking him back and demanding to know where he thinks he's going. Leaning in close, she tells him that next time he'd better give them a proper chance. Raquiel quickly dives into the carriage, shouting that he's really leaving now. As he rides off, the princess just smiles and wishes him a safe journey. Inside, Raquiel lets out a sigh of relief, thinking that was way too close for comfort. As the carriage heads toward the imperial palace, he's filled with apprehension. He just knows his father is going to make a huge deal out of the whole incident. The officials have probably heard everything by now, and cleaning up his mess, especially after the Ambo situation, must have been a massive headache. He's expecting another earful, and has already accepted his fate. But then he freezes in terror as he looks toward the gate. Garden points out that his father, the Emperor himself, has come out to meet them. Raquiel steps out of the carriage, convinced his father must be absolutely furious to have come all this way just to chew him out personally. He walks up respectfully, announcing that he has returned safely. Instead of anger, the Emperor pulls him into a tight hug. Raquiel stiffens in shock, struggling to catch his breath. The Emperor studies him silently amazed when he senses that Raquiel has already reached the double circle level. He can't believe it. Achieving that level took him 25 years, yet Raquiel has done it so quickly. They exchange a few words, and Raquiel starts to wonder if he's actually in the clear. The absence of a scolding makes him think his father might actually be pleased with him. But then the Emperor lightly mocks his weakness, asking how he can possibly bear the weight of the throne if a simple hug winds him so easily. Raquiel sighs inwardly, realizing the lecture was just delayed, not cancelled. However, his father simply hands him a scroll. Raquiel hesitates, wondering what it could be. He explains that it's filled with marriage, proposals from royal and noble families all across the continent. Our dude freezes in complete shock, holding the scroll as if it weighs a ton. Meanwhile, in Foss Square, the day is bustling with activity. A shopkeeper starts gossiping with a customer about the rumors surrounding the Crown Prince's incredible feat in Ambus. The customer, intrigued, asks if there's any truth to the stories. The shopkeeper gets all excited, confirming that the stories are 100% true. According to the word on the street, the Crown Prince single-handedly defeated the entire rebel group and their leader with just a single finger. The customer holds up his own finger, clearly finding the claim a little hard to swallow. The shopkeeper insists he's not making it up and quickly adds that marriage proposals have started pouring in for the Crown Prince from princesses all over the continent. The customer remarks that everyone thought the crown Prince was too weak to ever get married, so it seems all that worrying was for nothing. The shopkeeper snaps back that the customer should worry less about royal gossip and more about his own life. Offended, the customer grits his teeth and demands an explanation. The shopkeeper calmly points out that he should probably focus on getting a job before he starts dreaming about marriage. The customer flushes with anger, shouting that he never asked for advice and that the shopkeeper is always running his mouth. He demands an apology, but the shopkeeper just reminds him that his rent is overdue. Hearing that, the customer's tone changes instantly. He immediately bows and admits he was out of line. Later that night, Raquiel is lying in a moving carriage, completely exhausted from the day's events. Damon's voice catches his attention and he turns to him. Damon gestures toward a stack of letters and asks if those really are marriage proposals. Raquiel confirms that every last one of them is from someone who wants to marry him. Damon guesses there must be some mistake, but Raquiel proudly informs him that it just goes to show how famous he's become, a fact that can no longer be hidden. With a teasing smirk, he adds that someone like, besides, Damien spent his entire life in underground fight clubs, so it's not like he's a romance expert. So Damon's reply that he's actually been in relationships leaves Raquiel totally floored. Raquel lets out a horrified shriek, completely stunned by this revelation. Damon calmly points out that the underground arena wasn't exactly an all-boys club. Raquel lets out another scream, calling Damon a traitor in total disbelief. Trying to get a grip, he mutters that this entire conversation is giving him a massive headache. Gordon chimes in, guessing Raquel must be stressing out over which marriage proposal to accept. He then proudly declares himself a love expert and offers to help Raquel pick the perfect match. Grabbing Raquel's hand with dramatic flair, he starts lecturing him on the proper way to romance someone. First he says you hold her hand, then you gaze deep into her eyes to see if she feels the same spark. Raquel's expression sours, and he tells Gordon to knock it off, but Gordon just ignores him, rambling on about getting closer and going in for a kiss. Completely horrified, our guy shouts, calling such actions totally out of line, and declares he's rejecting every single proposal, shoving Gordon's face away in annoyance. A confused Daman asks for the reason why. Raquel explains that those letters aren't about love, they're all about power. They were only sent because of his status and his future as emperor, not because of who he actually is. Now that he's the most powerful heir, he's suddenly the most eligible bachelor on the entire continent. Raquel continues pointing out that back when everyone thought he was just some weak dying prince, no one sent him a single letter. All the proposals went straight to Theodore instead. Gordon is stunned that Raquel already knew all this. Raquel just says it's not surprising since he overheard the whole thing himself. He also found out that Theodore turned down every single offer, declaring that Raquel's future had to be settled before his own. Reaching into the box of letters, Raquel pulls one out and remarks that thanks to Ambus, he has suddenly become the most sought-after groom around. Gordon argues that this just means people are finally recognizing his true abilities and promising future. So rejecting all of them seems like a huge waste, but Raquel doesn't offer any other explanation. Inside his own head, though, the real reason is crystal clear. He has absolutely zero intention of becoming the emperor. Staring at his reflection, he smirks, thinking his only goal is to live a long, peaceful life as a member of the royal family. He's already aware the emperor is scheming something with these proposals, and if there's an advantage to be gained, he's determined to take it. Filled with a sudden burst of energy, Raquel yells for the carriage to head straight for Theodore's palace. Gordon looks surprised, asking if they're actually going there this time. Damon jokes that he's going to need some overtime pay for this night shift. Our guy yells again for them to hurry up and turn around, realizing this will be the first time he's seen Theodore since their duel. He thinks maybe he should have visited while he was checking on the emperor, but sending letters or flowers just really isn't his style. Then a strange thought pops into his head. He isn't even the real Raquel, so he wonders what happened to the original soul. His own heart sarcastically chimes in, asking why it took him this long to even think about that. Raquel freezes, realizing his own organs knew the truth all along. They confirm it, saying of course they knew they're the ones running the body after all. Raquel demands to know where the original soul went, but they casually admit they have no clue. Raquel groans, frustrated by the dramatic buildup that led to absolutely nothing. But before he can argue anymore, his companions announce that they've arrived at the palace. Stepping out, Raquel takes a careful look at the grand residence. A servant hurries over, bowing respectfully and introducing himself as the steward for the second prince's household. Raquel apologizes for dropping by unannounced, explaining that he urgently needs to see Theodore. The steward understands and offers to show him to the reception room while he sends for the prince. Raquel refuses, insisting on going straight to him. Turning to Damien and his guard, he tells them to wait outside as he wants to speak with his brother alone. They agree. The steward guides him through the halls. As they walk, our dude notices the smell of food and asks if Theodore is eating at this hour. The steward admits that the prince has been taking his meals rather slowly lately. He tries again to lead Raquel to a waiting area, but our guy insists on going directly to the prince. Raquel's mind races, reviewing his master plan. He'll dump all the marriage proposals on Theodore, then throw a massive banquet for every eligible princess and noble lady to attend. The moment they see Theodore, they're sure to fall for him instantly. After all, the second prince is tall, handsome, athletic, and has practically no flaws. Raquel feels incredibly proud of his genius plan, imagining just how perfectly it will all work out. They stop in front of a large door and the steward announces their arrival before opening it. Raquel bursts in, enthusiastically calling out a greeting to Theodore, but the moment he looks up, he freezes solid. The person stuffing his face at the table is a very large man. Raquel is immediately convinced he's walked into the wrong room. He starts to back away and close the door when the man speaks, calling him by name. Raquel just stares, refusing to believe it's actually Theodore, but the man insists it really is him, prompting Raquel to scream in disbelief. As he steps closer for a better look, Raquel's mind starts to panic. His brilliant plan to offload the marriage proposals has just gone up in smoke. He can't help but wonder what on earth happened to Theodore and if he's even okay. Theodore casually says he's fine, adding that people always say a man should be well built. Raquel stares blankly as Theodore keeps eating. He then admits that ever since losing their last fight, he's lost all motivation. Now eating is his only escape. It suddenly clicks for our boy. Theodore is stress eating. He carefully brings up the idea of losing a little weight. Theodore asks what he means, so Raquel explains he's talking about slimming down, expressing genuine concern for his health. Theodore simply replies that he's perfectly comfortable just the way he is. Raquel gets it, but he still insists that this can't be good for his body. Theodore admits he knows that, but since he isn't harming anyone, he's fine with it. He then orders dessert, and the steward immediately obeys. Watching this unfold, Raquel realizes his brother has completely lost all motivation and self-control. Getting him to change his ways is going to require a much smarter plan. After a moment of thought, Raquel softens his expression and says he might have spoken a bit too harshly earlier. Theodore just brushes it off, telling him it's fine. But Raquel presses on, saying there's something important he needs to tell him. Theodore looks puzzled. Raquel leans in close, lowering his voice to whisper a huge lie that he doesn't have even 12 months left to live. Theodore's reaction is both instant and explosive. He yells so loudly that poor Raquel is knocked flat on his back. The now panicked prince stares at him in shock, demanding to know if it's really true. Lying there on the floor, Raquel cracks a smirk. Theodore yanks Raquel up from the floor, desperate to know if the shocking news is actually true. Raquel confirms it without a second thought, and his inner monologue jokes that his acting deserves an award, which oddly brings a smile to his face. But Theodore still insists that Raquel is the strong one. After all, he won the duel and became the hero of the Ambis Civil War. Raquel admits the situation must be difficult and apologizes for dropping the bomb so suddenly. He says Theodore would have found out the truth sooner or later anyway, so hearing it now might actually be for the best. Then, his voice trembling, he quietly adds that he has less than a year left to live. Worry floods Theodore's face, but our guy continues speaking calmly. He explains that this short timeline is why he spent his days in Ambis treating the wounded and caring for the people. Every single act of kindness was for Theodore's sake a small hope that his good deeds would one day bless his successor. Tears stream down Theodore's face as he realizes Raquel was saving lives for him. Raquel gently confirms it and apologizes, admitting he never realized how much Theodore was suffering on the inside. He adds that instead of fighting for the crown prince's position, he should have just given it up, then dramatically slaps his own face and calls himself a terrible person. Rushing to the window, he curses himself for being worthless and declares he deserves to die. But his brother hurries over and grabs his arm, stopping him. He insists that none of this is Raquel's fault. The real problem is himself for never noticing his brother's pain. He lost one time and let that single failure destroy him, acting like a fool all this time. He kneels, taking all the blame. Raquel insists it isn't Theodore's fault, but his brother refuses to listen. They go back and forth, each blaming themselves, until Raquel finally smiles and places a hand on Theodore's shoulder. He suggests that if Theodore is truly sorry, then he should make up for it by doing something meaningful, and Theodore agrees in a heartbeat. Raquel asks what he plans to do, and with newfound determination, Theodore declares he'll lose weight within 2 months. Raquel looks at him and thinks that this little project of his might finally be getting back on track. The next morning, Theodore is running laps around the arena while Raquel sits and watches from nearby. He finds Theodore's energy impressive, but knows he's still carrying way too much weight. Getting into shape will take months, not weeks, but Raquel doesn't have that much time to wait, and he's fresh out of ideas. Just then, an aide informs him that a delivery from the Princess of Ambis has arrived. Curious, Raquel rushes off, thinking it must be the famous Vasperos' Queen Belquicker liquor. He bursts into the annex and calls out for it, but when he sees the delivery, his jaw hits the floor. The container is massive, so huge, in fact, that it has a ladder attached to it. A guardian appears nearby, panting heavily, and explains that moving the barrel nearly did the soldiers in. They all stand around, completely exhausted. Raquel thanks them for their hard work and tells them to get some rest, and the guardian collapses on the spot. Raquel climbs the ladder and peers inside. The liquor looks and smells fine, so he decides to take a sample to analyze before drinking it himself. He summons his companion, the immortal sunfish, Pobach, telling him he gets to be the first taster since he's Raquel's best friend. Excited Pobach dives into the spoon and starts drinking. A few moments later, Pobach activates its skill. It then revives, gains a growth stack, and begins writing in its diary. Raquel just stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth just happened. He flips open the diary to find Poba complaining that the delicious liquor Raquel gave him was in fact absolutely awful. It had too much L-carnitine, which made it taste salty, sour, and greasy all at the same time. It angrily scrawls that Theodore's fatty acids were activated, and its belly fat was stolen, calling it straight-up robbery. As Raquel reads on, he has a sudden realization. L-carnitine is a powerful fat-burning ingredient. Normally, taking more than 2 grams a day is unsafe, but this concoction completely shatters that limit. Unlimited fat-burning potential with 0 side effects. It's a miracle. Raquel's eyes widen as he realizes that if he gives this to Theodore, he can not only help him lose weight, but also market it as a powerful diet supplement worth a fortune. He shouts for Theodore, announcing that it's time to burn some fat. Theodore chugs the liquor and immediately starts exercising, though he quickly complains that he can't run anymore. Raquel urges him to keep going and then has him drink a tonic afterward. 2 months later, Theodore's hard work pays off, and his body is once again strong and lean. Raquel praises him, genuinely impressed by his effort. Theodore jokes around, asking why Raquel looks so serious. After a checkup, Raquel discovers that Theodore's internal organs are exhausted from the rapid weight loss, realizing that such a drastic change can strain the body. His own body seems to be teasing him about potential kidney stones, and he realizes his kidney has awakened, just like an Amos. Apologizing for the internal chaos, he quickly moves on. Theodore asks if the results are bad, but our guy just smiles and says they're even better than expected. However, he'll still need to rest for a month to fully recover. Theodore flexes his muscles proudly, saying he feels lighter and happier, but he never wants to taste that disgusting liquor ever again. Raquel insists. It wasn't that bad, though. He admits it worked wonders. He then thanks him sincerely. Raquel smirks, saying Theodore should be very thankful, and Theodore asks what he means by that. Raquel points out that Theodore clearly doesn't understand how the world really works, where everything is based on give and take. Theodore admits he wasn't aware of that. Raquel lets it slide, saying he's still young and deserves a chance to learn. Then Raquel mentions that he has just one small request, something not difficult at all. Theodore quickly agrees, and that's when Raquel drops the bomb Theodore will be getting married in his place. Theodore freezes in disbelief, as Raquel reminds him that he did say he'd do anything. Caught completely off guard, Theodore stammers. Raquel sighs dramatically, saying he'll just have to ask someone else instead. Panicking, Theodore clarifies that it's not a rejection, he's just surprised. Raquel smiles sadly, saying his request may sound absurd, but his time is running short. Theodore suggests they just tell everyone the truth, but Raquel immediately refuses. He explains that their father's health is still fragile, and learning about his condition could cause a fatal shock. Tears well up in Theodore's eyes as he agrees to the plan. He then asks what exactly he's supposed to do. Raquel explains the plan. The goal is to make the noble ladies fall for Theodore instead, with a loud clap to mean and garden walk, in each carrying cages filled with pigeons. Theodore instantly realizes he's been completely set up. Raquel agrees with a grin and releases the birds, announcing the start of their grand plan. The birds soar high into the sky, each with a small scroll tied around its neck. They scatter across numerous kingdoms, all heading toward various royal palaces. In one such palace, a princess notices a bird landing on her windowsill and instantly recognizes it as a messenger. Another princess unrolls her scroll, curious if it's an invitation from Magentano. Meanwhile, a different princess gasps as she reads her own letter, learning that only the first 50 guests will be admitted to the royal banquet. In a panic, she orders her servants to ready the carriage with the fastest horses, and it seems every other princess has the same idea. Before long, dozens of princesses are scrambling to depart, each one determined to arrive first. Carriages tear through the streets, wheels spinning furiously as the ladies race toward the same destination. One of them shouts that she absolutely must be in the top 50. Another confidently boasts she's already leading the pack, while one particularly desperate princess even snatches the reins to speed things up herself. Little did they know this chaotic carriage race would later inspire the creation of the Imperial Machair Rally, a prestigious international women's race held every 5 years. Upon reaching the palace gates, the steward halts the line of carriages, announcing that no more guests will be allowed entry. Guards begin turning away the latecomers, even as some princesses plead for them to increase the limit. The lucky few who made it inside breathe a collective sigh of relief, thanking their lucky stars. From the branches of a nearby tree, a mysterious figure silently observes the commotion before disappearing without a trace. Inside the grand palace hall, the admitted princesses take their seats, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Some wonder what the crown prince is truly like, while others express their doubts about the widespread rumors of his poor health. As servants bring out trays of exquisite food, the room buzzes with chatter. One princess mentions hearing he once defeated a swordmaster in a duel. Another pipes up, claiming he opened a free clinic where he treated every patient with the utmost kindness. The consensus grows the prince must be both a powerful warrior and a compassionate soul. Just then, the royal announcer's voice booms, declaring the entrance of Crown Prince Raquel Adrienne Magentano. The princesses all turn toward the grand entrance with eager anticipation. But when the doors swing open, a frail-looking old man hobbles in, leaning heavily on a cane. The entire room falls silent, everyone frozen in stunned disbelief. Raquel, perfectly hidden by disguise magic, deliberately stumbles forward. playing the part of a weak and weary old man. Disbelieving whispers ripple through the crowd of princesses, all of them wondering if this could possibly be the crown prince. Some immediately feel cheated for making such a long journey, while others just stare utterly confused. Internally, he's pleased that Serenetti's magic is working so perfectly. He then pretends to stumble and fall, letting Daman catch him thinking to himself that the act is going exactly as planned. He remains perfectly calm, having grown accustomed to receiving these kinds of shocked stares. He decides it's time to speak, introducing himself as their host and thanking them all for attending. The princesses begin to murmur again. Some complain about the trouble they went through to get here, while others contemplate just leaving. Raquel then announces that the banquet's venue was graciously provided by someone special he'd like to introduce. His younger brother, Prince Theodore Polamo Magentano. At that moment, the tall and dashingly handsome Theodore walks in. The princesses collectively gasp in awe and immediately swarm him, asking for dances and offering him drinks. Theodore tries to ask them to wait a moment, but his words are completely lost in the commotion. The crowd only grows louder as everyone vies for his attention. Raquel tries calling out to him, but is completely drowned out by the noise. Watching from the side, Daman chuckles, quietly amused by how utterly distracted Theodore has become. Raquel realizes his plan has worked perfectly. Mission Dodge the Marriage Proposals is a resounding success. Now that all the princesses are fawning over Theodore, he can finally make his escape. He tells Daman he's stepping out for some fresh air and asks him to have a drink prepared. Out on the quiet terrace, Raquel pulls out a small vial, uncorks it, and enjoys a drink by himself. As he drinks, the magical disguise fades away, revealing his true appearance. The night air is refreshingly calm, and he savors a rare moment of peace after months of non-stop chaos since the incident at Manhwa. All of a sudden, someone clamps a hand over his mouth from behind and presses a cold blade to his throat. He freezes on the spot, completely caught off guard. He quickly realizes it's an elf, wondering how she slipped past Damien undetected. In a cold voice, she asks him if he's the one who started a fire recently. Totally confused, he tells her no, he hasn't. She immediately calls him a liar, accusing him of torching the forest where the Apollos made their nest about 6 months ago. He concedes her point, thinking, I guess that is recent enough, but still feels it's a stretch to call something from months ago new. But she's adamant, insisting she chose her words with precision. He suggests that if she's here to ask for something, maybe she could lower the sword. She cuts right to the chase, demanding he compensate her for the forest he burned down. Raquel immediately apologizes, admitting that even though he had his reasons, it doesn't make what he did okay. He knows elves are basically the original tree huggers. They love plants more than anything and would never hurt them. So he offers to make things right and asks what she wants as compensation. Her demand, he has to go to the forest himself and restore it to its former glory. He can't help but repeat her words, completely stunned. Yep, she wants him to personally plant every single tree and blade of grass. And that's not all he has to tend to them until the forest is exactly like it was before. He points out that a task like that could take 20 years, but to her that's not a long time at all. Our boy is understandably frustrated. For an elf who lives for over 1,000 years, 20 years is just a blip. But for a human, that's a significant chunk of his life. Trying to find a way out of this, he offers to pay for the restoration instead. She gets furious at the suggestion, snapping that gold is worthless to elves. He quickly clarifies that he's not talking about chump change. He's talking about entire chests full of gold. For a split second, she hesitates, and you can tell she's tempted. Sensing his opening, he presses his advantage, arguing that with that kind of money, they could hire experts to restore the forest faster and better than he ever could alone. The elf thinks his logic is a bit sneaky, but she can't deny that he has a point. She agrees to consider his offer. Raquel encourages her to take her time and think it over. She accepts and says she'll be back once she's made a decision. He smiles, calling it a wise choice, and tells her he'll be waiting for her at the annex. The moment she vanishes, Raquel lets out a huge sigh of relief and mutters that it's time for him to start preparing too. The next morning, the steward enters the room and calls out for Theodore. Theodore slowly cracks open his eyes, a little bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. As he slumps down at the table, the steward informs him it's time to get his day started. Theodore groans that he had way too much to drink last night. Turns out all the princesses are still passed out and scattered around the hall, some sitting up and others lying flat on the floor. He asks where Raquel is, and the steward, looking surprised, reports that he returned to the palace early this morning. Meanwhile, Raquel is sitting on a bench, letting out a big yawn. He has a feeling that the moment he's been waiting for is finally approaching. Damien, standing beside him, asks who exactly he's waiting for. Raquel replies that it's an uninvited guest, realizing that for an elf to sneak past a swordmaster like Damien, she must be incredibly skilled. Just then, a strong gust of wind blows and an elf gracefully emerges from the fountain landing right in front of them. Damien immediately draws his weapon, but Raquel is quick to stop him. Damien figures this must be the uninvited guest, and our boy silently confirms it, telling him to put his weapon away. Damien senses something odd about her. He can't get a read on her power level at all. The elf is the first to speak, suggesting that before they begin negotiations, they should probably introduce themselves. She introduces herself as Sylvia. Raquel notes she's a bit early, but Sylvia says that waiting would not have changed the outcome, so she came right away. Raquel guesses that money alone isn't going to be enough to sway her and feels that while his offer is generous, something about it seems to be missing. Sylvia clenches her jaw but remains silent. He can tell she silently agrees and says he'll sweeten the deal he offered yesterday. Sylvia has no idea what he means, so he explains his new term he will let her live. Startled, Sylvia asks him what he's implying. Raquel calmly replies that it's not a threat. Even if he does nothing, she doesn't have much time left. He explains that he noticed something off about her last night, specifically the way she was breathing. There was a faint rattle in her chest and the subtle scent of infection on her breath. He wagers that she probably coughs up dark green phlegm every morning. Sylvia demands to know why that matters, but Raquel calmly reveals that he can cure her if she accepts his offer. She finds it absurd that a mere human would make such a bold claim. She admits to having a bit of a cough, but insists it's nothing. Serious, just a minor bug that will clear up with some fresh air and rest. Raquel disagrees, telling her it's much more than a simple sickness. He calls out for Pobach, a small mythical creature who appears in an instant. Sylvia stares shocked to see a mythical being. Raquel tells Pobach to bring up the pulse record, and within seconds a projection appears, showing an image of Sylvia's lungs. He points to a glowing red spot inside her lungs, explaining that a parasite has taken root there, making her sicker each day. Sylvia has a hard time believing him. After all, humans are capable of deception, but then she recalls the elders saying that mythical creatures are incapable of lying, which makes her worry that he might be telling the truth. When she asks what the parasite is, Raquel identifies it as a lung fluke known in the scientific community as a paragonomus. It's been feeding on her body from the inside, slowly destroying her lungs. A look of pure shock spreads across Sylvia's face as she asks how a creature like that could have possibly gotten inside her body. She's never been hit with a curse or any dark magic. Raquel informs her that it's caused by ingesting its larvae without realizing it. When she asks how that's possible, he explains it came from something she ate. She likely swallowed the larvae by eating raw meat, and they traveled to her lungs and settled there. The smell on her breath is a sign of inflammation, and the slight rattle when she breathes is likely the beginning of a pneumothorax. He adds that cysts worm sacs have already started to form inside her lungs. When she asks what cysts are, Raquel bluntly tells her they are nests for the worms. Her eyes widen in horror, and she asks if it's truly that serious. He lists off the symptoms: fever, chills, coughing up, blood exhaustion, and even mental decline. Each symptom will get progressively worse until she finally succumbs to the illness. She realizes with a sinking feeling that she's already experienced many of those symptoms but had just chalked them up to overworking herself. Raquel advises her to take his offer if she values her life. She hesitates, asking what will happen if she refuses, and he answers plainly. In that case, she simply won't get the cure. Her mind reels as she imagines how disappointed the elders would be if she accepted mere money as atonement. And yet the thought of dying absolutely terrifies her. She has worked for centuries to earn her position as an agent and has not even had a chance to fall in love. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she Medell. She silently apologizes to the elder and decides to just go with it. With her eyes tearing up, she asks about the treatment, catching a faint herbal scent from Raquel's clothes. She figures he's going to use some kind of potion made from rare plants. Raquel just shakes his head, telling her that what she's about to drink doesn't have a single leaf or root in it. Her face lights up for a second right until he points over to a massive minotaur grazing nearby. He explains that the beast eats lacquer trees and its droppings are used to brew a rare drink called luck coffee. Just 1 cup, he says, is all it'll take to heal her. Sylvia's face drains of color as it dawns on her. It's made from dung. She claps a hand over her mouth, absolutely horrified and speechless. Raquel admits it sounds crazy, but he swears it works, explaining the dung comes from a beast that feasts on powerful medicinal trees. Still, Sylvia looks queasy, struggling with the very thought of drinking something like that. Our boy can't really blame her. Even he wouldn't touch the stuff if he hadn't seen proof that it works. He then flashes back to last night on the terrace when his organs started having a weird little party. His lungs were getting all the credit for spotting the parasite. His heart was like, who knew the lungs were so talented? The kidneys just laughed, chiming in, seriously, who even thinks to negotiate with a lung fluke? Meanwhile, inside Sylvia's body, her little lung fluke is living it up at a dance party. Our boy's kidneys playfully sidle up to it, acting like they're just there to dance too. The fluke gets all shy and blushy, then joins them on the dance floor. They all start swaying together, and the kidneys start teasing her, asking if she prefers meat or fish. She says she likes both, and then they lean in close and ask what she hates the most. The fluke whispers her secret softly into their ears. She reveals her dislike for Urashio, and the visitors nod, getting the info they need, and get ready to leave. But then she suddenly announces she's going with them, and they just grin back at her. Back in the present, Raquel explains that Urashio is the main ingredient in lacquer. When herbivores with really strong digestive systems eat it and break it down, the compound turns into something that lung flukes absolutely can't resist. Sylvia just looks totally confused by all this. Raquel asks her point blank if she can handle drinking boiled water mixed with dung. Her whole expression just changes. Seeing her hesitation, he steps closer and tells her something he'd been holding back on purpose. He was worried it might scare her off. The parasites, he explains, don't just stay in the lungs. She immediately gets anxious and asks where else they could possibly spread. He points to his own head, explaining they can travel up the optic nerves going from the brain straight into your eyeballs. The shock on her face deepens, as she just repeats his words about the lung parasites. He doesn't stop there, listing off the other consequences. Seizures, severe headaches, persistent, vomiting, neck stiffness, progressive muscle weakness, and ultimately death. That final piece of information is enough to completely break her. With tears streaming down her face, she desperately grabs his shirt and agrees to drink whatever he prescribes. She keeps repeating that she'll drink it, sobbing the whole time. The scene cuts to Damien carrying a bucket of dung, both of them with their faces covered, as he confirms they've got plenty of material. Damien complains that his job description is to protect the royal heir, not to be the designated poop scooper. The prince reminds Damien that this task falls under his duty to protect him. Damien recalls the humiliating experience of gathering the droppings, wondering how this ever became part of his job. Standing before the collected material, Damien continues to protest, arguing that grinding dung isn't part of his job as a guard. Our protagonist counters that Damien still isn't on Sylvia's level when it comes to skill. He apologizes but points out that making this medicine also protects the prince from infection, which makes it directly related to his duties as a guard. Raquel orders him to quit complaining and just grind the stuff up properly. Damien reluctantly gives in, closing his eyes as he draws his sword. He slams his fist down, sending all the dung balls flying into the air. His blade becomes a blur, repeatedly slicing the airborne pellets into smaller and smaller pieces until they're nothing but a fine powder. He announces that the task is complete. He inspects the powder, satisfied with how it turned out. He then mixes the concoction and warns the patient not to let it get cold, as the treatment loses its punch when the temperature drops. A little note explains that this is the new handcrafted first brew release of Urawawak coffee from the Secondary Palace Clinic. She stares down at the cup hesitantly before putting it down and making it clear she's still not okay with any of this. She pushes the cup toward him, but he just slides it right back. She nervously pushes it away again, refusing to drink. He just picks up the cup and reminds her that she promised to do whatever it takes to get better. She finally accepts it, reluctantly trying to convince herself it isn't actually dung as she brings it to her lips for a sip. The moment it hits her tongue, her eyes practically bulge out of her head. She can't bring herself to swallow. The smell is just completely overwhelming. So Raquel puts his hand over her mouth, forcing her to gulp it all down. After she's finished, she slams the cup down and demands to know if this will actually get rid of the parasites. But before he can answer, she's overcome by a violent coughing fit. She collapses to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Panic sets in as she starts to wonder if he's actually poisoned her. Her mind flashes with an image of him admitting he tricked her with poison all along. Shaking, she swears she'll get her revenge. Right before she notices something strange, a colorful liquid starts pouring from her mouth. He looks on with satisfaction, confirming this is the expected result. She immediately accuses him of another trick. Tired of her accusations, he bluntly tells her to take a closer look at what she just coughed up. He points to some specific things mixed in with the fluid. Those, he explains, are the lung flukes that were in her respiratory system. She hesitantly asks if this means it was a real treatment and not poison. He states firmly that he never ever jokes about medicine. She asks if that means she's all better now, but he awkwardly admits they're not quite done yet. His answer makes her snap, and she immediately reaches for her weapon. He calmly advises her not to get so worked up over swallowing a little waste. That only makes her angrier, so he clarifies she needs to drink that mixture twice a day, morning and night, until no more parasites come out. This news absolutely devastates her, and she just breaks down in tears. The treatment goes on for the next few days, and with every dose, she coughs up more and more of the flukes. All the while, he's there, constantly encouraging her progress. A system notification pops up, confirming that the Irawak coffee brew has been administered to the patient using the herbal decoction skill. Medical efficiency rises by 14%. Another message reveals the patient was suffering from a progressive lung fluke infection that would have proven fatal within 3 years without intervention. The coffee successfully eliminates all parasites. Medical expense claim level 2 activates. The treatment extends her life expectancy by 3 decades. However, the system detects non-human status and halves the life expectancy reward. Calculations convert this to 68 bonus days. Her expected remaining lifespan now totals 376 days. The prince feels satisfied with this outcome, noting, "This confirms his expectations about elves." He congratulates her on the successful completion of her treatment. She questions whether she must continue drinking the coffee. He confirms the parasites have been eliminated. Gratitude washes over her despite the horrible taste. He inquires whether anyone in her community exhibits similar symptoms. She wonders about his motivation for asking. His internal thoughts reveal his desire to increase his bonus lifespan further by treating others, though he frames it differently aloud. She admits to lacking knowledge about her people's health conditions. Her explanation surprises him. She hasn't returned home in approximately 3 decades. He questions whether she ran away from her community. She clarifies her role as an executive handling external affairs. He questions why she doesn't return between missions. She explains the Great Elder dispatches them like dandelion seeds on the wind, and they simply follow wherever assignments take them. Disappointed by this dead end for finding more patience, our dude shifts his focus. He refuses to let compensation for forest fire damages slip away easily after working so hard for that money. Every coin matters to him. He transitions to settling the medical bill. Her confusion shows as she asks about payment. She believed the treatment came free of charge based on what everyone claimed. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know who spread this misinformation. She responds that public consensus established this belief. He corrects her understanding, clarifying that his earlier statement about providing treatment never included making it free. He produces a letter explaining that anyone who completes a medical registration slip receives free care. Since she never filled out this registration form, standard charges apply. She questions whether such a registration slip actually exists. He confirms its existence and demands payment immediately. His subordinates rush into the room as he accuses her of planning to leave without settling her account. He expresses disappointment that an elf would behave so dishonorably, especially after he paid her forest fire compensation without complaint and treated her properly. She asks about the total cost. He states 100,000 magians. This astronomical figure shocks her completely. She requests installment payment options. He questions whether she has any money on her whatsoever. She admits she carries no funds at all. He emphasizes this creates a serious problem. Growing a rushel containing lacquer trees costs an enormous amount. The equipment and tools for brewing the coffee also required a substantial investment. A subordinate interrupts with information that they're operating at a loss, warning they might need to pawn the prince's belongings again. She suggests the imperial family could cover the expenses. He explains she doesn't understand the emperor's approach. His Majesty isn't giving him any financial support, claiming it's meant to build his independence. She asks if there are any other ways to pay besides cold hard cash. He confirms there's another option. She can pay off her debt with some good old-fashioned manual labor. Raquel sits confidently surrounded by treasure chests overflowing with gold coins. He can't believe it and tells Damien that everything sold out in a single night. Suddenly, Sylvia bursts through the door, her face twisted with rage. She storms right up to them, accusing him of being a complete fraud. She's furious because he went back on his word. The deal was that she just had to stand there and be a model. Yet somehow she ended up participating in an elaborate scam. She declares he's no prince, just a common con artist. He denies the accusation, saying he's no scammer. He prefers to be called the medicine-selling prince. Meanwhile, at the second prince's residence, music fills the air. A group of princesses are gathered around him, begging him to keep drinking, but he protests that they've already been drinking for days straight. He's worried that if he keeps this up, all his muscles will turn to flab. One princess dismisses his concerns, insisting the celebration has barely begun. Another questions why he's refusing when everything is going so well. The second prince just responds with confusion. One princess gets possessive, basically claiming him as her property. He pushes back, suggesting that all her luxurious living has gone to her head. She fires back that he's the one who isn't thinking clearly. The two princesses suddenly start accusing each other of getting fat. The argument escalates as one defends herself, claiming she's merely bloated, not fat. The bickering continues, with one worrying that if they keep drinking this much, the vineyards won't be able to keep up. One princess suddenly declares that she's going to marry the second prince. Her rival immediately makes the same declaration, even offering to give up any claim to the crown prince in exchange, and the first princess quickly matches her offer. A voice interrupts their squabbling, thanking everyone for attending the gathering. The speaker turns out to be our protagonist in disguise as an old man, with Damien holding him up. Inwardly, the princesses are annoyed by the interruption for ruining their good time. He introduces himself as royalty, commenting on how intimidating all their expressions are. He announces that he plans to present everyone with a remarkable gift and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The princess's competitive tune changes in an instant, with each now insisting the other can have the crown prince. He internally scoffs at their declarations. All he cares about is moving forward with his plan. He's curious to see if they'll still be so generous after his presentation. He loudly proclaims a revolutionary breakthrough in weight management. At the mere mention of weight control, all the princesses are instantly laser-focused. He introduces the ultimate diet solution, and Sylvia makes her grand entrance. She's wearing an elegant gown, serving as the living proof of his product. He directs everyone's attention to her transformed physique. The medicine contains highly concentrated L-carnitine extracted from a Vesperos queen. From the moment you take it, it burns fat with the intensity of a nuclear fusion reactor. He gestures towards Sylvia, claiming anyone can get results just like hers. Her anger boils inside as he carries on with his sales pitch. He asks her to strike a few different poses, whispering a little reminder about the money she still owes him. But his confidence is shattered when she hits an unexpected pose, flexing some serious muscles instead. The princesses are amazed by her muscular physique, and Theodore just stares in utter shock. One of the princesses wonders if the pill can really produce such dramatic results. Sylvia admits she's been pushing herself a bit too hard since she got here. Another princess chimes in that her face has definitely gotten a bit fuller lately. The princesses are instantly sold and want the medicine. One turns to her friend, asking what she thinks about buying some. Her friend says she's spent her whole life trying to lose weight and she'll buy it no matter the price. The other is just as determined. He announces that the special unlimited showcase package is only available for a limited time. Then he unveils a table piled high with products. The princesses all surge forward in a chaotic rush, each one yelling that they were first in line. He tells them to please form an orderly line while his internal organs throw a party celebrating his brilliant sales tactics. One organ notes that he's not just selling medicine. He's squeezing every last penny out of everyone. Another questions the ethics of an elf hawking diet pills, calling it false advertising. But his internal response dismisses these concerns, since making a profit is the top priority. His organs give a collective nod of approval at his cunning methods. Back in the present, he admits to Sylvia that his methods might seem a little bit like a snake oil salesman's. However, he insists the medicine is the real deal. He says he tested it thoroughly on the second prince, who lost a ton of weight. She tries to process this, wondering if that human guy hanging out with the ladies was really the test subject. He confirms that's the one. He clarifies that the pills alone won't cut it. The package comes with a full set of instructions and all the necessary precautions. There's even a special clause that guarantees a full refund if customers follow the diet plan and don't see any results. She asks how anyone could possibly prove they followed the program perfectly. He points out that the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. He tells her to stop worrying so much. He assures her she'll be compensated properly. The sales from last night brought in a small fortune. The wealthy customers all bought the special packages at premium prices. After he pays for the damages, the rest of the money will be used to fund his next big idea. Inside, she's fuming, thinking about how all that money should be going towards her medical bills. She forces out a laugh, trying to hide her anger. He tells her she can rest at the palace for as long as she needs, adding that he has to go meet with the emperor now. She's surprised and asks why he's meeting the emperor. He explains that the emperor summoned him this morning and that he's probably about to get chewed out. She notices he doesn't seem very worried about it. As he's putting on his jacket to leave, he explains that getting scolded today is actually a necessary part of his next plan. When he arrives, the emperor immediately confronts him, demanding to know why he's treating arranged marriage proposals like some kind of a game. The emperor calls his behavior pathetic and asks if the prince really thought no one would notice what he's been up to. Internally, he thinks that this test-obsessed ruler is acting exactly as he expected. Passing this test means he'll get his request granted, so he has to endure the criticism. The emperor starts by expressing his disappointment in the prince's choices. Important marriages with powerful families were treated like jokes and pawned off to his younger brother. And selling medicine at last night's banquet, complete with on-the-spot contract signings, definitely crossed a line. He replies that he doesn't treat imperial marriages like a joke. The emperor, however, already knows this. The emperor's eyebrow quirks as he asks if the prince has truly figured out his real intentions. He confirms that he has. The emperor then asks when he put 2 and 2 together. He explains that he became aware of it shortly after receiving the first mountain of marriage proposals. The emperor never genuinely intended for him to say yes to any of them. The emperor challenges this, asking what makes him so arrogantly certain. The prince's logic unfolds flawlessly. If the emperor had truly wanted him married, there would already be grandchildren running around. Strong heirs could have been secured to bypass his own frail health entirely. From the very beginning, succession was never the actual goal. All the preparations were simply a contingency plan in case he died young. If he collapsed while an heir was still a child, and the empress hailed from a powerful family, that family would use the child as a puppet to seize the throne. That particular outcome is the last thing the emperor wants. Therefore, none of those ladies were ever real candidates. He was simply carrying out what the emperor had already decided. The emperor acknowledges that the rejections were handled in a way that provided cover and deflected any criticism. He confirms this was his intent. The emperor admits the prince is far more perceptive than he'd given him credit for. At that, he humbly accepts the compliment. Inwardly, however, the emperor is floored. The child who once caused him so much heartache has developed such incredible insight and maturity. He cuts the deep talk short and demands to know what the prince actually wants. He clearly wouldn't have shown up so quickly if he didn't have a request. Hearing this, our guy's confidence skyrockets. He's sure he's read the emperor perfectly and can get just about anything he asks for. Based on his accumulated achievements, he requests the title of honorary professor at Magenta Imperial Medical University. As he holds his bow, he wonders if approval is on its way. The emperor gives a one-word answer, no. The rejection hits our boy like a ton of bricks. Our guy had been thinking through his master plan when he asked for the title. His clinic's booming popularity is going to cause major issues. He and Hart can only treat so many patients each day. They need more doctors, but there's a huge snag: he doesn't have a medical license. This makes his entire clinic illegal under imperial law. Illegal clinics can't hire licensed doctors, and no real doctor would work at an unlicensed facility anyway. There are 2 options: get a medical license or receive an honorary professor title, which functions as a license. Either way, he could then hire doctors from different specialties. Building a full hospital would make collecting bonus lifespan much easier. All these happy thoughts vanish the second the emperor says no. He protests listing all his accomplishments and argues that someone with his track record definitely deserves the title. The emperor agrees but wants to see more effort first. Walking away, he realizes this just isn't going to fly. He needs a better game plan. So he spins around, drops to his knees before the emperor, and makes a heartfelt plea about wanting to save more lives. That seems to do the trick as the emperor's expression shifts. The emperor then issues his command. Instead of an honorary professor, the crown prince will enroll as a final year student at the medical university and take their graduation exam. Our boy is left completely blindsided. The emperor asks if he has a problem with this, but he just gives a genuine smile and accepts, thinking to himself that his father is always putting him through these little tests. Later, sitting in the medical institute, he can't help but feel frustrated that a simple task will now drag on for months. But like it or not, this is a hoop he has to jump through to build his hospital. Plus, the extra cash wouldn't hurt either. A man approaches and introduces himself as Belvedere, the dean of the medical university. He gives the crown prince a formal greeting, apologizing for the less than stellar reception and explaining an urgent patient needed his attention. Raquel smoothly replies that a physician's top priority should always be their patients. The dean seems grateful for his understanding. Internally, though, Raquel notes the dean's chilly reception. He figures the dean probably thinks he's just another royal, trying to pull strings and manipulate the system. On top of that, the medical university likely views his methods as some kind of questionable, unorthodox quackery. It looks like the only way forward is to prove his competence through pure skill. So he asks to be shown around the facility. The dean offers a full tour of the university, but Raquel declines, saying he'd rather get the details on the graduation exam he needs to take. The dean readily agrees to his request. He then tells Damien to head back for now. As for the graduation exam, the prince is feeling pretty confident. After all, graduating second in his class from Seoul National University's medical school gives him a solid foundation. They approach a laboratory filled with all sorts of instruments and skeletal diagrams. The room is already packed with students. The dean announces that this is the graduating class before formally introducing the crown prince. Every student snaps to attention, but their expressions are just as frosty as the dean's. Despite a few forced smiles, the atmosphere in the room is decidedly chilly. The dean introduces His Imperial Highness Raquel Magentano, Crown Prince of the Empire, explaining that he will be joining their graduation program. He adds that the students should provide him with any assistance he might need. The students respond with a collective and very disinterested acknowledgement. Despite his royal status, he doesn't receive a single genuine welcome. Then one student raises his hand, questioning how the Crown Prince can take the exam without completing all the coursework the rest of them had to. The dean explains that since the Crown Prince might be unfamiliar with the coursework, helping each other out would be a meaningful experience for everyone. But the student, whose name is Kelad, objects, pointing out that this goes against the very principles they've been taught to practice. He argues that qualification must come before responsibility. Earning one's qualifications is the proper way to demonstrate responsibility. Our boy just watches this whole exchange with great interest. He notes that during the introduction there was no mention of his work at the secondary palace clinic. And yet here they are challenging him right to his face. He's actually pleased by this. He believes medical professionals should have exactly this kind of conviction and stubbornness. Just then, the dean announces this year's graduation exam assignment. Teams of 6 will be formed, and each team will be assigned a single patient. The goal is to cure the assigned patient by working together as a team. They'll be drawing lots to form teams. The dean explains that a box contains balls of 5 different colors. Everyone will take turns drawing, and those with matching colors will form a team. The Crown Prince has to draw first before anyone else. A student whispers to Kelad that he needs to avoid the prince's team at all costs, since ending up with him could mean not graduating. If Raquel fails, then everyone on his team fails too. Raquel draws a green ball. Kelad watches, desperately, hoping he pulls any color except green. He reaches into the box. As it turns out, a bunch of students are crying, Kelad included, because they all drew green balls. That shaggy-haired student from before ends up in their group too. With the teams all set, they start assigning patients. Starting with Team 1Ray's team, they head over to their patient. The dean pulls back the curtain and asks a Mr. Miguel about his condition. The patient replies that his legs just won't move. The dean nods, closes the curtain, and tells the man to continue resting. He explains the case to the students. While everyone else already knows this patient, he goes over it again for the Crown Prince's benefit. The patient is experiencing lower limb paralysis that wasn't caused by any accident or injury. He suddenly lost the ability to move both legs out of the blue. Before the paralysis started, he was suffering from enteritis, which came with persistent diarrhea for several days. He also had tingling and a pins and needles feeling in his feet. 6 days ago, he completely lost the ability to move his toes. From there, the paralysis gradually spread upwards. Currently, neither of his legs will move at all. The students get extremely nervous, whispering that this is their final exam. Everyone has a look of pure doom on their face. The dean reminds them that this patient's future is in their hands. It's up to them to find the cause, figure out the progression, and come up with the right treatment. After saying a final word directly to Raquel, he leaves. Kelad approaches the prince and asks for permission to speak freely. Raquel gives him the okay, and Kelad asks him not to use his royal power to simply carry the team through the exam. Raquel asks what he means by that. Kelad explains that they probably won't be able to figure out the cause of the paralysis within 3 days. He points out that even the dean couldn't identify it. So since they're facing an impossible task and will likely fail, the team refuses to pass by, relying on any cheap tricks. Raquel confirms, "So you're asking me not to abuse my authority to ensure everyone is graded fairly." They confirm that this is exactly their concern. Raquel is actually quite impressed by their integrity. He says he understands their position, then asks what they should do now. The thing is, he already knows the cause of the paralysis. Kelad is completely shocked and asks if he's being serious. Raquel confirms it, saying he recognized the condition the moment he heard the dean's explanation. He starts to explain the cause of the lower limb paralysis, but then stops short with a smirk, declaring he won't be sharing that information for free. He refuses to share what he knows without some kind of compensation, and Kelad asks if he's just messing with them, wondering if he'd really withhold such crucial information. Raquel simply counters by asking why he should give away such valuable knowledge without getting something in return. Kelad steps forward, stressing that a patient's future is on the line. Raquel watches the students carefully before posing a question of his own. If he's the one to identify and treat the cause of the paralysis, will he get all the credit for it? They couldn't even figure out what caused the paralysis in the first place. As nervous tension fills the room, Raquel points out the consequence: they will all fail and not graduate. Khaled's anger quietly builds, and he sees this as Raquel abusing his authority to muscle into their group, all while practicing sketchy medicine for his own amusement. His fist clenches tight, but his fellow students hold him back from behind. As Khaled turns toward Raquel, ready to object, he suddenly stops and accepts the deal. He asks if they find that acceptable. Khaled replies that they were taught a patient's recovery is more important than their own graduation. However, to accept these terms in good faith, they need to examine the patient one more time. Raquel grants this request. During their examination, the students ask the patient about any recent injuries or accidents. He denies anything like that happened, so they ask about any bad falls. He confirms that nothing of the sort occurred. Raquel observes from outside, noting Khaled's composed demeanor despite the intense pressure. This is proper clinical behavior, as showing anxiety can damage a patient's trust. Having seen enough from the students, he decides the time has come to intervene. Entering the room, he announces his intention to take over from here. Meeting the patient, Miguel, for the first time, he sits beside the bed. Miguel addresses him by his royal title. Raquel asks him to remain lying down, clarifying that he is there as a physician, not as the crown prince, and his purpose is to provide treatment. Raquel confirms the dean mentioned Miguel had enteritis with diarrhea before the paralysis began. Miguel confirms this was the case. His toes felt prickly and numb right before the paralysis started there. Raquel verifies that no severe blows to the head, neck, back, or waist have occurred. Miguel agrees, his eyes welling with tears as he expresses confusion about why this happened, since he initially just thought he was tired. Raquel asks precisely when the paralysis started, and Miguel says it was about 6 days ago. He acknowledges this and asks for permission to check his pulse, taking his wrist. The pulse reading reveals a fundamentally healthy body. However, the demyelination of motor neurons due to focal inflammation is clearly visible. This pattern is a perfect match for acute inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy, or AIDP. His suspicions are confirmed, and he concludes the examination for the time being. Stepping outside, he addresses the students waiting in the next room. They immediately ask him about the cause of the paralysis. Raquel identifies it as Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune disease that affects the peripheral nervous system. The students repeat the terms in confusion. Autoimmune Guillain-Barré. Khaled asks why this condition develops. Raquel admits that the exact cause is still unknown to everyone. The leading theories point to viral infections and immune disorders. The condition can even occur after a vaccination. At the mention of vaccinations, a wave of shock ripples through the students. They get even more confused as he explains the common links to Campylobacter, Mycoplasma, pneumonia, Epstein-Barr, virus influenza, HIV, and COVID. These infections basically throw the immune system into total chaos. A confused immune system mistakes the neuron's myelin sheath for a pathogen and launches a friendly fire attack against it. He imagines little neurons walking up to the immune system asking about their myelin. The immune cells respond by asking what myelin even is, mistaking it for bacteria, and immediately opening fire. He continues his explanation, noting that the damaged neurons lead to paralysis. He emphasizes that this is just a strong hypothesis, not a proven fact. Khaled points out that even Raquel doesn't actually know the cause. Raquel just brushes off the concern, confirming that he knows the treatment method. Khaled argues that not knowing the exact cause is basically a form of deception. Our boy fires back, accusing Khaled of thinking he's going to fail. Khaled challenges him on where this information came from, and Raquel reveals he read it in the Imperial archives, which contain knowledge and medical arts from a vanished ancient super civilization. The students panic internally, knowing that access to those archives is highly restricted. Raquel redirects their focus to something more urgent than whether or not they believe him. The patient's breathing is about to get worse. Khaled asks what he means by breathing problems. He explains that some patients with this condition develop acute respiratory failure due to paralysis of the diaphragmatic nerve. His internal chat with his organs revealed that the lungs mentioned the diaphragm was feeling a bit tingly. This serves as a huge warning sign for respiratory paralysis. The patient's condition could worsen, rapidly requiring a ventilator. He tells Khaled to monitor the patient while he goes to grab a ventilator. The students whisper among themselves, confused about why a ventilator is suddenly needed. Raquel demands to know why they're just standing around, instead of checking on the patient, and they immediately agree and scramble off. Now alone, Raquel begins searching under the bed, then sits on it, looking around the room and checking the window. After confirming that no one is nearby, he announces it's time to meet a new companion and pulls something out of his belongings. Outside the window, a man is hiding behind a tree. He was nearly spotted just moments earlier. He's Agent Number 3 from the Magenta Imperial Special Intelligence Bureau. Observing him again, the agent notes a pattern of talking to himself and staring at windows. It seems Raquel is communicating with mythical species. The agent reflects on how Raquel spent 10 years on bed rest, and now he never seems to take a break. He wishes the guy would take it easy so he could finally clock out from surveillance duty. He starts to wonder if Raquel is genuinely talking to ghosts. Suddenly, a bright light erupts from the window, leaving the agent completely shocked by its appearance. Looking closer, he sees other mythical creatures materializing out of thin air. He wonders where on earth they all came from so suddenly. Inside, Raquel is lying on the bed holding a new mythical creature. As he examines it, his new pet utters the word Kumong. Raquel lies on the bed, with Kumong resting against him, his health points having dropped to 2,700. The small creature's face is filled with sadness as it watches him silently. He wonders if something is wrong, but before he can think further, he notices blood dripping from both his nostrils. His confusion turns to panic as he wonders if this is really happening. Kumong hovers over him while Raquel pinches his nose to stop the bleeding. But just then, the blood spirals upward in midair and flows straight toward Kumong as if drawn to it. Within seconds, the bleeding stops completely. Raquel stares in disbelief, realizing the creature just drew his blood from a distance without even touching him. Kumong then drifts closer and releases a gentle puff of air from its nose into Raquel's mouth. A refreshing sensation floods through him at once. His nose is clear, and he feels as refreshed as if he's breathing crisp forest air. The purity of it makes his lungs feel light and alive again. A smile spreads across his face as he repeats the creature's name, Kumong, and it reacts cheerfully in return. He reaches out a hand, still amazed by what just happened. The little guy not only stopped his nosebleed, but also filled his lungs with fresh air. He begins to wonder if this ability is a mix of suction and ventilation. Curiosity sparks excitement inside him, and he decides to find out what powers Kumong truly holds. He asks the creature for its manual, and Kumong tosses a tiny slobber-covered booklet toward him. It smacks him lightly in the face before landing in his hands. He opens the manual and scans through it, finding detailed descriptions of Kumong's features. He learns that its large ears constantly monitor a patient's breathing patterns and overall health in real time. The manual explains a passive ability called hardy suction, which allows Kumong to extract mucus or blockages from airways and the nose without physical contact. Another skill, Elixirs, fresh breath, enables it to release pure oxygen-rich air into a patient's lungs while matching their natural breathing rhythm. It even adjusts its power, automatically based on the patient's needs. Raquel can't hide his amazement. He feels like he's just found a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in another room of the medical ward, a man named Khaled checks on a patient, Miguel, who's lying motionless in bed and struggling to breathe. As Khaled examines him, he realizes the man's respiratory system is failing and fast. Miguel weakly opens his eyes, trying to speak, but his voice fades to a whisper. Kel urges him to stay still, refusing to leave his side. Miguel's chest rises shallowly, and his trembling hands reveal just how serious his condition has become. Khaled immediately recognizes the signs of acute respiratory failure. He orders the nurses to prop up the patient's upper body to ease his breathing. They follow without delay, yet Miguel still gasps for air. Some of the staff suggest trying a herbal formula, while others warn that it could make things worse. They argue about whether to call the dean for help. Amid their confusion, Kel's mind goes blank, realizing all his knowledge is useless in this moment. The tense atmosphere breaks when our boy enters the room, telling everyone to quiet down near the patient. Khaled quickly explains Miguel's worsening condition. Without hesitation, Raquel steps forward and tells them all to back away. He instantly assesses the situation and calls for Kumong. The small creature appears, landing gently on Miguel's chest. With a soft hum, it activates its ability, releasing a stream of clean air into Miguel's mouth. Within moments, Miguel's breathing stabilizes. The medical team watches in stunned silence. One doctor whispers that the creature must be mythical, while another recalls old tales about beings that could heal with their breath. Khaled feels deeply humbled. He had doubted Raquel's skills before dismissing them as nonsense, but now he understands just how wrong he was. Watching Raquel stay so calm under pressure, while he himself had panicked, fills him with shame. Once the situation settles, Khaled asks about their next plan. Raquel senses the sincerity in his tone and is impressed by his humility. He encourages him to think things through carefully. Khaled admits he isn't sure what to do. He considers an herbal mix, but fears it might harm the patient. Raquel praises his honesty and reminds him that True doctors rely on accurate judgment, steady decision-making, and the courage to take responsibility. With newfound respect, Keled agrees, declaring his complete faith in Rakiel's skills. He assures him that they still have options even without advanced tools like IVIG or plasmapheresis. He decides to use a nerve bypass acupuncture technique he once applied to a werewolf case. But before proceeding, he takes a short break, explaining that they should observe Miguel's natural recovery for now. The team agrees, and Rakiel instructs them to monitor Gome and alert him of any changes. Back in his private room, Rakiel exhales heavily, feeling drained. Every time he tries to rest, another crisis seems to appear. He turns to go see Gome to borrow a thorn for the acupuncture. His body aches with exhaustion, so he decides to perform the procedure on himself instead of asking someone else. He notices Gome looks equally tired, and as he takes the thorn, promises to be gentle this time. He begins the acupuncture process, inserting the thorn at the den point to stimulate his own liver. The organ responds with warmth and renewed strength, and his health points start to rise. Encouraged, he moves to the Taechong point. But as the thorn touches his skin, a sudden burning sensation spreads throughout his body. His face flushes in pain. As the realization hits him, he accidentally grabbed the K-flavor thorn. Pain explodes through his veins. His muscles tighten, and he screams as energy surges uncontrollably. The system flashes a notification, confirming he used a thorn infused with the K-flavor effect. His body convulses as the intense reaction pushes him into a state of hyperactive recovery.